going to start basic here. We'll just build an Aspire starter app here. And this is the new Aspire command line. Maybe I'll bounce this up a little bit. And this is the equivalent of the old starter app. And so I'll say yes to that, and we'll do CSH demo maybe today. So we'll do that. And I kind of like this, Paul. I can now choose my output path, so I don't have to be in the folder. I can actually just do dot if I want the current folder, or it'll make the directory for me here and put it inside of that. I'm going to choose the latest bits. So if you're crazy, you can go on to dailies and stable now as well. No, we'll use a cache for sure.
I think you and I both over the years, we've gotten back to our command line roots. What did you say?
I think we are.
Yeah.
So if you're a Visual Studio person, I think Paul and I love to start with command line, because at the end of the day, that's what Visual Studio is running behind the scenes for you, is it's doing it all at command line.
And you can copy and paste.
You can copy, paste, all those kinds of things.
Yep.
So let's just go into CSH demo. And one of the new things that's kind of cool here, Paul, is the Aspire command can actually find the app host. And so in the past, you'd have to be in the right folder to run .NET Run to run an Aspire application, but the first time you run the Aspire command in a new Aspire 13 app, it'll go find stuff for you.
That's handy. I've always found myself not quite in the right path, the right route.
So let's just start here, and I'll show another Aspire feature, Aspire 13 feature I really love is we're all about Azure today. So we're going to talk about how you take these applications and get them running inside of Azure. And so here's the app, and we'll just, go away. And that can go away too. Aspire is all based on infrastructure as code. And so if you look at my screen here, I've got my app builder, I'm adding a Redis cache to it, I've got my API project, and I've got my web application. To actually get this into Azure, I have to tell it what compute resource am I going to run this in. Am I going to be in like an AKS? I'm just going to be or a Docker Compose, or I'm going to be in a container app. Yep. Paul and I both work in the org that makes container apps, and so I love AKS, but for me, most of the time, I don't need that much infrastructure for what I want to do. I just want to go build some simple apps.
It's got the features without all the concepts, I feel like.
And so to make this work, the first thing I've got to do is actually add container apps to the app. And so in the past, I would have to go and find the NuGet package to do that, but I can just type Aspire add now. And notice the first thing it did there is it said finding app host. It went and found the app host. And when it did that, it actually created a .aspire folder. And you can see it actually, so that's how the tool knows.
It's like demystifying it. Yep.
It's demystifying it. So we want to, today as we talk about all the stuff we're going to talk about, we want to show how it works as well. I don't believe in magic, and so Aspire feels magical sometimes, but I want you to see how it all works. And so
we don't just have a solution file gluing things together. You actually have an orchestration project, right?
Yeah. And so notice here that I can just scroll down, Paul, and just choose app containers.
Yep.
This gives me the Aspire hosting app containers. Before I would have had to known to go add that NuGet package to do this. Once again, we'll do latest. That's done. And so if I go look at my project here in my CS proj, you'll see it stuck that right in there.
Nice.
So it's kind of cool. You can just do Aspire add. It's already kind of limited down to the Aspire packages that exist, so you don't get the full NuGet. You get just the stuff that matters for
kind of more in control.
What you want to do.
Yep.
I'm not going to copy a bunch of code. I'm just going to paste code today. So, and so I'm going to go add this to my app. And this is basically what that package just turned on. So this is basically a chunk of code that says container app environment, builder.add Azure container app environment. And what I could do with this is, if I want to change any of the settings, container apps, the way they work is you have an app environment, and that's basically kind of the big, what would I call it?
It's like the cluster.
It's a cluster, yeah. It's a cluster of containers. And so putting this in my code tells Aspire, if I'm going to publish, I need to go and make one of those things, and then I'll take everything inside of this application and host it as a container inside of that. So let's go do that. We've already done that. And so, I think we've all seen this before. Let's just make sure I have it running. I do. I can do an Aspire run here. And once again, it's going to go find the app host because it knows that .aspire file had that thing
that's
inside of
cool.
that.
So I can run directly from Aspire now.
Run directly from
I
where?
hadn't picked up on that. That's
Oh
cool.
yeah, this is super good stuff.
Yeah.
Small things.
Yep.
But I think it's if I think of the .NET team and the Azure teams, what we're good at is taking these small things and fixing them. As you'd expect, the app comes up. Big thing to think here is, that Redis cache that's running in Docker, and so if I go back and open up my Docker, the Redis is running right there, and so that's one of the key benefits of Aspire is for most of the stuff we have a great local run experience inside of containers, and we've got a great publish experience into Azure. I'm going to show a couple different things today. What if you don't want to actually use the cache locally? What if you want to take one you already have in the cloud? You and I are working on a project together. We want to share a cache. We want to share a database.
That's more real world anyway. I might have it pre-created, right, for me.
I want to show that. So,
Yep.
but as the cache is here, if I go look at a couple of the things on the cache, I go into view details, I can see some stuff that we don't want in the cloud. So let's go down here and let's find some Redis password. So I just showed the Redis password. I can make it bigger.
Oh, there goes the farm.
Oh no, so please screen copy this. It's only on my machine, so it doesn't hurt.
Yeah.
But notice that I have the ability to see this stuff.
Yep.
If I put this in the actual cloud, I don't want this to happen.
No, you don't want anything persisted, right?
I want I don't want this stuff in my project. I don't want it in the cloud. I don't want any of those things. And so I'm going to kick off a publish here in the new world. And so we'll stop this.
By the way, Jeff Fritz is probably back there sweating.
And I've already got one of these published balls. So
Okay.
I'm not going to wait for it.
Yep.
It might take 6 minutes. We don't have 6 minutes to do that. So I'm going to start an Aspire deploy. And then you're going to notice there's a bunch of cool things. I'm not going to go deep in this today, but there's a whole new pipeline architecture in Aspire. And that pipeline means now when we're publishing, it can be creating multiple resources at the same time.
Nice.
So it doesn't have to be in a serial, create this, create this, create
Yep.
this, create this, create this.
Sometimes it matters, but a lot of times it doesn't.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
And so you'll get a faster deploy time with the new Aspire.
Well, that's awesome.
So I'll select my tenant.
I assumed you just had lots of sleeps in there. No, but this is better.
And so I'll type Scott, which will find my subscription. And we'll select, let's just scroll down. There's too much West, so it's easier just to scroll down. I'll do West US 2. And resource group, sure, that's fine. Now notice that using Azure CLI credential for provisioning.
Nice.
So
That's the default credential.
That's the default. So what that means is I actually have, if I go to my command prompt and I type AZ, this is the Azure command line experience. It's using the default credentials that I've signed into AZ for this.
That's your user identity.
It's my user identity.
Yep.
And so it's starting to work. Now I don't want to wait for all of it to finish, but a couple questions you might ask. I typed a few things in.
Yep.
I typed in my tenant, I typed in my subscription, I typed in my region.
Yeah.
Where is that?
I have no idea.
You
It's
have
magic.
you have no idea. That's magic.
I want to control it.
So I want to talk about magic today. So
Yeah.
I'm going to go and let's go look in here. Or actually, I'll just do it from command line. Easier.
I'm getting too old for magic.
So I'm going to go to my root folder here, and inside of here, I am going to have a .aspire. And inside of .aspire, I'm going to have a deployments. And inside there, I'm going to have a couple of these because I've deployed a couple things recently, but the newest one is at 9 a.m. I can just open VS Code here.
And we can decipher that.
We can scroll into here.
Yep.
And look at this. This is all the things that I just typed.
Huh.
And so you might ask, if you're watching this, why is it over here?
Yep.
We don't want this stuff in your project.
Never.
This
It'll
stuff,
go into your repo.
it's going to go into your repo and all these types of things. And so Aspire is purposely taking all this stuff. And in this case, you're welcome to see my password because I'm going to delete all this stuff afterwards. But this is the password that's going to be used in container apps for the Redis cache that's going to boot up. There's my location, my subscription ID, all the stuff you saw there. There's also a way to if I go back to command prompt, I could, I need to be in the right folder. Let's go here, go back to source. Part of the point of the talk today was to actually kind of show how this stuff actually works so you understand what's going on. So let's go to CSH demo. And I can run aspire deploy -- help. And there'll be a command here called clear cache. And so if I had decided I wanted to erase all that, what if you've done a test deploy and you want to deploy to a different location or whatever, you don't have to go know about the magic folder.
So that's like my state, for Aspire.
It's your state. And so you can just go and say Azure deploy -- clear, and it'll wipe all that back out, and your next deploy command will reset the entire thing. So that's pretty cool.
I mean, I know environment variables, it kind of feels like that, right? Yeah.
So here is one of these that I had already published earlier. You can see it go all the way through here. Same stuff we saw before. And let's run VS Code over here. And I want to poke on one more thing. Let's go take a look.
That's better. Now I can look over your shoulder.
Let's also say, let's go look at secrets. And so this is interesting as well. So, user secrets are a feature of .NET that's been around since we started the .NET Core journey 10 years ago. And you can also see that there's some stuff here as well. There's the open telemetry key is going to be here. There's an MCP API key here. There's a version. So this is some of the information that's also being used by Aspire as well. So I just want to show you all the hidden stuff. So there's an Aspire folder in your user folder. Inside of it, there's a deployment folder that contains all the information. This will be super interesting as we go a little bit further. So let's. I want to make sure you have enough time. So let me jump back over here. This is probably almost done, but we're gonna actually, as I said that, it's doing the container apps. Let's go take this one that's already running, and what I will do is I will go see it in the cloud. So let's go take a look at this one. So we'll go to my portal, and we don't care about that. You're dead. And let's go look at the one that I already deployed. So that will be which one is that actually? CSH demo app host. That looks right.
A little bigger.
And yep, make it a little bigger. And all I'm really going to do here is I'm going to go to my main container app, my web front end, and the Aspire dashboard is integrated with the portal as well, so I can open the Aspire dashboard. This is the same app you just saw, so super simple app. But I want to go and highlight one of these points again. We showed earlier, Paul, that well, there's a couple of cool things here too. You've probably not seen this before. Notice that I have multiple. There's two of these.
Yeah, you're right.
So one is the public endpoint.
Okay.
The next is the actual container app revision.
Oh, nice.
And so if I actually republish the app, you'll see it activate a new revision and then deactivate the old revision.
And I can kind of understand there's a little bit of a proxy or a gateway in front.
These are the gateways in front, and now the dashboard is showing you the gateways in front, not just the stuff behind.
Nice.
And this is a feature of container apps where every time we publish a new version of your app, we make a new revision. You have the ability to go backwards in revisions. And so you could publish a revision without having to republish the app again. You could just go into the portal and kick yourself backwards if you wanted to.
Roll forward, so to speak.
Yes.
Yep.
But let's go take a look at, we saw earlier some of those credentials were just hanging out to be seen. So let's go take a look again. And let's go see our Redis password redacted.
Love it.
So if I'm going to actually have the Aspire portal or dashboard inside of my resources running in the live cloud, I can't have these things be visible because I might have Paul, I might say, Paul, go work on this application, make this application fix a bug or something like that. I don't want you to see these things.
Sadly, a lot of problems are inside.
And so in the newer dashboards, you can see that all this stuff is now redacted. You might be asking, why do we even have Why is there even a password? And that's because we're not using an Azure service for the Redis cache here.
Yep.
We're just actually, we have 3 containers. We have the front end, we have the cache, we have the API backend. In a perfect world, I would probably not use my own container for Redis.
Yep.
Because I want to
Use this. Yeah.
I want to use a PaaS solution where we are managing that whole thing for you. And so let's.
Yeah, there's a lot that goes into managing it you don't think about.
You don't think about.
Yep.
You might ask, like, what goes into managing? Well, what if there's a new version of Redis? The managed cache will automatically move you to the new version of Redis, and in the process,
Somehow keep my state there.
your state won't disappear.
Yep.
So think about security. So if there's a security issue in Redis, you don't have to worry about that.
And scaling, all that kind of stuff.
If we, in Azure, we do have things where, in some cases, the fabric of Azure has to move things and change things. The managed Redis will actually see the messages from Azure that's going to happen. It will move your cache somewhere else, and you'll never know that happens. And so there's a whole bunch of goodness that happens there. So let's go see what that would look like. So this is actually probably finished. It did succeed. I'm not going to go look at it because we don't have enough time. So let's jump over here to this one. And let me show another one of these things here. I'm going to close this out. I'll close that out as well. And let's load VS Code in this thing. This is one that I actually already finished. And it does a couple of new things. First off, if I go and look at my packages, I did add another package here. I added the Aspire Hosting Azure Redis. That means I've got the ability to actually have a Azure Redis, not just the Redis container that exists.
Yep.
If I go back and look again in my app host, I've done a couple new things here. I've commented out my original cache, and I've added 2 parameters. This is actually how you store stuff between various containers and stuff inside of Aspire. And I've replaced the builder.add_redis cache with builder.add_redis enterprise cache.
Nice.
So that means I'm moving from the open source Redis package to the Redis that we have inside of Azure. Now I've got a bunch of things that I put in here, and I want to explain what all these are. First off, if I ran this today, I'm going to ask you, what do you think it'll do?
It'll.
Let me just comment all this out.
You're going to comment out, add Redis Enterprise. It's going to try to stand it up for me?
That's exactly what it's going to do.
Okay.
So if I run it
That's what I was wishing it would do. Yeah.
If I try to do this,
Yep.
it is going to stand one up in Azure for me.
And that takes time.
It's
right?
going to take 5 or 10 minutes to do that.
Yeah.
And that, if I can have it 2 ways too.
It's going to do with defaults, and I don't know if those are the defaults I want.
Correct.
Right.
What I want right now is I want to do this. Paul and I are working on this together. And so I'm going to do .run as existing.
Nice.
So what that means is when I run it locally, it's going to go run using the existing one. And so I've actually specified one of these, and let me go and poke, and I'll show you what I've got up here. If I go to Azure Resources, I've got a Redis cache here. Here it is, already provisioned.
Nice.
For authentication.
Maybe even had an admin who set it up like exactly so, and so you're kind of using it the right way.
Exactly. So
Yep.
it's all set up that way. And we might, if we're developing in a group, we might have a Cosmos database, a SQL server.
Yep.
And we don't want to each have our own containers because we have real live data in there as part of testing our application.
Yep.
And so this supports that exact scenario where I want to run this thing using that existing one.
So if I get like you've outlined your dependencies, and now you're just kind of swapping them out.
Exactly.
Like across environments, and there's no connection strings, no
So-
evil stuff I'm seeing here.
So let's talk about that. That's an interesting part as well. One of the cool things about Aspire is we're always doing the best practices for you when it comes to anything like security. And so you saw before that when I'm running locally, it's fine to go see the password because it doesn't really matter because it's on my machine. As soon as I move to the Azure cloud, then suddenly everything's obfuscated from me. In this particular case, I've kind of got two scenarios.
Yeah.
If I run it locally, it's going to still require a user. Because managed identity doesn't really flow all the way down to my machine very easily.
That makes sense.
And so it needs to create a user for me. If I publish it, it's going to then put full managed identity and do all the right stuff to make that work.
You just think whether it's a database or AI, you need some identity to talk to it. And so you're using your Scott's identity at first.
So I'm going to show this in just a second, but before that, let's go through all the scenarios. This scenario, it's going to go create the resource in the cloud and use it for local run. It will then create a new one when I publish. If I do this one, now it's going to use a container for local, which means I'm not really using the Azure service. I'm using just the container again. But on publish, I get the full thing. This one, it's going to run locally using the existing resource. But it's going to still publish one if I deploy.
Okay. Kind of create if not exist.
If I switched and did maybe something like this, now I'm going to run locally in a container, but I'm going to publish to an existing instance. I'm trying to say we support
That's awesome. That's like a sweet spot right there.
Every scenario you can think of is supported by this. And I'm just getting this.
That's kind of like a dev to prod. You also showed like a dev to dev test.
Exactly.
So the difference.
This one is run in a container locally.
Yep.
Publish to an existing one that we've IT's already set up and we're good to go. But I think this is part of the cool flexibility of Aspire. Is every scenario I can think of.
It's like enterprise strength. It's not just easy, right?
This is not a toy. This is real for production apps.
Yep.
And for fun here, we can just go and just flip to this, and I'll comment this out. Get us back to this state, and let's try to actually run this thing, because it does some interesting things when I do this. So let's go back here. Let's make sure we're in the right one. Hopefully I didn't break anything with all the commenting in, commenting out. And then I'm going to show one more thing after this, Paul, and I'll let you.
Sounds good. I'm going to hold the thought. I have a question for you, too.
So this is going to be interesting because when I look at this, what is this provisioning? What's it doing? And so even though I'm running to an existing resource, you see it says the cache is already provisioned. It knows that, but it's compiling some ARM, waiting for deployment.
Cache roles, interesting.
So remember, how do I connect to the one in the cloud?
Yeah, you need RBAC of some kind.
I need some form of identity, and so what's going on right now, notice here, the front end's waiting. And so because in my app host, there is all of this wait fors.
That's nice.
It's doing all the right stuff. So it's waiting. Now that's kicked in. In just a second, it'll notice that.
I'm sure all the people online, we've written that sleep code and that awful orchestration waiting stuff.
This CRUD's amazing.
That is cool.
And so sadly, I should have clicked on one of those while they were running. While they were running, I could have clicked on the actual deployment, and it would have shown me the ARM that was running.
Actually, I'm just kind of getting my head around. There's an async workflow, and there was like some kind of readiness, liveliness probe that decided it should go online.
That is correct.
That's freaking cool.
Yes.
Okay.
So this is getting.
I hadn't seen that
If you
before.
played with the early Aspire,
it
was not this good. Now Aspire is this good. It's all waiting for the right stuff.
And that's how we do it in the actual cloud too. Like for a service, we run it the same way.
And if I come back over here, notice that it just added Scott Hunter as a Redis user here.
Perfect.
That's what was being provisioned.
Nice.
It had to go make that credential so the app could run.
No more container credential.
And if I go look at the logs here, you'll see all the stuff connected. We're good to go. We're now running as that local instance. And it just works. So I'm not using a container locally anymore. I'm actually using the one in the cloud. You saw it put the identity up there. I'm good to go. One more thing that's kind of cool we could show is if I go back up here, I did publish one where the entire thing is ready to go. Where's my brain frying? Demo app host, Azure app done. No, maybe I never published that one. Oh well. I want to show one final thing in this space. I showed Azure Deploy from command line. Let's go back to source.
That's a good thing for like a quick push, like casual.
.NET Conf CI/CD.
Ooh, that was going to be my question. I'm glad I didn't ask it.
Let's do all the right things again here. So if you've been playing with this space for a while, we've got a couple of these things. You just saw we have this new Aspire deploy, but we've always had this feature called AZD. Each of these products has different features. Like I told you before that the Aspire deploy has got a new pipeline architecture. It can actually deploy things at the same time. But AZD was something we built so you could take any example and run it. It's got some different capabilities. The cool thing is Aspire 13 projects can be deployed both ways, with Aspire deploy and with AZD. So in this case, I'm going to use, I'll do AZD init. This is how we would show you how to deploy any of Aspire projects before Aspire 13. It'll scan the folder. It's going to find the Aspire stuff in there. But this enables the CI/CD scenario out of the box.
Yeah, that's huge because you got real DevOps. You want to automate things.
Right.
Yep.
So it's going to go find my app host. Actually, it would be help if I actually went into the there. It's going to find the app host. And before, what you could do, take any Aspire project, AZD init, AZD up, and it would go to the cloud.
Yep.
But we've been working on a feature for a while. .NET CI/CD. Now I can do AZD. I could do AZD up, and it would publish very similar to the Aspire publish. It's not going to do that parallelism I was mentioning before, but I can also do pipeline config.
Ooh.
This is going to ask me, do I want to use GitHub or Azure DevOps? Both are supported. I'll say GitHub.
I use both a lot.
At Microsoft, we use both a lot.
Yep.
It's going to once again ask me the same types of questions. What's my subscription? It's going to ask me, it's going to say, hey, there's no Azure.dev.yaml. Yes, add one of those. I don't have a Git repo in this because I just created the whole thing from command line, so I want a repo.
Wow.
We'll do a private repo. This is what's going to put in my personal GitHub account. And this is where it gets cool, is GitHub has to be able to talk to Azure. And so this is going to go create my user managed identity so I can actually have a secure connection between my GitHub repo and Azure, because GitHub Actions have to have the ability to publish my resources and create resources in Azure for me. So we'll say yes, create a new one. And
there's no PAT tokens. That just makes me happy.
There's no PAT tokens. Those are dangerous.
Yep. OIDC.
It's now assigning the roles. So my GitHub account can talk to my Azure account. And then when it's done, it's going to give me the choice of kicking off that pipeline. And we just added support for this capability yesterday in AZD.
That's freaking cool.
We did not have the one line of code inside of our pipeline to install .NET 10, and now it has that in there. So do that. I love this delay we get here. It's like,
Yeah.
Boop.
Gotta be patient.
And so if I then go up to here and I do a refresh, we'll see that it created the repo in private repo in GitHub for me.
Heck yeah.
I can click on actions. I can click into the actions going on here, look at the build. And you can see right now it's actually installing .NET 10 into my action. And this will deploy and run the whole thing. When I'm done, you'll be at a point where anybody that's in my repo, they make a commit.
Commit to deploy.
It's by default for developer, it would be commit to deploy.
Test run, that kind of stuff.
All that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And so you've seen all the magic behind where Aspire stores all the stuff. I should go and show one final thing here.
By the way, I've tried it. I've hooked up to an existing repo too, so it's not like you have to mint a repo. I think that's powerful.
If I go to this project and I go look at the user secrets, we'll get a little bit more stuff than we saw before. There's those two parameters. This is where I actually told it where my existing cache was. And then this is this other CRUD. So there's nothing magic. It's either in user secrets or in that deployment folder. There's no hidden stuff. You always know where stuff is. It's always put in places where it can't get checked into repos. And so I am super excited with how far Aspire's come. I mean, I think even from you probably saw some new stuff today.
Saw some new stuff, and
waiting for the.
I'm like my agent projects now. This is how I deploy.
And we should actually, I didn't really drive it. This is .NET Conf. The cool thing is this works for Python and JavaScript now too.
Cool.
And so you can take any Python project, any JavaScript project. You still have to have the app host that has the infrastructure as code, but all this publishing. Using CI/CD.
I think with AI and the web, we're all using a lot of languages. So it's good to know.
So.
Yep.
So what are you going to show us?
Cool. All right. So, I mean, you've been showing us a lot of things like how do I have the simplicity of Aspire, but you looked under the hood, you've got the power and the control. I'm going to continue that theme, but I'm going to apply it to kind of agents and AI. And what I really want to do is, kind of like step one, agents are powerful, and when we first think about it, you're doing prompts and you're using the large models. If you can write your instructions, you can build an agent. It'll be
I'll do my typical poke ball.
Yeah, you're going to poke me.
What the hell is an agent? Because
I knew you would do that.
We all hear this agent word all the time, and I hear agent, and then somebody just goes, "Oh, where can I find a pet sitter in San Francisco?" And I'm like, that's not an agent.
That's not an agent. That's a prompt. That's like single shot. But yeah, real agents, they have it's like a workflow. They have a goal, and they're going to keep going until they find it. But even then, I mean, how many things can you just solve with a model? I think what you rightly poked me is you need tools. And tools, that's the general word that we talk about, where you can poke outside of the LLM and what the model knows. You can call code, and what would you do that? You'd like get knowledge from knowledge bases, databases, that kinds of things. Call APIs, you can run logic that you couldn't do. So it's basically your big escape hatch to call real business logic.
I think if I'm in VS Code, I think of a tool being, I can say, in the chat, I can say, file an issue on Paul Uke to go fix this bug.
Totally.
And that's using a tool that calls into GitHub and makes that change. Or
it's
I can
like
use the Azure MCP.
Call your real web API.
It calls into real stuff.
Yep.
Does stuff.
Totally. So so there's the main concept of tools, and you can call calculations, call databases. Now, right after, when was it? Like after .NET Conf last year, this thing came at us fast. There is a style of tools that just came out of nowhere, and you can poke me on this one too. Like, how did it go? You told me 1 week.
So this is a funny story. This is MCP is what we're talking about.
MCP.
I had read something on the internet about MCP, and I poked Paul and I said, "Hey, we should look into this." And then the next Saturday, Jay Parikh, who runs Core AI at Microsoft, sent an email to all of us.
Yep.
Saying, "Hey, this MCP thing, we should do something."
Yeah, it's really taking off, and that was a week later.
And the crazy thing is, Microsoft, if .NET moves fast, Microsoft moves fast. We had MCP support in functions in 2 weeks.
In 2 weeks. That was full remote MCP,
yes.
Which is not that standard I/O stuff. So yeah, that's pretty neat. So MCP, Model Context Protocol, it's all about, it's kind of like an easier way to bring logic and APIs and tools, to your model. And it understands models, because models, they're really good with strings, like string language content coming in, string content coming out. And you want to build up that context. You want to send in a whole bunch of context from your IDE, from your files, from your knowledge base, all this kind of stuff. So Model Context Protocol is, I'd say, better than an API because it understands and dynamically kind of understands that context.
Right.
Yeah. So we'll switch over to my screen. So let's look at a repo. and this is all in the resource at the end. So we have this remote MCP functions, and I'm going to show you some different efforts we have. So first of all, C# developers, we have like if you love the functions programming model, you can do an MCP app just using the functions programming model. It's really easy. And I think if you've been using other functions, triggers, and bindings, you're going to be right at home with this one. I'll show you in a sec. And that thing is going to go GA any minute, so you can do your production workloads. Also, I'm pretty excited about this. I don't think, well, none of this existed last time we were here, but there's really great efforts. Like there's an official SDK for C# MCP. You know, Steven and Jeff and folks on the team.
Stephen Tobe is who you're talking about.
Yes, have all worked on it and contributed to it. But it's open source with Anthropic and others, and that's really powerful. That's the state of the art. There's a elicitation.
To me, that's cool. I mean, this MCP thing happens, and Microsoft is contributing with Anthropic.
Yeah.
That's the people who made MCP. The smartest minds of .NET are over there making sure the .NET MCP SDK is amazing.
So they've got an awesome SDK, and like if you want that to be your programming model instead of the functions programming model, we added a feature so that we call it self-hosting, but you can self-host that SDK and basically route traffic to your own SDK code.
Is this the thing I was playing with a few months ago with
It
you,
is.
where I basically took one of the MCP samples, the .NET MCP sample, and was able to actually host it into functions without making any code changes at all for the most part.
Totally. Yep.
Yes.
Yep. So you start imagine any ecosystem content out there that you love, you can just host it in a function. And then now you get our compute, you get the serverless billing, you get the crazy scale, and it's kind of on your terms.
To me, this is really cool. What Paul's saying is, if you just have an MCP that you've written in .NET using the .NET SDK for MCPs, you can host it in Azure Functions, and you get authentication, you get scaling, you get the you only pay for when it's running.
Yep.
So you get a ton of benefits.
Should we check it out?
Show one.
Yeah. So let's go to. I got too many windows open today, Scott. I don't know what's going on here, but okay. Let's start with this one. Remote MCP functions.net. So if we peek at the source code, it's an Azure function. We're using that as our builder. And then let's look at basically the hello world, and I'll pop it into Zen mode. You write a code function, and you basically put the functions attribute on top, and then for this context object, remember MCP is all about context, bringing it in, you decorate that with the MCP tool trigger. And that's all you have to do as a starting point to expose any function in Azure Functions as an MCP server.
And speaking of this, we know companies that have APIs that they have REST APIs they publicly exposed.
Yep.
And many of them REST endpoint. An MCP is still a REST endpoint.
Yep.
It's going to be an MCP, not a REST endpoint.
Yeah, and so I think Anthony and Lily in the next hour, they're going to show even more. But imagine that here I have a lot of my functions code. It's HTTP. It's an HTTP API right now, like you're saying. But I can have coexisting functions now that are MCP, and I've completely modernized it. And it follows kind of the same signature. The other thing I'll just say about MCP, it's all about context. So I hate to say this, but it's going to make you a better doc writer for your code. We all but you're going to write in a file that's a little bit more interesting. So let's look at the snippets tool. All right, and here we're just taking it up just a notch. So the scenario here is we want to have a snippet manager, and it's backed by storage. And I want to be able to get snippets by name, and I want to be able to take any context, let's say from VS Code or from whatever, and save it. So it's my own little gist kind of for my snippets. And you can see how easy it is, because I'm just kind of wiring together the MCP tool trigger to expose this to MCP, but I'm also using the blob input bindings to shuttle data back and forth.
So you've written the Visual Studio Snippet Manager in like 10 lines of code.
Yeah, basically.
Pretty much.
Not going to brag, but it might have happened.
And yours is a little cooler because you can actually talk to it in the chat window and actually have it.
Totally.
You have to show that. I hope you're going to show that.
Actually, I was about to type in func start, but for .NET Conf, I got to show. I could just say .NET run. Oh,
yeah.
More at home. Let's try that. We won't worry about that just yet. I'm in the process of updating this to 10, so give me grace. We'll be there very soon. I know it's the right thing to do. So what it's doing right now, the functions runtime is standing up the server, and I guess it fell asleep while I was sitting here on the right. There we go. Every year I have to lobby for a new laptop, Scott. So, you know. Okay, here we go. Just kidding. So think about it this way. Your function app is your MCP server. And we talked about tools. At the end of the day, each function is a tool. And if I go to VS Code has really nice support. So I can see these different servers. And I'm running my local MCP server, and I'm pointing to this function. So you can see here this endpoint completely matches the Azure function. And now, if I go into the agent mode of Copilot, I always click on my little toolbox. I can see that these tools have been dynamically exposed to the agent that's living in Visual Studio Code. And I can do things like, say hello using the MCP tool. And safety first, what it's going to do is it's
going to ask you if you
going
can
to ask me
actually,
to consent.
Can I use this tool?
Yep. That's good. We're calling rando stuff on the internet. Not that random, but I mean, it's always good to be safe. And then we could do something like, I want to remember that syntax for a function. So I'm going to highlight it here, save this snippet with name MCP starter.
So technically, you just created a snippet. You basically went and grabbed some code inside of the editor, went to
the editor's my context.
Went to the chat and said, save this as foobar.
That's exactly right. And let's go to a new file, and I have it stubbed out here. I wonder if I would have remembered to put the code here. Just kidding. All right, so I'm making fun of myself. Get the snippet MCP starter. And again, we're just calling our tools. Like a model, there's no way a model's
So the first one called that function, saved it into blob storage. It's going to go find use the same tool and do the retrieval.
There we go. And it found it. And by the way, if you super want to keep me honest, you can see Azurite, which is our emulator, is going nuts back here.
Yep.
All right, and then, I said get the snippet.
Yeah,
We'll add it to the file, man. Sometimes you got to give it attitude. There we go. All right. So this gives you a feel nice inner loop feeling. Boom. It's MCP and functions. Let's fast forward a little bit. This is the keynote version. Go see Anthony and Lily later
They'll do deep dive on this
for the deep dive stuff. But I'm going to go here, .NET Conf, so I can remember. So what we've done is, in that project, I did an AZD up. Love AZD. And it created a function app, and it's supporting resources. Now, a year or so back, we were talking about flex consumption. That is our flagship consumption billing and serverless product for functions. It's got a couple superpowers. It's serverless billing, so you pay as you go. That's it. It's got VNet and networking features.
So all the high-end Azure networking
all the
features are
high-end,
enabled.
you don't have to. It's not reserved. You can use it in the base.
I was going to say you don't have to use VNets to use this tech, but a lot of our customers, for reasons, are forced to use VNets.
Yeah, over half really.
And
so,
they need that feature to actually.
They need it. So we're not holding it back. It's part of every SKU now. And the last thing I'm going to say is Flex has crazy, ridiculous, extreme scale. And that's a bold claim. I thought today I should try to put my money where my mouth is.
Are we going to scale the MCP?
Yeah, why don't we scale this thing, see what happens. So let's go to...
So imagine you're writing your MCP. Here's the way I think of this, is if we have an an M365 MCP, we have hundreds of millions of users on that product. I just imagine the load that would happen if people started just going into, calling that MCP. We'd have to have some amazing tech behind the scenes to make it not fall over.
Totally.
And you're going to show us how I can take,
so.
if I write an MCP in .NET and put it in Flex functions, I can scale it to infinite scale.
And this is my first time ever doing it, so we love Risk, right? So last night, the team and I were chilling, and we're thinking about cool things we could show today. We're like, let's show a load test. I'm like, oh darn it, That was like a total nerd swipe. Now I've got to write a load tester for MCP. But 20 minutes later, we wrote a little spec and agent mode helped us crank it out. So now we've got an actual load test, and I'll skip to it. I'm going to do a .NET run, so it's a .NET 10 app. You pass in the URL. That's my real function app. Security matters, so we're going to use the function key that's stored in environment variable. You ain't going to see it. And let's do like 100 concurrent workers or clients. And if I didn't forget a step before this demo, then everything's good. So it's going to initialize all those workers. I posted the source code last night, so y'all can play with it. And
Yeah, I'll share the barcode again at the end.
Yep. Okay, here we go. Starting the load test. And here we go. Requests per second, we're already over 2K. It's going to this is like a low-tech thing, but it's going to refresh the console. Now let's look at here. Check that out. So the request rate is hockey sticking. Oh, we just went from 2 to 3. Look over here too, Scott. So we went from those, like the cold instant state, in no time up to 31. Now it turns out we could do like up to 1,000 instances in under a minute. So it's like,
think about that. Go from 0 instances to 1,000 in under 60 seconds. That's way more than 1 a second.
Pretty ridiculous.
That is,
yeah.
And think about the technology behind the scenes, folks. That is virtual machines being booted up, running this code multiple times. New
yeah.
VMs per second, multiple VMs per second. That's just insane.
It's pretty awesome. So pretty excited about that. You can see it's the real thing. It's actually, it's lame. It's calling hello world, but it's actually doing it through MCP.
And so if you have your own MCPs and you need a high scale situation, there's no better way to build your .NET MCP, host it in Azure Flex Consumption Functions.
Yep.
It's a big word, Paul.
Awesome. Thank you.
And you get this amazing scale. And then what's cool is Paul's going to show, I assume here, when the scale is over.
It's going to cool down, but it takes about a minute or two. We don't want to hang out and watch that, but I promise you it'll cool down.
So in 1 minute, he'll be back to 0 again.
Yep.
And so
you don't want to thrash, you don't want to take away the servers.
You don't want to go jump up and down like yo-yo is what I would say. You want to kind of, it scales down a little bit slow just to make sure that if a burst came again, it's not all the way back to 0 and has to go all the way back up again.
Now I got a couple more demos, so I'm going to fly through it, Scott. So bring your own MCP server. So let's pop over.
This is the one we said earlier. If you have a .NET MCP,
exactly.
You've not written an Azure function at all, you just want to go run that app directly inside of Azure Functions as an MCP. You can just do that with no code changes.
And so if you look today in the C# MCP repo, they have a lot of great samples, and one of them is this weather tool sample. This is the actual weather sample with the actual. Now we're using the C# SDK for MCP, like the actual official one.
Yep.
No functions anywhere to be seen, and it's just the regular code. And what you should be thinking about is like every feature. Like look at the power you have over the deserialization. Like think of all the new features like elicitation that are getting added. Like it's all here in the SDK, and so you have no limits with this thing, no ceiling. And we're going to do a trick where we're going to configure the runtime host in our runtime host JSON. Let's make this a little bigger. And you're seeing we have this thing called a custom handler. So we've always had this feature, but we're really taking advantage of it now so that we can basically say, hey, my entry point is coming from this .NET app in this DLL, .NET isolated app. And I'm going to route traffic that comes in through 8080. I'm going to use the scale controller of functions. I'm going to use the compute layer, but I'm not going to use the runtime. I'm just going to bypass that and pass it to this DLL.
You're skipping, right?
I'm skipping.
You're basically
I'm jumping
saying,
the line.
I call the real functions endpoint, and then it calls directly into the real underlying code and kind of skips all the model binding and all the other stuff going on there.
Yes, exactly right.
So you've short-circuited the entire thing, but it means you can run any app inside of functions without having to change the source code of the app.
Yes. And
we would want you in the long run to actually change the source code of the app so your MCP is more scalable. But if you're just getting started, there's no better way to get started than this. I mean, it's like .NET. We try to make the entry points as easy as possible. You're trying to make the entry points for functions as easy as possible as well.
Now, one other feature that's been requested. So I want to use auth. I have to use auth. That's the right thing to do. So built into functions, we've always had this key-based auth, and that's a good thing. You deploy by default, there's a key you can't just anonymously get into. I'm going to turn that off at the runtime layer, and I'm going to let the function service do the auth. And the way I'm going to do that is with built-in auth. Sometimes we call it easy auth.
Easy auth was the term we used way back in the day.
Way back in the day, but really it's built-in auth, and it's not just in functions. This is app service, functions, container apps, even logic apps, like our whole like fleet.
This is one of my favorite features. This is a feature that, you know, let's say you're an internal team at Microsoft and you want to build a website, but you only want Microsoft employees to see it. Easy auth means you just basically go and configure. It's like only people that are in this intratenant can actually hit this website. The site itself doesn't have to change any code at all. It literally
kind of
is
at the gateway layer.
somewhere above the app actually being hit. All this happens and you're just good to go. And so
totally. So like this sample shows you how to provision and deploy, and if you want to look at it later.
So let me ask a question about this. This means if I'm a company and I want only my company to be able to run the MCP,
yes,
I can host it in functions remotely.
Yes.
And with easy auth, I know that only people in my intratenant can ever call it, which means
that's right.
I've now locked it to my organization. This is exactly what most companies would want to do.
Yeah, that's exactly what this will do by default. It'll lock you in. Like you must be at least signed in with your Entra user to get in. But we have these things called scopes. So you can go even further and be like, Scott, you only should read this thing. That's it. Right? And so you can define further
Or
scopes.
my team only. You
Yeah,
can say
your team
you
only.
can say not just Microsoft, only Scott's team is allowed to call this MCP because maybe it's an MCP that touches some thing that's in our organization or something like that.
Totally. And there's a lot of under the hood stuff, Scott. So you can see here that there's an MCP identity provider, and we understand PRMs, which is another whole topic. We don't do DCR, that's dynamic client registration. That's coming soon. But basically, it's going to get you going. You're going to do a real OAuth style Entra login. We pre-wired this to understand VS Code as a client, and you can do the same thing with your Foundry agent, with other agentic apps you're using. You can kind of pre-auth some of those things, and then the other like best practice I actually created. So let's poke here. It's a little bit of geek out. Why not? So if I look here, I can see what's making this work is I'm using a federated identity and a managed identity. So like in the past, you would create Entra apps with a service principal or certificate, which is kind of
we
like
don't do
sticky.
anymore. In Microsoft, we don't do that anymore.
We don't do that anymore. 'Cause that's just a masquerade over a secret that's on your disk, which can get owned.
And well, the problem is you don't know who all you gave access to the service principal
yeah, exactly. It gets lost.
It
right?
gets lost.
So now we use managed identities. It's auto rotated, and that's used to fuel our Entra app. That's how I registered the Entra app. And then another kind of interesting thing is you can define the scopes, and you should spend more time with this. But that's how you would go from like, hey, I just have an interactive identity, all the way to like, no, this is more restrictive. And if I were to pop even the client ID here.
So we are allowed to even do more demos or do questions. It's kind of up to us.
Oh yeah.
So
I do have one more awesome sauce demo.
Cameron said we could do it, so let's do it.
We can do it? Okay. All right, so I'm going to bail out of this part. Thanks for catching me there. All right, one last thing I want to show everyone here. And we'll be online after, right? So we'll answer questions. So we're going to go to this sample. And let's open the README and the preview. And let's make this a little bigger. I've never tried Zen mode with this. Well, that resolution's terrible, Scott.
That is terrible.
Absolutely terrible. Fail. I'll try one more time.
That is unreadable. There you go.
Better.
That looks better.
Fail minus minus. Okay, so I want to build a real agent, okay? And my favorite thing this year, and this is honest to goodness, there's from Microsoft open source effort called Microsoft Agent Framework, and it's building on tried and true tech that's evolved through semantic kernel and AutoGen, and it's evolved into this 2.0 SDK, and I absolutely love it. Like for agentic development, multi-agents, agents with tools, it's like simple and powerful. So I want to build an app with that, but there's still a couple problems that happen in the agent worlds, and one of the biggest one is like durability and resiliency. So I mean, have you ever worked with a model that timed out or didn't return?
I've hit limits and been timed
Limits,
out
that's a
because
good
I
one
hit
too.
my main one is I hit a
quota.
limit, which means I'm delayed. It might say, don't call me again for 40 seconds.
Yep. And this stuff's expensive too, right? You're using tokens, time, money to run these agents. And as you can see here, I'm chaining together for a travel planner at least 3 dynamic agents, plus I need an approval, plus I have some static code. So this is a pretty sophisticated distributed application with orchestration. So like, what if I told you I could checkpoint the state at every step, every agent handoff, every tools call, that kind of a thing. That way you could actually resume if anything goes wrong.
So if one of the agents doesn't reply, I can wait. I can pause or
Yes.
save my state and then try again to see if the agent will reply.
Exactly. So here, like, it's going to keep trying to resume with all of your agents, but you have like a human in the loop. And if you think about it, that could be a very long wait, if not forever. And you don't want to be running your compute or spending your tokens while you're waiting, right? That would be
Right.
that'd
So
be nuts.
you try to book a first class flight, and at some point I have to approve it because we don't let you fly first class typically. And so I'm the
You
human
never
in the
let
loop.
me do it, so. All right, so the magic of this thing, so we're going to use agent framework,
Okay.
but we're also going to bring in a middleware, a brand new sneak peek agent extension. So we're going to bring the power of durable functions. It knows how to do this checkpointing stuff. And we brought it in to extend agent framework. So now you can use the standard client, but you can start using durable clients. So let me show you. And by the way, I've set up the context here. I've set up tools, all the things you would have me do. But let's look at an actual orchestration. And now I'm going to show off the programming model of this thing. Here we go, functions, orchestration. And so I would work with my agents the way that I normally would. You know, I'm going to initialize them and set up the LLM and stuff like that. But I'm going to do very asynchronous style programming where I'm going to await a call from one agent. I'm going to await a call from another agent. You can see itinerary. And then I'm going to go all the way down. Like there's a lot of steps here, recommendations. It's going to massage the plan. It's going to save the plan. And then it's going to, here's a human in the loop. Like, how do you do that, right?
Yep.
So it's got some hard problems like that. And using this programming model that's part of the agent extension, the durable extension, you kind of get the best of the worlds. So let's flash over to a running app.
And the source code for this is part of the barcode thing that we have?
It's part of the barcode thing.
Okay, awesome.
And you can go run this today. So Scott, you're going to take a trip, a beach vacation, but on a budget, kinda. It's an LLM, it can handle this. 7 days, what's the budget? $8 grand?
$8 grand.
Yeah,
That's a nice
I
vacation.
wish you could do for cheaper. December 1st through the 8th maybe, something like that. And knowing you, we need to have like a pharmacy nearby with aspirin
And a tiki bar.
and a tiki bar. Okay, there we go. So we're gonna play on the, and actually, let me get myself ready for this. You'll understand why in just a second. So here's the real resource group that's backing all the compute and the agents. And here's the function. Okay, Scott, so we're gonna kick off the orchestration, and I'm gonna do a very crude simulation of something going really wrong with the agents. And if I open developer tools, hopefully in real time.
Let's go fastball because we're running out of time. I know
Okay.
for sure.
I see personnel getting a little nervous. Whenever I demo, people get a little nervous. Okay. Well, anyway, it's in a bad state. And I think what we're going to start to see is some failures here. But the amazing thing about this tech is
It's going to survive the failures.
it's
right?
going to, oh, and you can start to see like the clients seeing and observing those failures. But when we restore service to it, it's going to pick up where it left off. You know, it done
So
some of the
So you
activities.
purposely went over there and turned off some of the tech.
It turned on, yeah. And the thing, we're down to seconds, but when it resumes, it's going to ask me for human-in-the-loop approval, and I can do that too. And the cool thing is, it wasn't billing or using tokens while it's waiting. It's just in kind of a pause state.
So while it's waiting for something that's broken out there to recover, you're just not paying for it.
You're just not paying for it.
That is super cool.
So we've added durability to Agent Framework, and you can use it in all the Azure services.
So let's flip back to my laptop so we can show the barcode again so people can grab any of the code, any of the links that kind of explain the stuff we talked about. And I don't know, I am so excited about Aspire and being able to build MCPs on functions.
Oh, man.
And using Durable to make the agent framework even stronger.
It's like easy, it's powerful, like both sides of it this year.
Great time to be a .NET developer.
By the way, it's recommending something in Maui.
It sure is a great time to be a .NET developer.
It is.
It's Patty.
Hello, everybody.
Hey.
All right, you guys, I mean, we could do Q&A, but you spent the 10 minutes doing demos instead, so we're gonna set you free. Thank you so much, Scott and Paul. That was great. Good way to start day 2. I love YAML, just I love Aspire more. Anyways, good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to .NET Conf Day 2. We just had our Azure keynote. I'm here with love of my life, Myra.
Aww.
I'm Maddie. I know. It's so nice. We're all here together. And we have a lot going on.
Yeah, and I'm relieved now. Like day 1 is gone, release is done, .NET 10.
Yeah.
Visual Studio 2026. So we had a lot to celebrate, but now it's day 2, and we still have awesome content today. Have something with very like hot topic MCP coming up.
Ooh, I've never heard of that. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, so we're probably going to be talking about agents today.
And who do we have speaking?
We have Anthony Chu and Lily Ma. They're going to come up pretty soon. I'm sure they're hooking up.
Amazing.
And then for questions, we ran out of time, so we'll try to get them on later on today.
Yeah, so you can tweet, Blue Sky, YouTube comment, Twitch comment, etc.
Yeah, go to .NETconf.net. They have all the options there for where you can go and tweet and ask your questions, and we're going to be monitoring them today.
Yeah. So let's bring up Anthony and Lily whenever they're ready.
If they're ready. Otherwise, we'll hear. We can go to some questions.
All right. Hello, thank you both. Thanks for joining our session today. I'm Lily, and I'm joined here by my colleague Anthony, and we'll be talking about hosting remote MCP servers. So you've probably heard about MCP in previous sessions already, so we're just going to give a very quick overview of what it is in case you didn't catch that. So MCP, or Model Context Protocol, is a standard for AI agents to connect to external tools, data, or system. The way these resources are provided is through the MCP servers, which you can think of as APIs wrapped in a standard format that is easy for agents to consume. So there are 2 main transport types for MCP servers. One is the STDIO. So this is typically used when your server runs next to the agent and on the same compute, and it's started by the agent as a subprocess. The other transport type is streamable HTTP. You would use this when you want your server to be used by multiple agents. So perhaps in an enterprise scenario, you want different teams to be able to use your server, so you would implement it using this transport. So today we're going to talk about the streamable HTTP servers today. And because the MCP servers run over HTTP and can be deployed basically to anywhere that runs HTTP, there are many hosting options. We are going to focus on Azure Functions today. So first question first, why functions? What are the benefits of hosting on functions? I'm going to highlight a few here. So the first is built-in server authentication and authorization. So functions has integrated with a feature that implements the requirements of the MCP authorization spec. So you don't have to do that. Just enable the feature on the function app and you get the server auth kind of out of the box. The other thing is functions scales very fast from from 0 to n, especially with the flex consumption plan. So it can handle any bursty traffic that your server may have and also scale back down to 0 when needed. And the best of all is you can just pay for what you use. So there are two types of servers that can be hosted remotely on Functions. One are servers built with the Azure Functions MCP extension. If you are familiar with Functions, you might know about the concept of triggers and bindings in the Functions programming model. And that's what the MCP extension kind of provides. It provides this MCP tool trigger for building servers. And my colleague Anthony will kind of show a demo of that later. The other type of server that can be hosted on Functions are those built with the standard MCP SDKs. So this option is great for people who have already built their servers with the official SDKs, or they're more familiar with those SDKs, and now they're just looking for a place to host the servers remotely. So I'm going to show a demo of that right now. Switching over to VS Code. So let me make this in Zen mode. A weather server using the .NET MCP SDK. If you like the other languages, you can also use Python, TypeScript, or Java. The hosting experience that I'm going to show you will apply to those languages as well. So what I'm going to do is I'll walk through the server code very quickly, and then I'll show running the server locally, test it, and then deploy it, and we'll talk about the auth part. So here I have my program.cs. Basically, I have set up an ASP.NET app and registered a bunch of services, one of which is the MCP server. I'm using the streamable HTTP transport here, and the server is stateless. So this is important because right now your server must meet these requirements to be hosted on Functions. And I have some tools and a bunch of services that my tools will use, and some endpoint. I guess the key one is the /MCP one, because that's where the server, that's the server's endpoint. So now let's hop over to look at the tools. So basically, MCP server tools are just methods that you define, but with this decorator, MCP server tool, and a description of what the server does. So this one gets the weather of a US state. You would give it kind of the 2-letter abbreviation for the state, and then it would return you any weather alerts. And this other one takes in the longitude and latitude of a location and then returns the weather forecast. So now let's run the server locally to see what happens. I have already built the project, so I'm just going to do .NET Run. All right. Let's hope it works. Okay, so it's running the server and listening on this endpoint. So I'll connect to the server. VS Code has a command that allows you to do that very easily. So you just open the command palette and choose the MCP add server, and then choose your transport, and then put in this URL. I've already done that, so I'm just going to hop over to the JSON file and start the server. So as you can see, it discovered 3 tools. And so I'm going to test those tools. Let me first make sure the local server is picked for my chat. I am in New York right now, so I'm going to ask it temperature of New York City this weekend. And let's see if Copilot knows to use the tools. Okay, so indeed, it figured out that, okay, I can use this get forecast tool for my local server, and it gave and let's see. Okay, so looks like It's going to be sunny Saturday, but rainy during the night. So here we have the server running, and we just tested locally. Now let's see how we can deploy this. So I'm going to stop it first. Okay, so for deploying this the server to functions, the only file you need to add is this host.json file, which basically tells the functions host how to run your server and where, for example, which port to listen to. One thing to note is when your server is deployed to Azure Functions, it's deployed as a custom handler, which you can think of as a lightweight web server that handles requests from the functions host. And yeah, and so that is all you need to deploy your server. There's no code changes. You just need to add this file. So you might notice that we have this infra folder here, which basically defines all of the bicep files that are needed for the required resources to be provisioned. And so with all of the biceps that we have, we can just do azd up, and that will kind of provision all the required resources and deploy your server. So I'm going to do that. If you're not familiar with AZD, it's the Azure Developer CLI. So you can see it kind of started packaging stuff, and it's going to kind of start the provisioning. I'm not going to wait for it to finish because it does take a few minutes. I'm just going to show you a resource group that's already provisioned. So as you can see here, I have a bunch of things provisioned. The hosting plan, the function app itself, which is the server, and other resources like App Insights that provides execution insights. So I'm going to go into the app and then grab the domain, and then head back to VS Code to test it. I'm going to close this for now. So if I hit start, it's going to ask for the domain of the app. So I'm going to give it that domain that I just copied. And we can also show output here, which kind of shows the interactions between the client, VS Code in this case, and the server. So just like before, it discovered the tools. So let me also test this remote one. Okay, so let's say weather alerts, maybe in Washington this time, and see if it can identify this remote server and the tools that it has. Okay, so as you can see, VS Code Copilot did figure out that it can use this get alert tool from the remote server, and the state that we wanted is Washington, so I'm going to allow that. Looks like there's no active alerts at the moment. So right now we have kind of the same weather server that I showed locally, but it's running in the cloud. One question that you might be thinking right now is, well, okay, I have this server, but it doesn't look like it has any auth, which means like anyone with this endpoint can access my server. And you would be right. In this case, it's probably okay because it's just a weather server that returns the weather. But in like an enterprise scenario, this is definitely not secure. So I'm going to show you kind of another server that I deployed that has that auth layer to it. I'm going to stop this. So I just deployed this other weather server, and I have configured it with the built-in auth feature that I mentioned before. And I chose kind of Microsoft as the identity provider. So let's see what happens when I try to connect to this server. So I'm going to let me clear this and give this new server URL. Okay, so for this time, I am asked to authenticate to Microsoft. So I'm gonna allow it and then pick my account. Maybe let me stop it and restart it because it's hard to see with all the traces. So let me restart. Okay. So the thing that I kind of want to show you, that like to point out what happened during this authentication flow is so you can look through this trace in more details yourself, but I'll kind of just walk through the high level flow. So what happened was when you first try to connect, the server is like, oh no, you have no access. So it returned the 401. But then in the header of the response, it also has this resource metadata URL, which tells the client, which is VS Code in this case, where to look for the identity provider, which is Microsoft Entra. And so that was why I got prompted to authenticate with Microsoft. And Entra gave VS Code an access token. So I think there's a bunch of steps that happen here to get the access token. And in the end, when it was able to get the access token, it populated the kind of a new request with that token and sent it over again to the server. And then this time around, the server was like, okay, you have access. So we got connected, and then there's a bunch of kind of interactions to the server to get the tools. So that's kind of how the server authentication flow looks like. But let's go one step further. So let's say you have a tool that the client, in this case, VS Code, wants to use, but it requires access to some downstream service, right? So how does it do that on behalf of the user? So that's the final thing that I wanted to show you. This on behalf of Flow. So I actually have another tool that I did not mention before, but this tool uh, is called Info Tools. But what it does is it gets the information of the logged in user from Microsoft Graph. So in this case, we somehow have to access Microsoft Graph to get the information. So the token that VS Code got from Entra to access the server is not enough because the audience of that token is the server, not Graph. So what we need to do is we need to do an exchange. So we use that token that VS Code used to exchange for a token that Graph can use to make the downstream call. So that's what this code is basically doing. First grabbing the header, and then kind of parsing the auth token that VS Code got from Entra, and then using this on behalf of credential object from the Azure Identity package to do this token exchange. So here I passed in the information of the Entra app registration. There is also a client assertion, which basically takes the managed identity of our MCP server app and gets a token. And then obviously our VS Code token to do the exchange. And with that, we can get a graph token with the right scope and the right audience, which is Graph in this case, and make the call to Microsoft Graph to get information about the user. So let's see kind of what happens when I try to use this tool. Let me, this should be the right server. So double check. Okay. So I'm going to say use remote server to return info about me. Okay. So looks like it identified that this is the tool to use. And let's see what happens when I allow it. It says you're not currently authenticated. So we need to authenticate and give consent before VS Code can invoke that tool. So I'm going to go to that URL and give my consent. Accept. Okay, and then head back and until I'm done. Okay, let me, looks like it doesn't really understand that. I would say just ask it again. And then see if it, okay. So this time around, it's able to get the information using the tool. So that concludes my demo. So to recap, I showed you how to run MCP server locally and then deploy it. And then I showed how to configure that server with the built-in auth feature that has that provides this authentication flow when you connect to the MCP server. And then finally, I showed you how to do the token exchange to have this kind of on behalf of flow um, if your agent or VS Code in this case tries to call a tool that needs to reach a downstream service. So now I'm gonna kind of let my colleague Anthony take over and show you the MCP, the functions MCP extension.
Thanks, Lily. Yeah, so what we just saw from Lily is how to run basically just a standard MCP server that's built in .NET and have that hosted in a function app. But if you are already a functions developer and you already have a function app, or really if you're just looking for a really simple way of turning just some existing code into a tool that's available in an MCP server, you can actually do this with the Azure Functions extension for MCP. So I'm going to quickly show you that today. So here I have an Azure Function app that's built using .NET. It already has a couple of HTTP functions in there. In this case, again, we're just getting the weather. But this is just a plain HTTP function. But using the MCP extension, I can also add a function that has an MCP tool trigger. And just by adding this MCP tool trigger attribute onto our function here, it automatically turns this function into an MCP tool. And here I'm also asking for the latitude and the longitude. And we're also able to provide descriptions so that that gets built into the metadata so that the agent can understand what it needs to pass in order to call our MCP tool. And then that's it. Both of these functions call into the same helper function to get the weather. So we're actually getting a lot of code sharing here. So in this case, we're actually going to be able to deploy a single function app that's able to serve up both just regular HTTP requests, but it can also act as an MCP server. So the other piece that's needed here in order for this to run as an MCP server is just a little bit of information in the host.json file. Just to kind of configure the MCP extension so that it can basically add more things into the metadata. In this case, a server name, as well as just a quick description of what's in that server. Again, that makes that information available to the agent so that it's able to pick the right server and the right tool when it needs to do the right thing. Out of the box, and any tools that you create using this trigger will require an API key to call. In our case, we're actually going to put the same Entra authentication in front of our application that Lily just showed us. So I'm actually going to set basically the webhook or the API key requirement to off using this setting. And that's pretty much it. And then I deploy this to Azure. And here's the app right here. You can see here that our functions that we defined are already appearing in the portal. I think pretty much everything else Lily has already showed you, so I'm not going to repeat that, but I'll just kind of quickly show you that the authentication here has been configured as well. So it's been configured using Entra so that any requests that are coming in, if it doesn't have a valid token, it's going to get denied with the 401. Okay, so I already have this app deployed, and I've already added it to my mcp.json. So I'm going to go ahead and start it. And you can see here that it's asking for me to log in. So it's just going to use my login from VS Code, just like the app that Lily showed you, which is no surprise because it's using the exact same feature. But you can see here that it's discovered our tools. And I'll kind of quickly go and use this tool. So, tell me information about myself using a tool. So hopefully that will get VS Code to invoke this tool. And there it goes. And I'll say allow, and it's going to go off and call our MCP server and get the answer back. And we can actually see the raw response by expanding it here. So yeah, so it's really just the same. You kind of get the same functionality as what you can get with running a standalone or basically like a standard MCP server that you would build with the .NET SDK. But if you're already a functions developer and you want to take advantage of the functions programming model, including bindings, this is a great way to deploy your MCP servers. Right. So, and to wrap up, I think a lot of what we just showed you is available in this repo here, aka.ms/remote-mcp. Please go try them out and let us know what you think.
Cool. That was great, guys. We've been monitoring YouTube and Twitch and X and all the things and whatever, and there's a lot of excitement about the stuff that you guys are working on. One question I have is, what is your advice for someone like totally new to agentic app dev or like using these tools, and like what's your quick and dirty for getting started with this stuff for someone who may like not be familiar at all?
Lily, you want to take that one?
That's a great question. I would say start with our quick starts. I think it provides pretty good kind of starting point to kind of teach you how to build the tools and then also host them on functions. I guess another thing that helped me was just the official MCP documentations and their samples, and just playing around with them and using the inspector to test and VS Code as well.
Cool.
Are those materials on that remote MCP link that you guys just shared, or is that on somewhere else?
So the samples are there.
The samples.
Cool.
Yep.
Alrighty. Well, thank you both so much for your time. We will see you soon. More MCP stuff, I'm sure, to come. And we'll see what kind of craziness we're talking about next year at .NET Conf when it comes to AI, because last year it was a different planet. But
it was brand new.
It was brand new.
But there's always so much that is changing. It's like a landscape that for me, like, it's hard to keep up with. I think there's always something that's coming up. And I know like our next talk will touch on something that we launched recently, which is Agent Framework. So they're gonna be talking about building smarter agents with Redis, Agent Framework, and .NET.
Okay, so we have Matt and Catherine, right?
Matt and Catherine.
Matt and Kat. No, awesome. Take it away, guys.
Hey, everybody. Well, welcome. We are so excited. We are going to be talking about .NET, of course, Agent Framework, and, if you can believe it, Redis. So Redis has been around forever, but we're going to mix it in with all the great smarter AI stuff. So, my name is Matt Sokup. I work in cloud advocacy, and I am with...
My name is Catherine Wang. I'm a product manager in the Azure Redis team.
Great, and today we're going to talk about, Catherine.
So we'll firstly take a look at what is Redis and Azure Redis. We'll introduce the awesome .NET ecosystem for building applications using Redis. And we have prepared 3 fun, interesting scenarios, mostly using Redis together with other Azure services with the hottest technology like MCP and how it seamlessly integrates into the agent framework.
Yeah, I'm really excited because we're going to kind of build on as we go. We're going to start doing with MCP servers, and then we're going to get into getting our data up into Azure. And then all of a sudden, we're going to use Aspire with Redis and just kind of build up a whole agentic flow with it. And yeah, I'm excited. I've seen some of these demos. You showed them to me before, Catherine, and they're mind-blowing because we can bring AI into, or Redis into the AI world.
And also how Redis works better together with other services in Azure. That's the power of the Azure platform.
Yes, for sure. And yeah, that's one thing I wanted to mention. We'll kick it right off and talk about it, the Azure Redis overview before we get into any of the AI specifics too deeply. So there's now what we're calling Azure Managed Redis. So you might have heard of it was Azure Cache for Redis previously. So Azure Managed Redis is what we want to use going forward. And so what that gives you is everything that you know and love about Redis, but everything on top of that for Azure. And so we're going to be talking about things that all the first-party things that Microsoft gives you about Azure, mix that in with Redis. So like if you have trouble with it, like it's not going to happen, but if it happens to go down, that's not on you. That's going to be on Microsoft to get fixed. It's highly available. It scales, and mainly for my purposes, most importantly, it's secure.
Yeah,
right?
secure by default.
Secure by default. And then not only is it secure like between when your other applications have to talk to Redis, it's also secure like when we are developing that we can talk to Redis. When I say talk, we can get our applications and go back and forth to Redis. We can do that by using a simple SDK, and we'll hit on that for just a little bit.
Yes.
All right, so that's Redis and Azure. So Redis itself, I learn this every year when we talk about Redis, and I love it. It's called Remote Distributed Server. And that's cool, Redis, all right, got it. So it's in-memory key value pair. And so
Matt, in memory, it means it should be super fast,
it,
right?
it should mean it's super fast, and it is super fast. And that's one of the things that we love about Redis. It's cache, right? And so you're not reading from disk to get your data. It's there, like so you're not pulling it up from a database or like SQL Server or anything like that. You're just grabbing it, and it's there really quickly. Another thing I love about it, Catherine, is that it holds a bunch of different data types.
You're not important.
You're not just limited to a key saying like Matt and then what Matt had for breakfast as the value. You can put in things like obviously strings or lists or whole JSON. And this is going to get interesting when we start talking about the new AI capabilities because we can do things like put in vectors. And that's going to come into important, and we'll see when we touch on that. Going on.
And also in general, like in .NET, we have the complex object types and so on. So everything like could map so well with what Redis support here.
Yes. So we're not just limited to like numbers and strings. The world is there for us to use.
Yeah.
Great. And so then just a quick little ecosystem for what you can do with .NET. So you're not going to be rolling your own to talk with Redis. The very first thing I want to talk about right up top is that Aspire has great integration with Redis. In fact, just using that line, var Redis equals builder, add Azure Redis Enterprise and give it a name, that's going to actually spin up and provision an Azure Redis instance in Azure, and it's fast.
Yeah, it's the newly developed Azure Managed Redis that it will provision.
Yeah, and that's actually really cool, and it provisions very quickly, and you use it then just like you would anything else in the Aspire pipeline.
Yeah.
So just like everything else that it's at home, and you can just use it. So other things that .NET has with Aspire that will help you use it is we released it in .NET 9, I believe. It was the Microsoft.extensions.caching.hybrid library. So that's a really long name for a very cool library. And what that does, it gives you like one common API. And so what this API does, it gives you 2 levels of caching. So the first level of caching is in memory to the web server, more or less. And so that's really, really, really fast to get out. The second level caching is actually in Redis, which is very fast to get out too. So you have these 2 levels of caching that you can get out. One API to do it, which is nice. And it also has other things like stampede protection. So like not everything can get at it at once, stampede it.
And the most important is very simple to use.
Yes.
It's abstracted all the boilerplates.
Yes, yes, exactly. There's .NET output caching as well. So one of the things that Redis is great at is, as we mentioned before, you can have many different data types in there. And so like your header or footer HTML, let's put that into the output cache.
Yeah, yeah.
And so you can just grab that out, and that's what .NET output caching is all about.
Saves the server utilization.
Exactly, exactly. So that's what Redis is. I mean, another great thing that we should always keep in mind, that it really saves us on things of going back and forth, and it saves us costs. And we'll talk a little bit about that in a bit. So you also have like the old one that we might come and know about for a long time is the Stack Exchange.Redis, and that one's been around for a while. But right down the one that we're going to talk about a little bit, and it's actually kind of a little bit mind-blowing, is that it's already there. We just released the agent framework not too long ago, a couple of weeks ago, and Redis works great with that.
Yeah, yeah.
So very cool. And then over on the right-hand side, there's the 2 GitHub links. These are actually, there's the MCP Redis, which is an MCP server, and also the Azure MCP server, which will have Redis integration.
Actually, we already got some awesome Redis integrations.
Oh, there.
Right
Nice.
now, it's on the management. You can easily query what resources you have. You can create it and so on. And we're keeping on to add more and fit your developers' need here.
Excellent. All right, so let's start getting near our demos, because that's where we really want to be talking about. So the first one we're going to be talking about is the MCP demo. And so one thing I really want to drive home, and I know you do too, Catherine, is that we're going to talk about caching here. And obviously caching does a couple different points, but we can still use our same caching as we did before, back when we were building web apps. It's kind of still the same as it was before, even though we're building an MCP server.
Yes, yes.
So that's cool. And then there's like semantic routing that we're going to talk about, which is on the client side of the MCP server. So that's going to kind of like cache your tooling, so you can only need to call what you want to do. And then there's also like vector stores that we can use Redis for as well. So that's going to be like your normal, as you're thinking about your RAG type applications. And so you can take a bunch of different, like you have a dictionary, full text of stuff. You can kind of chop that up, make it into a vector, so that way you can get at information semantically a little bit easier.
Yeah, like MCP is a new protocol, but underneath it, all the business logic stays the same.
Yeah.
So allowed to reuse here what worked before should continue to work. And also a little bit into semantic routing. Like for the interest of time, I don't have a demo today, but the idea is when MCP clients talks to the MCP server, one step is the server will return a whole list of tools to be sent to the large language model. So a lot of these tools may not be relevant. So this is the opportunity to apply for some semantic search through the vector search capability in Redis. So we narrow down the list, and that saves cost and improves performance of the whole workflow.
Excellent. Cool. So we're going to jump into a demo next, Catherine.
Yeah. We'll quickly talk about how you can use Redis as a component for building your MCP server. Firstly, this is the Azure Managed Redis that we just talked about. You can easily provision it by create here. It's searchable in Azure portal through the services. So today we are talking about MCP using Redis. This is a simple weather API that's behind the MCP. So firstly, let me start it. I'm using Visual Studio Code and the Copilot as the MCP host and MCP client. So now as it's running, let me ask weather forecast. What is the weather in Redmond on November 13th, which is tomorrow? So this is the first round. You see, like the MCP server may take some time to reply. Yes, allow it. That's for security. Everything built in secure. Okay, so here are the information as we executed logic of MCP. Now, if other customers ask the same question, like the weather in Redmond on November 13th, we don't really have to fetch the API over and over again. It's the same weather, and we should be able to reuse a lot of the information here. So you'll see this is in this Redis Insight tool, which is a data management tool for Redis instances. You can see a record has been added as we asked the previous question, and we are using a hash data type here with all the information about weather and then the metadata. So if I ask the same or similar questions like show me the weather in Redmond on November 13th, it should quickly return the same information. Still execute MCP because it's cached on the MCP server layer, and you'll see the exact information is showing up again. And all this is powered by the hybrid cache library that Matt just talked about. So we shipped it in .NET 9. It's continuing in .NET 10, continuing to be awesome. You just call this get or create async, which wraps everything. Like you don't have to write any code for caching. This one line of code will make sure all the data is cached and to be reused per the input kick parameter. So it's a very neat design here. Okay, that's it for the weather MCP. The GitHub link is on the slide deck. Back to you, Matt.
Great. And so when we go back to the slide here, we can see the architecture really quick. And what's neat about it is that when, Catherine, as you just showed, we are using the hybrid cache all the time. So that kind of saves us calls over to Azure OpenAI. And when you're using the hybrid cache, that you don't have to learn anything new. So you're building that MCP server, but there's nothing new that you're really learning as far as like the caching goes.
Yeah, just wrap everything behind MCP.
Yeah. So just because it's brand new MCP doesn't mean it's necessarily brand new caching that you have to learn. Cool. So yeah, let's get back to the slides because we have a lot more to talk about. All right, great. So next thing, we want to talk about getting some data up into Redis itself. So I mean, a lot of times when we want to build AI applications, or pretty much all the time since they are based off of data, we're going to need data up in Redis so we can start doing things with it. And so there's a couple different ways we can go about it right now. The first, and you're going to show this in a couple minutes, is using an Azure function to do it. And one of the cool things about when we just use the Azure functions about it is that we can do pretty much whatever we want to with it, because as we just showed, a lot of the Redis information that we have, or a lot of the Redis tools, everything's the same as when we were building a web application. Like you're used to it already. So you can just, you can build up with the Azure function, you can have all your triggers, you can have all your bindings, and it works as usual. So it's just put it into Redis. You're going to feel at home, even though you're building an AI app. But there's a couple other toolings that I want to mention. There's the Redis data integration tool. And so you can think of this as something when you're going to hydrate Redis from a persistent data store. So something like SQL Server or similar. So I mean, this is a third-party tool that you can use to pop in data into Redis if you already have it and you want to do a simple flow up into it. Like Azure function, you can do whatever you want, right? You can write your own custom business logic. Data integration tool, SQL Server, hydrate your Redis. And then there's things like MCP servers as well. So I mean, we can be in Visual Studio or VS Code, and we can say, you know what, I want to have 500 mock data test rows up in Redis. We can be sitting there in Copilot, and Copilot will do all that for us, get it into Redis by using MCP servers. So we don't have to change context at all. So that's another cool use case that we can do with it.
Yeah.
So great. So Catherine, I think our next one is that we're going to show us off how we can use data up into Redis.
Yeah, let's go for it. So this is in Azure Portal. I have an Azure function, like you are seeing here, that will get triggered by a blob storage and process this data. Actually, the blob will be in JSON or CSV format and upload all this data into Redis. Azure function is a helpful building block because it's like triggered on demand, and you can put all the essential business logic to process the data. So a lot of people, when building intelligent applications, it's like, okay, we know how to do vector search, but how do we get the data in Redis in the first place? Well, this is how. So going to the Azure storage account, I coded this in my application, so it's triggered by a blob in the upload folder. Say sample products, you can see it's a JSON format. You can process your data in like whatever format that suits your business applications need. Let me upload it. And then in Azure function, there's a nice tool in the portal where you can see the function execution real time, which I think we did awesome integration with application insights and other monitoring capabilities. So it may take a little while for things to get piped in. Let me refresh a little bit. We know behind the scene is processing. I'm just looking for that log here. Yeah, so you see everything, it's doing the work, it's been triggered, and it's actually using the manager identity, which makes sure no connection string. Everything's on behalf of the manager identity assigned to the function, and that's how it talks to Redis, storage, and so on. So you see here instantly, we got all this information popped up. That's the work, awesome work done by Azure function, and it's very customizable, very scalable. All the information here processed real time. So this is actually production ready, and you can use it for powering your intelligent application as a priest type. Okay, back to you, Matt.
Great. Yeah, and so if we can get the slide back up, we have together a rather complex function to get data up into Redis. And so another thing that we can just take a peek at is function apps are they're scalable, right? They spin up and you can get a lot of power off of them. And there's a lot of event triggers. So like things that go into a blob storage will trigger off a function. Or you can have
we actually have Redis trigger as well.
We
That's
have
another
Redis
way
triggers
to use
as well.
Yeah.
Exactly. And so what happens is that you can check Redis, or you can go over and if the data might already be in there, or you can go hit Azure Open AI service if the data isn't, to do stuff that you might need to do with the data and put it in Redis. So Redis also has vector similarity searches and so on if the data might be there very fast. So, and you did mention that everything is set up with managed identity. So I just want to reinforce that security first. And so managed identity, real quick, is that you're essentially giving your function app identity in Entra, and you grant that Entra ID access to Redis, and so you don't have to worry about essentially keys any longer. So cool. All right, and so next we're going to talk about kind of putting everything together and using Redis in an Aspire agent, which is actually really cool.
It's powered by Microsoft Agent Framework.
And exactly, and there's a agent framework behind it too. So we have a bunch of different concepts coming together, but the concepts are going to be familiar from you if you used it. And I know Agent Framework's brand new, but this is you'll like it. You'll like it because it's coming from Microsoft MEAI, extensions for AI, and so we'll talk about it real quickly here. So there's a couple different things I want to point out here that we can use Redis for in this scenario.
That's a long list where Redis is applicable.
It's a long list, and so I'm going to go over them really quick so we have time for the demo here. But you can use it for user sessions, right? So we can pop our username and such in there so it remembers.
Same way as web applications.
Same way as web application. We come back to this over and over again, like you're not having to learn new concepts to build these new new fundamental types of applications. You can have your whole chat history pop into Redis super fast to get it back and forth, which is great. Redis is great with vectors, right? And so we can kind of build up our knowledge base, hydrate that into Redis, so we can do RAG type applications there. Semantic caching, we kind of hit on that before. So what that does is that we are going to be able to return, we're not going to have to hit the LLM so often.
Yeah, that's the point. We don't have to hit the LM endpoint. It's only the embedding endpoint, which is like much cheaper, and then vector similarity search will return the most relevant result for you.
Exactly. So we can almost start thinking of our large language model as the database that we're not hitting anymore because we're caching the return from it.
Exactly. I like that analogy.
Yeah, exactly. And so then we can do the same with distributed caching, like the cache aside pattern that we've all grown to know and love, where you first you put the data into the cache, and then after you grab it, and then it's there for frequently asked data.
Yeah, because the tools for agent, after all, it has to be doing a functional task, right?
Yes.
So it's the same data interactions.
Yep, exactly. And then finally, the output caching, right? So this is the same thing as like when you're returning your header and footer for a web application that it's static data, and it's not going to change much. Same thing for when you're building this type of application as well.
Yes, as long as you have a UI.
Yes, I mean, if you had a UI, which we happen to be having a UI.
Yeah.
So let's see this, Catherine.
Sure. My demo machine is lighting up here. Okay, so this is the classic Aspire dashboard. You must have seen it a lot of times. Here are all my services. So the chat service is the main like a UI for a chat front end. I have 3 agents here. A main agent, I call it agent workflow service, which is the orchestrator for calling either the FAQ agent or the prod info agent. The FAQ agent is mainly an autonomous functional unit powered by the agent framework, and it does the semantic search to return the exact answer from any supportability questions. And then product info agent is like what large language model doesn't know about, like what are the product descriptions or things I want my users to know. I put this in the knowledge store for the product info agent. So let's take a look. I can easily launch this UI from the Aspire dashboard. This is my little supportability agent. So let me ask, what is your return and refund policy? Sorry. Okay, before we begin, may I have your name, please? It's so classic, like let me know your phone number so I can better serve you. I'll say, Catherine. Okay, nice meeting you. Okay, how can I help? So noting this information is now cached as a session here. Let me refresh. I think I can see it. Let me get the string type. Yeah, so this is an example, like the sessions cached in Redis. And let's go back. So let me ask the same question. What is your return and refund policy? Let's give it a few seconds to think through what this does right now. Is it just did a semantic caching search to get this answer and pour our Redis data here. I preloaded this with the function app I showed you earlier, and these are the semantic caching record. Basically, we match the prompt for frequently asked questions to certain responses that we wanted to return all the times. So large language model does not have to make up the answer over and over again. And if I ask a similar question, like show me your return and refund policy, different people may ask questions like in similar but different ways. You see it's exactly the same answer returned. It's the consistency, it's the performance, cost saving, plus you really want to provide like coherence experience for your supportability case. Now, ask a different question. What is the Vendor Pro GPS watch? This is a product that we sell at the Contoso Outdoor. large language model may not know its exact description, how to use it and so on, because it's a new product we just shipped. Okay, so cool. This is what it finds. And it could even just do a similar search, because customers may not remember exactly what it's called. And all this information is again saved in the product information. We could use the Azure function to pipe all the product information here. So that is a demo, and the code is available on GitHub per Matt's PowerPoint slide.
Great. Yeah, so that's actually a really kind of cool demo, is that we showed like the semantic caching. And so you can ask it in any way that you want, like, yo, how do I return this? And it's going to grab out the information that we had cached.
Oh, yeah.
And that's actually really cool that we can do that. And so that's a semantic caching version of it. Okay, so we're just a little bit over time, but I think we covered it all. Those 3 links are the demos that you showed. And to go out, check them out, use them, extend them, put them in your own apps. We're really excited at what you can build with Redis and all the AI greatness that we have out there today.
Yeah.
So Catherine, thank you very much.
Thank you, Matt. It's a pleasure.
Thank you both. That was awesome. We had a bunch of questions pop in, so I think we have time for at least 1 or 2. The first one is from Leo on YouTube. I wasn't aware that Redis had vector database capabilities. How does it compare feature and performance-wise with a dedicated solution like Weaviate?
With the latest Azure Manager Redis, vector search capability is through the Redis search module. So when you provision this, for example, provision the resource in Azure, there's a checkbox. You check it, the Redis search, it includes the vector similarity search. Comparing with the feature, it provides very, I guess, common fundamentals like cosine, distance, and a few other, I think, flat algorithm, ANN, KNN. It supports the hybrid type of search, filtering, and there's the search query that you can find it actually in the agent framework sample I just showed you. So I think it's actually pretty performant. And one advantage is that Redis, the information is entirely in memory. So versus some other products, like when you have to do the planning, like the index itself needs to be in memory, and other data sits in the disk. So that could potentially be some performance slowdown versus everything in Redis is in memory, so it's easy to access, faster to retrieve. That's all the information I could think of. But then in Azure, Azure is a very wide open platform. You can choose the solution that best fits your application need. So yeah, our platform is awesome with a lot of varieties.
I imagine that Maddie was happy to see the Aspire dashboard during the demo there too.
I was very happy.
But also we have one more question. I think we have time for one more from Killpack. Do you define how long the cache lives?
Yes. So depending on the usage scenarios, for example, the supportability scenario we showed where it asks my name, that I define it to be after let's say 6 hours, or after some time it expires. Versus for the semantic caching product information, we usually don't put expire time on it, and that's because it's almost like a data store. It's persistent. It backs your agent application, so you don't want the data to expire. If you want to refresh it, refer to the Azure function demo. If the data becomes new, you can just upload it through a pipeline and use the function to get it refreshed.
Amazing. Thank you.
Love it. Thank you both so much. That was awesome. We have a very exciting session next.
I know.
Which I am going to be watching with bated breath because I have no idea what is about to go down.
But you know you're gonna be big.
It's gonna be entertaining.
Fun. Yeah, those two are amazing together.
Oh yeah. So we have Damian Edwards and David Fowler, who 12 hours ago were building a .NET bot out of Rice Krispie treats and frosting. Now about to do a deep dive on customizing Aspire. And we have no idea how that's going to fit in 25 minutes, but it should be a good time.
All right,
So,
take it away, guys.
Hello, everybody.
Hey everyone,
I'm Damien,
I'm David.
and the title of this talk is what? Extending and
Deep dive.
customizing Aspire.
That's right.
We have, as Mandy just said, we have about 25 minutes. So we're going to do our best to show some things. Fowler is dealing with some machine gremlins, but we're going to work
close.
through it.
We're close.
We're going to work through it.
Hopefully.
But hopefully, you know, everyone has seen that we released Aspire, new version of Aspire yesterday. And we've been busy at work. The team has done an incredible amount of work this last year. And this last release in particular, we got an insane amount of work done and features put into the product. So if you haven't tried it out already, please go ahead and do so. If you aren't aware, one of the things that Aspire takes very seriously is that we want Aspire to be extensible. Like it is very much code first. And the reason we do that is to enable things like extensibility, packageability, being able to share those extensions with other people. We call them integrations in the world of Aspire, and we have different types of integrations. But there's also a lot of built-in functionality in Aspire that allows you to very easily customize your Aspire enhanced dev experience simply by using stuff that's in the box, knowing that it exists, and then calling through and using it. And so that's what we're going to focus on a bit today. Fowler is scrolling up and down in various support things, trying to figure out what's going on in his machine. But with that, I think we should try.
Let's start with the app itself.
Let's start
and
with
then
the app
we'll
itself.
see if I can fix my thing, and then we'll get back to it.
So let's go to Fowler's screen. All right.
All right, so we have a simple application. I'll explain what it is before I try to figure out when my machine decides to die the moment of starting the application. So I have some new features to show off. First is the single file app host. I can zoom in some more if that is not big enough. I have this non-dark mode burning my eyes. So the app has a composed environment. I think people have seen us deploy to Azure. They've seen us deploy to Azure. We support Azure, AWS.
You said Azure 3 times in about 4 seconds.
Kubernetes.
Okay.
I think one of the things we want to get through to you is that you can extend Aspire to kind of deploy or run wherever. As Damien said, it's code first. So the fact that there is code means you can write code to do new things, right?
Yeah.
So I'm showing here, I'm in the future going to show off this composed environment on what it does, but my app is very simple. I have a database, PostgreSDB. We'll talk about what this is later on. I have a database called appdb with a thing called a resetDB command. We'll see what that does later on. I have this thing called MZP in a region. We'll talk about that later. And I have a single project. People think Aspire is all about having many projects,
Massive
or big
distributed
complex projects, or
application
big
or
applications.
microservices or.
I have a pretty simple single app and a database project that I can use Aspire for because it'll help me manage my dependencies. So I can manage my Postgres database, my caches, my models, whatever I want to depend on, I can model through the Aspire app, what we call the app host.
So today it might not be uncommon for people to have a somewhat simple app from a lines and boxes perspective. Like I have my .NET application and I have a Postgres or a SQL Server database. But then you might often find there are ancillary scripts around it or utilities that you've written to improve your developer experience. Now, some of those scripts might be just to run locally. Some of them might be used as part of your deployment. And so they're part of the overall source code of the application, but they're not tightly or deeply integrated in with your dev experience through some core sort of unifying thing. That's really what Aspire is trying to be. It's really, we said in the very beginning, what is Aspire? It's the glue.
It's the glue
that joins everything together. It's the thing that fills up the void in between all the parts that make your application. And we are continuing on that. Like that is absolutely the case here. And so even if you just have an app and a database, you might find that you've got lots of things that you can enhance that, that dev experience with by just writing more C# code and plugging in your app host. And that's what we're going to look at.
Yeah, so I think one thing that is super cool is that all the places you don't write code, the scripts, the readmes, the wikis, all the steps that someone has to take manually, you can now describe in the app host. That's the key, right? So if someone comes to your app and says, how do I get your app running? I have to create a database. I have to seed data. I need these keys. I need these certs. I need this information. You go into README and you run 10 commands by hand and you're good to go.
And even if that wasn't a README, so the next step might be, okay, I've created a script, an onboarding script, right? And so then the issue is, well, you still have to have a README that says run the onboarding script first, before you then run the app. Because if you run the app directly, you'll get a wall of errors typically, unless you've really gone out of your way to like specifically detect that you haven't run the script and then tell the user to run the script. What if just by virtue of launching the app, you could do all the work necessary to get the current environment running, modulo maybe core thing, like you have to have .NET installed, for example. You have to have the Aspire CLI installed, or whatever it might be. But once you've got that bootstrapping done, everything else could be done, not even automated, but guided, like with a UX even, right?
So the one takeaway is clone and Aspire run. That's what we want people to do, right? So you're going to describe your entire workflow in the app host, give it to your friend, and they do git clone, Aspire run, just works.
You could say that that's what we aspire to.
Aspire mentioned.
And I'm not going to make that joke again.
All right, so I have a single project, and I have some gobbledygook code here doing some cool stuff that we'll talk about. And then I have EF migrations. This has been one of our top requests for just making stuff work. You know, typically in your workflow, you may have a database with migrations, and you have to run .NET EF migrate on the command line first before you open the app.
Right.
Some people, you know, to make onboarding simple, will put it in the app itself in dev mode. So there's like 10 different ways to express this.
At least.
And we'll show you a new way. Number 11.
Or you may not use EF Core Migrate. You may use
DB up,
or you may use a custom set of tools from a vendor to do your database management. Maybe you have a DBA.
Or like a Savage, you might just like run SQL directly.
You might. Or you may even have, I've worked in places where they had the dev database was on a file share. And it was like a file that you had to pull down and then mount.
Was it Access?
Oh, well, no.
SQLite?
I'm going to like protect some potential innocence by not answering that question. But yeah, so like the point is, the real world is varied. The real world is messy. And while it might be easy to go and read a doc and think that's the way you're always supposed to do it, we understand that the world isn't always like that. The advantage of just being able to write code and then plug into extensibility points into something like the Aspire dev experience is that now you can adapt it to fit your dev experience, no matter what it is that you're doing.
That's right. Okay, so I'm going to run the app and just show you how it works.
Cool.
Before we dive deeper. So I'm going to Aspire run. This is one way of doing it on the command line. I can use the new VS Code Aspire extension and run the app host. Let's do that. Run the app host. Directly. Ignore the warnings, they're fine. This is like half.
Spoken like a true dev.
Half vibe coded slop, half me at 2 a.m. last night panicking. What do we show? What do we show? All right, so the Aspire extension is going to launch. It's going to open the dashboard.
And it's fair to say, even though you're launching with VS Code and or the Aspire CLI, the bulk of what you're showing here is applicable to people using Aspire and Visual Studio who have been doing so for the last 2 years. Because most of it is the code. Most of it is the C# that you write in your app host or in some integration.
That's right. So one cool thing that I was panicking before this talk started is I have Podman. I am not using Docker Desktop. So one of the complaints we hear is, Docker Desktop, I can't run in my company. I can't use that container runtime. Can you guys make it support multiple runtimes? Aspire supports Podman, Docker Desktop, and it supports Rancher as well. So you can pick your runtime of choice and you can use it. So I have my 3 apps running, my containers running. I have Postgres, pgadmin, and some other thing called Postgres MC that we'll talk about later. My app launched. I have a dashboard. I have some beautiful things going on. I have pgadmin running. That is so I can see the database contents. I have a Postgres database. I have a pgmcp.
Interesting.
We'll talk about that later on.
I've heard that phrase a few times
MCP?
over the last day.
MCP?
Yeah.
AI. And I have some really interesting things here. So this dashboard isn't typical. I have this project, but it has these 2 things attached. Like, what are these things? My app requires Postgres to even function. Right?
Okay.
So it's a backend API. I'm using the brand new .NET 10 Open API support that Safia showed in the keynote. And this is, what's it called? Scalar. So Scalar is kind of a Swagger UI replacement or an alternative. And I have a typical CRUD API that I vibe coded in a single file in minimal API that I'll show off. So my app is here, app with DB. And it has this person API that is using the new syntax just because I could.
Just because you could.
Just to try it out,
Nice.
right? Person API, extension method on this type, and I just have a map person API that maps all the endpoints. Simple CRUD. Nothing here is like fun at all, right?
Okay.
But to make the app work, it does require this app DB context. So typical pattern is like, you do a bunch of modeling in your DB context, and then you have a migrations folder. It has these migrations. I added 2 for some reason. And then someone will come to your app and they have to run .NET tool install EF.
Yep, .NET Core.
Then they have to
.NET EF.
Yeah, .NET
And
tool
then
install. Get the EF global tool.
What is it? .NET EF database or EF database update.
Update, right?
Yeah.
So instead of putting that in your README and telling everyone to run that, what if you could do it for them?
Right.
So the first thing we'll show you is like, what is this add EF migrate command? I'll minimize this so you can see. So I have this add EF migrate command, and it takes in the app and the DB. And what this command does is it runs an executable.
And just to be super clear, this is code not in Aspire. This is code in your app. So
Yeah,
that
yeah.
now we're over the line into this is me customizing the
Customizing.
Aspire dev experience to make it do what I want. So when people ask, well, how do I do EF migrations? You're like, you can write code to make it do it the way that you want to do it.
That's
There's
right.
lots of choices how you could choose to do it, but this is one way.
And to make Damien triggered, I just moved the formatting to look super
Oh,
nice.
he's gonna do Fowler formatting.
All right,
Love
so
it.
we added an executable called EF migrate, and we're naming it after the app itself that we're going to migrate for. And we're going to run the .NET entry point, and then in the project folder, and we're going to run EF database update no build connection.
Is
and
it
we're gonna
typical to
pass
call with
in-
args that many times? Could I just not pass an array of args to one call to with
This
args?
is our talk. This is my talk.
Okay.
Yeah, you can. I could have done that, or maybe the LLM spat out. Maybe I auto completed this and it just let it be.
That's fair.
One per line.
Fewer keystrokes.
Yeah, fewer keystrokes.
Tab, 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 tab.
And I'm passing in the database resource directly here. This is interesting. I need to give the EF migration to tell it what database to use, and I'm passing it the actual DB from the resource graph, the app host, right?
Very intrigued.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
What
So
on
this
earth
will
does that
this
do?
will pass the connection string to the actual, and I could do it different ways. I can
Is
pass
that
in-
because the resource implements some fancy interface or something?
Aha! You can see what I'm passing in here is not a database, but an I resource with connection string.
Interesting.
This is one of the primitives built into Aspire that says, I can offer someone a connection string when they call with reference, and then all of our implementations for Redis, for Postgres, for SQL all understand what it means for each database, what it means for each target application. So, for example, if you want to get something for Java, for Node, for .NET,
Right.
what is the format? What do you put the password? Where does it go? So this interface kind of encapsulates all that behavior. So I'm just saying pass in the .NET centric value.
And we have an overload of with args that
We do.
takes that.
takes object.
So is it just calling toString on that, or is it?
No, it's very smart.
Interesting.
It's very clever.
Okay.
And then it will wait for the database because you want it to be up before you do anything with migrations, and then with reference.
Okay.
Actually, this isn't even needed. I'm just delete this.
I guess that all that's doing in this case is creating a relationship and not much else, but we
That's
probably
right.
get that from the other method if we're finding it, perhaps.
That's right.
Yeah.
So at runtime, this will just create the EF migration resource. You can see it added in the dashboard. It shows as a child resource. And then it has this other thing called build app, right? So if you look at my application, you can see I did these 2 calls. This is key. So whenever I add a migration, I want the migration to complete before running the application.
Understood.
So I can say app wait for completion, EF migrate. So the app is going to wait until the EF migration runs to completion successfully
Okay.
before it starts. If it fails, it will fail as well.
It won't start.
It won't start.
Right.
So, and then I'm saying visually, I want the migration command to show up underneath
The migration resource.
to
Yep.
show up underneath the app resource.
that's
why
the
this is happening.
child
It's a child
relationship.
resource.
Okay.
That's right. So this is kind of like you can kind of change the dashboard. You can make it look the way you want it to look. You can nest things. You can't collapse yet. You can nest things. You can kind of build these graphs of weighting. So you can say, I want this to wait on that, and I want this to wait on this, and I want build to happen before run, and you can kind of build these complex workflows with these very simple APIs in the app host. That's just how we get started. The thing I also added a with build command that Damien asked me why I did this.
Yeah, why did you do that?
So super interesting. The single to me, the single file app host does not reference the project. If you look at this code, there is no reference to the app with DB project.
Like a traditional project reference.
Yeah.
Right.
So typically you would have seen in previous Aspire versions, you would add a project reference. And that would, when you build the app host, it would build every project and it would launch.
Right.
So building happened not in the app host, but before the app host ran for every project in the
It
app.
happened essentially as part of the .NET build command, which
Correct.
might have been called implicitly because you ran
By
.NET
Aspire,
run.
yeah.
Or if you're in Visual Studio, you hit F5.
F5.
That does
That's
a
right.
build.
It all works.
That builds all the things before it starts.
Yep.
Whereas this, it's not doing that now because
That's
you don't
right.
have a project reference, so it doesn't
right.
even know to build that other one.
Right. So
Okay.
just for show,
Yep.
I added this with build extension.
Okay.
And the key here is to show that you can extend these things yourself. You don't have to wait for us to add features.
Right.
You can kind of build once you get the primitives, you can kind of build more of these features as you go by. So here's a with build command. It takes the project resource and it gets the project directory. That's what it's doing, this like magic.
Mm-hmm.
And then it says, I'm going to add a build resource name executable
Okay.
to the which is the same. Let me change the format to make you even happier. Yeah, so it runs .NET build, and it runs it in the project folder, so it does the build. And it says, make it a child and wait for completion as well.
Okay.
So same pattern
Yep.
pattern as the migrations.
It's basically a pre-launch step.
Yeah, pre-build, right?
Yep.
Pre-run, and you can pre-run, you can whatever you want in this world. That's pretty cool. So
And the reason I asked why did you do that is because I actually wrote a method that is in the box.
You wrote
that
code?
does that. Yeah, I did write some code.
let you write code.
Sometimes they let me.
If
write
it doesn't
code.
work, you know this.
Sometimes
this
you
game
let
is
me
full.
write code.
This is true.
Um,
So I could change this, right?
So you could change this to use the new method. There's a new add C# app method, which we added in the box to allow you to work with file-based apps, so you can actually reference another app that is a file-based app.
Yep.
And B, change this behavior. So rather than relying on a project reference from your app host to your project and then relying on just the implicit build to happen before we launch, this moves the build into the app host runtime logic. And it does that by default when you call it. You don't need that with build. So it
I
is
can
behind
do
an experimental
this.
flag right now, so you have to.
I can suppress it.
Yep, suppress
I
it.
never do it in source. I always do it in a file.
Do you?
I do.
Does that work with file-based apps?
It does.
Oh, nice.
that-
What file did it put it in?
In the editor config.
Oh, that's why it works. Okay,
Silent.
perfect.
Be quiet, Be quiet.
And so now if you use the add C# app, that will do the necessary under the behind the covers to make sure it's built.
Excellent. Okay, more things to call out. This is actually Damien's code, so surprised it works. But no shade, no shade. With the URLs, you can look at my app host. I'm not showing the typical. Oh, did I kill it? I killed it. Let me run. I am showing a specific URL for my project. I'm showing just the OpenAPI link. Typically, you'll see all the URLs, the HTTP URL, the HTTPS URL.
Okay.
I have customized my URLs to only show the OpenAPI docs for Scalar.
Oh, okay.
Boots up, starts.
So in Aspire, we have this concept of resources, which obviously we've seen, but resources can have endpoints, which are basically,
That's right.
I'm listening on a network of some
Yep.
point, but typically TCP or HTTP and a port.
Yep.
For ASP.NET Core projects, like you're referencing here with your API, they almost always have a launch settings file, which contains launch profiles,
Yep.
and those launch profiles define those endpoints. So
Yep.
we read those by default, which is why you might get 2. But you can just change all that. You can say, well, yeah,
change the whole thing.
endpoints have their own URLs, but you can either customize the URLs for given endpoints,
Yep.
or you can add extra URLs that aren't associated with an endpoint, and you can control where they're shown in the dashboard.
Yeah.
So you can say, I want them all to be on the front page, or I only want them in the the details pane.
Yep.
Yep.
So I am saying I don't want to show the endpoints because that will show a very boring this
Right.
beautiful
Yep.
thing that says use Swagger, which is not even right.
Right.
Instead, I'm going to say I want to show the OpenAPI docs page, and I want the URLs to be there but not gone. So if I click on this link, it'll show up only in details.
Ah, so
I'll
they're all
see
there. Okay.
They're all here, but the OpenAPI one is the one that gets to win and be top level.
So again, you're customizing the dev experience.
Yep.
You're just saying, I want this one to be front and center. That's the one that devs should see
Yep.
by default, but you can always get to all the details.
So when new hires come on the team
Yep.
and they join, they want to know how to use the API. We can kind of guide them towards this open API doc to see all the APIs, see how to use them,
Love it.
etc. All right, that was cool. So we got migrations, we got customization of URLs, we got this custom resource. Let's show a command. So typically you want to you have a database, you want to see data. I want to see the app working, so I want to give it fake data to make it work well.
You want to
right?
seed data.
Seed the
With
seed.
seed
Seed,
data. It's kind of hard
so
to
you
say.
can
Is it
see.
seed and then data.
You want to see the data, so you
You
want to
want
see the data.
put initial test data
You do.
into the database. Okay.
So I have this with data, this command where I can say, I'm going to add a command to my app resource to say I want to see data.
And where do commands show up? Like when you say command is such a generic term.
This
right?
is
like
true.
It could be anything.
This hamburger menu, is that what we call it?
Well, it used to be
Triple
hamburger
dot.
because it was
Triple
like
dot.
3 stripes, but those ones are
Oh.
triple dot, right?
Triple
So
dot.
Ellipsis menu? I don't know.
Ellipsis. I added this command. I didn't add an icon.
Those are
Ugh.
commands. Okay.
Seed with fake data using bogus. The AI definitely wrote this description. It's very, very loud. I can run this command, and it should print out a whole bunch of inserts. You can see it
That is very cool.
stuff in the database. And now if I look at Scalar and I go to get all people and I test a request, I should have, yeah, there you
So
go.
again, this is an example of that
Fake
you
data.
might have a script today that someone knows to go back into the command line, they go through to their utils folder, they find like cdatabase.ps1, they
Yep.
run that, maybe pass some arguments, and then they go back. The advantage of the Aspire dashboard is it's essential DevX that you can
Yep.
extend and just add things to. So that code that you ran it, where did that run? Like what process is that running in when you run a command?
It's actually in the app host itself.
I see. So the app host is running
Yep.
while I'm in development, and I clicked that and it ran. But was that hitting an endpoint, or was it literally just like running CLI stuff like in the app host?
So you can do either. So what
Okay.
I did at 1 a.m. was I wrote this C database async method, and all it does is it grabs the HTTP endpoint from the app itself.
Yep.
So I don't have to hardcode. The URL is HTTP
Right.
port 0054.
That's another common problem. You might have an
Yep.
HTTP file which has a URL in it, right? And that's
Hard-coded URLs.
hard-coded to some other app, right?
Yep. I get the endpoint URL, and then I use Bogus, which is a fake data creation
Library.
library, like
Okay.
in .NET.
Yep.
And I'm faking up 50 users to add to my database, to add to my app, and I just spam the endpoint, the post endpoint.
Now, just to say the quiet part out loud, because there will be a comment. All this code is in your apphost.cs
It
right
is.
now. You do not have to put
This
all
is
this
wel-
code in.
this
it.
is well factored.
You could have put this in a class library.
well
You could
factored.
have referenced it with the project
Yes,
reference
you
from
could
the
have.
top of this file. Like you can still factor the code in any way that you like. But for the purposes of demonstration, you just put it all in one
put it
file.
all in one file.
Right. Cool.
So this should all work. Then the last thing we got a couple minutes left. So 2 more things. I can have a command here called clear database, which I added as well.
Okay.
And this is just, if you're seeding and you're playing around in dev,
wanna
maybe you want
reset.
to do a reset,
Yeah.
right? You could do that by going to the database itself, going into it, running a delete all command, or
Right.
being more specific.
Or use the EF core.
Or use EF
tool
core,
if you're
or
using
use anything you want to
EF
use, right?
Yep.
I wrote a command that says, I'm going to prompt the user using this thing called the interaction service,
Ooh.
which is a really, really powerful thing you want to learn how to use in Aspire, because it lets you create experiences like this. So
What? What?
before I
Did
delete,
you do messagebox.show?
I did in the most complex way possible. So I pop up a thing asking for confirmation, because once you reset, it can't be undone,
Right.
Damien.
Well, you could just run it again, I
Yeah, I
guess.
could actually.
But it is destructive. You're going to lose data.
Does it work? I'm not sure if it works.
Okay.
I didn't try it, but let's see what happens. So I'm going to resolve the resource command service, and this is a cheap reset. It just resets the container
I see.
because it knows it isn't like.
So this container has its own file system because
It
it's a
does.
container and it has data in it.
Yep.
But you can just reset it by effectively deleting the container
That's
and
right.
let it get recreated.
Let's see what happens.
Okay.
Did it work? There it is. Look, stopping.
Stopping.
Please restart. Please restart.
So it says it's exited. Oh, look at that. Starting. Nice.
So you
So that was, I guess, effective. Like, you could have gone to Podman
Correct.
and manually deleted the container.
Yes.
And the dashboard would have detected that and done all that. But it's like, again, why not have a command directly in there that I control?
exactly.
Right.
So this is level 2.
Okay.
Level 10 is now we have the MCP built in.
Okay.
And
The
I have
Aspire
the
MCP.
Aspire MCP
Yep.
server built in. And now I have it configured for my app. And I found this random, very secure Postgres MCP on the internet.
The fact that you said it was very secure does make
at
me feel
1 a.m.
confident that it's very secure.
You see keys are in here. You can hack my machine. It's localhost. I have a bunch of tools in here. So I can now, in 13, I can open up chat. And I can say seed the database and then clear it. See what happens. And in theory, wait, is it gonna go off the rails? Oh, hold on. Using the MCP.
Nudge. Using the
Please.
MCP.
Please.
I will pay you $5 American.
So now I'm gonna go hardcore and just let it run. It's gonna list schemas from the MCP server for Postgres. What? List schemas. We're running still, right? Yes, we are. Okay, good. Keep going. No tables yet. Perfect. No what?
So you reset the database and then you didn't seed it.
Oh, hold on.
Right?
Use the Aspire MCP to seed data and execute migrations. It's like a baby. Telling you what to do. We're live. Make it work. So the Aspire dashboard can list resources. It can view logs. Sorry, the MCP server can see the resource graph, the logs. It can run commands.
Okay.
So it'll ask me to run the EF migrate command because it saw that in the app post.
Yep.
So I'll let it run. Run that command, and then it will check the logs to see if it did run.
Oh, interesting.
So it can kind of close the loop. It can run commands. It can see the output. It can run more commands. So it found the seed command. It's going to run the seed command now. And then since you're in VS Code with a bunch of MCPs, it can kind of collaborate between the MCP for Postgres and the MCP for Aspire to kind of see the end-to-end. So it just ran the Postgres MCP to see if what it did
to verify that there's data there.
is effective.
That's very cool.
So it ran the end-to-end and is trying to figure out, okay, there it is. It found the table structure, ran the migrations. Now it'll run SQL. Insert into, that seems secure. Let's do it. Beware, the MCP server can destroy your app. It can. I trust it though. We're all good. All right, so
Awesome.
that is pretty good.
I think as a recap, like again, we really just wanted to highlight there's a lot of power available to you just underneath the surface. It's not just about the methods that show up in IntelliSense in your app host. It's about the primitives that are available to you in Aspire.hosting that you can build on top of to build your own experiences. And I think the interaction service in particular in the dashboard, we've just gave you a little hint of what that can do. There's a lot of really cool experiences that people have been building with that. I can't wait to see what people do.
There's some quote about this is like 0.01% of my power.
Right.
We showed you 0.01% of Aspire.
Right.
In these 25 minutes. So hopefully you'll want to dig deeper and learn more because it's really powerful.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right.
Awesome.
Well, let's see if it's got some questions for us.
Let's do it.
All right.
Oh, it's so good.
Look who's joining us.
Hey, friends. Hello. We did get some good questions that came in.
I don't think we'll have time for every question here, but we can get started. So one from Steven from YouTube. I need this sample, David. So is there a place where they can hook up these samples?
It's actually on GitHub.
Okay.
I guess I'll share it somewhere, but if you were stalking my GitHub at crazy hours last night, you'll see I pushed like 7 hours ago. There you go.
Share on your social media.
Nice.
All right. We also have Lazio. How Aspire commands work when the app is deployed? Would it still allow to execute any executables?
Super good question. Absolutely not. The Aspire dashboard, when you have commands, so the design is that there's the thing called the dashboard itself, and it talks to a thing called the resource server. Typically, when you deploy the resource server, in local dev, that is the app host. So the app host is your local experience, your local app host that runs locally. It exposes commands to the dashboard so it can run them. And you deploy to Azure or anywhere, like they own a resource server in Azure. So you see start and restart in ACAs because they exposed it. But you can't upload commands to Azure because they don't have a way of letting you to change the resource server that they built. You could envision that being a future thing that you could kind of build, that we could offer, but right now it's not a thing. So you can't have your commands run in Azure, but for local, for compose, we could make more stuff work like that.
Awesome.
I always feel like commands are kind of like those scripts that you would pass around to your colleagues. Oh, I need to reset the database. Oh, I need to flush the output cache in Redis that's running.
Exactly.
Cool.
Okay.
All right.
I think we have some more, but I think maybe they can get answered during the next
Yeah.
session.
So our next session, I understand, is a Q&A with Mr. Fowler here. So
Yeah.
we're going to give them a few minutes to reset.
Switch it up.
Yeah. But so many things going on this week, right? We saw the .NET 10
Yes.
release yesterday. Visual Studio 2026. They're all available. You can go get them now. There's some cool call
to actions there.
calls to actions. Yeah, thank you. On the lower third down there that you can follow up on. I love seeing all the excitement this week.
Yeah, no, and I think like it's a lot of hard work that went to like coming with these releases. So it's just amazing to see everything live and working. And if you see any .NET website issues, send them my way. Yeah, we're still like going through the releases and updating all the content. But yeah, if you see any issues, there's a feedback button on the site as well that you can correct any issues there.
Yeah. So, and those of you that are at home, you can participate. There's lots more stuff still going on with .NET Conf, not just today. There are local events around the world that are going on in your part of the world. Head on over to .NETconf.net. Click that local events button up on the top, and you can learn more about some of the events going on. Our sponsors have kicked in a swag bag they're giving away.
Ooh.
There's a secret decoder challenge that's going on right now on the website. Once again, .NETconf.net, scroll down, and you'll see a section labeled giveaways and free swag.
Go get it.
Oh,
so I imagine that our next host might be ready now.
They might be ready for a little Q&A session, diving in a little bit further about Aspire.
All right.
There we go.
Hi, my name is Damian Edwards.
Wow, you changed a lot. You wearing makeup?
I just changed my outfit. No, hi everybody. We just kicked Damien out, so there's no longer an adult in the room, which means that you can ask all of your spicy questions. And Maddie,
David.
You've already seen Fowler. He's been here for the last
see our
half
shirts?
hour. Yeah, do you see? Oh,
I
wait.
mean, the bottom is so big because it says right YAML at the top.
Yeah. It says friends don't let friends write YAML. Because you can use Aspire instead.
Yeah.
That's why.
See the logo?
And so we have been monitoring and asking for questions. This is technically called the Fowler and Maddie Unplugged, Unhinged session, which is why we kicked Damien out, because he would answer the questions meaningfully.
Too seriously.
Love you. But really what this is I'm going to start asking Fowler spicy questions about Aspire, and maybe there will be ones I could contribute to, mostly by making fun of him for when he doesn't tell the truth. And there's already a bunch, so I'm going to jump right into it. And you can keep asking in the YouTube chats and in the Twitch chat and on the Aspire Discord, aka.ms/Aspire-Discord. Pretty good, right?
Pretty good.
And Blue Sky and Twitter.
Blue Sky,
and whatever.
Twitter, Twitch.
So we'll see.
Itch.
We have the wonderful Tags app as well. Oh my gosh, and Pine's in the chat already. David Pine mentioned Bingo Square already checked off. Okay, first and foremost, we had a good question last night in the Discord. How did it all start, Fowler? How did the whole idea come from?
Aspire?
Yeah, Aspire. No. .net. No, I'm just kidding.
Aspire was, I would say, we had a project called TIE years before Aspire, 2019. And a set of us kind of went off and spent, I want to say, like a Christmas break, not working obviously, trying to learn Kubernetes and figure out like what was there for DevX. And we were looking at all the tools that existed, looking at all the things, and it felt as though there was a gap between the tools that were existing and what developers needed to make it like easy to build these more complex apps. And TIE was an exploration, and it was an experiment we shipped. And it kind of had a lot of elements of Aspire, but what I would say is Aspire felt like the right version of TIE, right? It was man, we learned some stuff from doing TIE, we learned some edges, we learned about what people want for local DevX, and Aspire ended up being like a culmination of ideas from TIE, ideas from inside Microsoft, ideas from things like Compose and Kubernetes, and it was an amalgamation of given you have all this stuff now, what's hard? I want to say 5 of us went into a room and we spent like maybe a day with lunch.
Yeah.
And we put on the whiteboard what is the hardest thing about deving and deploying like cloud apps, because at that time it was just about cloud, right? And one of the key things was configuration is really hard to model, and like you typically have scripts that aren't well defined, and you kind of mishmash different things together to kind of get the end-to-end working, and the human orchestrates like the GitHub action and the YAML file for Kubernetes and the compose file for local dev and 5 more scripts. And the impetus was like, if we could model that end-to-end experience like in something that had more structure, then we could build better tooling around it. So that was I think the key insight that helped us kind of like push through with the app host.
Yeah.
And that was the key thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was before my time that you guys had all these meetings too.
It was.
And so I was still on the Maui team, and when I started looking more into Aspire and you guys had started talking about it, I was like, what are they saying? Like, they're just saying words. They're just saying cloud native.
Yep.
And that was part of the reason I came over here, is because I was so angry with how you were describing it. Because once I actually understood what you were trying to build, I was like, oh, like this is so smart.
Yeah.
What are you saying?
To be fair, we didn't really know
Yeah.
how useful it would be for general purpose stuff.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
As an example, the Maui extension that that got added in like Aspire 13.
Yeah.
When the idea came about, like we have support for Maui, we were all like, no.
You said to me, why would a mobile developer need
Yeah.
a cloud native orchestrator? I go, every mobile app has a backend, and you were like, that's a good point.
it just never occurred to us that it would be useful. Even though we knew people would ask, like, can we launch Win Forms apps? We were like, what?
Yeah, like why?
But it turned out to be a really good general purpose dev tool for like building onboarding experiences. So like that became one of our key things, right? Like you want to onboard someone, you model all the stuff in code, and then like you don't have to tell someone run this script, run that script, pass the output from this script to that script, string together stuff. Like you can just kind of like put it in code.
Yeah.
Have it be there. Right?
Which you just totally walked yourself into a spicy question that we get a lot. So sorry.
Just for dev?
Behave. You mentioned IIS and like, WinForms and all these things. We've been saying Aspire is polyglot, but we're talking about different languages. We're not talking about .NET Framework or IIS or F#, which is funny because we're at .NET Conf, right? So you'd think we'd be like, oh my gosh, everything works. Why? And has this been like an easy decision? Is .NET just dead? Is that what this is? Or like, why are you allowed to say like, no, we're not going to do work for IIS?
So I'll start with the IIS, then I'll go to polyglot, then I'll kind of bring it around.
You'll do the whole thing.
So when we first started, we were solely focused on trying to figure out like bigger apps that weren't just database and app. So in the previous talk I was saying, it's not just for big apps. When we started off, we were thinking about eShop, like super big, multi-repo, single app per microservice, different teams. That was the initial thought process. And IIS just does not play in that space, right? Like it can, but for the most part, we were thinking modern containers, Kubernetes. That kind of drove a lot of our design decisions super early on about what we were going to do first. I'm actually pretty happy we didn't do a lot of different things first, because we changed the design fundamentally about 4 times around deployment. So I would say it's not a never IIS, it's a not no, because we're really thinking about modern container-based platforms, and it helps us build things like I want to use like Redis, right, and my app. And if you were going to deploy to IIS, like, are you going to still run Docker for Redis? Like, are we doing these hybrid deployments? And I think those questions came up really early on. It just wasn't a thing the team cared about solving super early on.
Yeah.
I think now that we understand the primitives that are exposed and how to extend it, I think it's a better convo to have about like, could we support IIS? Could it just work? What would be the edges?
Or how do we enable someone in the community to build it,
Yeah.
right? Like, because that's so much of what we've supported is not stuff that we've built. Like, the community toolkit is just so self-sufficient, besides Aaron on our team, who had 159 build errors to fix after we shipped.
And as a platform team, we spend a lot of time figuring out if to build experiences or if to build the thing to enable the experiences. So I think that plays into why we did a CA first for Azure and why we did kind of like one vertical, just to figure out what are all the pieces to solve before we kind of fan out to like 10 different things.
Right.
Because you do a bad job everywhere instead of doing a good job in one place.
Right.
And then the polyglot stuff is really funny. F# is funny because we got a pull request to add support for F#. I think we merged it.
We did?
We did merge it for the CLI to find FSproj for the app host.
That's pretty funny.
Polyglot happened naturally because a lot of .NET developers have JavaScript front ends. So we had our Node.js integration was the highest after Redis.
Yeah.
So it was like
Redis, which is in the template.
in the template, right?
Yeah.
So that kind of pulled us, like every release we would be seeing more and more usage and people asking more and more, how do I do a Vite front end and a blah back end or like whatever, React or Vue, and that kind of nudged us towards inching into what would it mean to kind of have more first-class support for things that aren't .NET and C#. And then we had a team internally at Microsoft like ask for Python, and I think we had very early basic support. It was like you could run it locally, but then I think we said to ourselves, okay, if we want to be serious about multiple languages, we have to do two things. One is like do one fully end-to-end that wasn't .NET, right? So Python, pick one, right? And then have a template and then build the end-to-end and flesh out all the problems. So it may look as though, whatever, we chose Python, why Python, why not F#? What picking one language did was help us figure out all the things required to do any language. So we have a contributor who's building a Perl integration. And the Perl integration isn't just about adding support for Perl. It is, he's kind of they're gonna slot into all the things we figured out to add Python. So that kind of informs the platform team on what do we need to build in the core to support any language.
Yeah.
So.
And we're like, I guess ruthless prioritization is really the word, because we don't have a big team and we have a lot of things we can do.
Copilot.
And so, yeah, I mean, Copilot, of course. Fowler.
But yes, that's true.
But yeah, so we're going for building verticals that make sense so that they're, we're not just doing a bunch of things poorly, but we want to get the biggest customer value now that we've proved out some of these primitives.
Yeah.
And so like JavaScript was a very natural extension for us because so many .NET developers have JavaScript front ends with .NET backends. And Python was a very natural extension point because of AI.
Yep.
And Aspire makes developing AI apps so much easier.
It does.
And yeah, so.
One fun thing is we did the Python support in 13. And that took it took us the whole release to figure out all the edges, all the warts, all the problems in the platform to make it all work well. And then in the last 2 weeks before shipping, one of our engineers just took all the JavaScript work, the work for Python and applied to JavaScript.
Yeah.
Because we had figured out all the hard problems.
Yeah.
And then it was like, okay, now we understand these 10 things. Just do it in JavaScript. And we made it all work in both. I think that's kind of the key thing for how we build these features. Python wasn't just Python. Python was like this system over here. And now we can do Python, JavaScript, Go, Rust, and it will all look the same, and it will all be consistent. And
right.
Yeah, so
we found the overlap between Python and .NET, and then we applied that overlap. Yeah.
Exactly.
Lots of love for the dashboard, as always. When were we going to get persistence for logs, traces, and metrics?
As soon as James responds to my message last night.
Yes. that is actually the answer. We said last night, we said, all right, it's time. Let's stop putting it off.
We'll do it.
And another one I saw was, wait, I screenshotted this one so I didn't lose it because I'm smart. How do I tell things to keep running when I close the dashboard?
Oh, there's an API for that.
There is?
For what? Things
so
like
this is a question from tests.
You can make containers keep running.
Right. Can I tell my JavaScript apps to keep running?
Not yet. So we have persistent containers, not persistent executables. We are gonna add those because we actually want the dashboard to be itself persistent. I think people that are used to writing tests by doing compose up and then kind of running tests and having it persist, the app host isn't designed for that kind of like interaction yet. But we're gonna add more and more pieces to enable that end to end eventually. But it's not one to one the way you would run it typically in that universe. So yeah, eventually we'll do it.
Good answer. I like that. This one's from Andrew from Discord last night.
Yeah.
What has been the most challenging thing to design or architect since Aspire started?
The resource model. So when we first started off,
That's a good one.
it seemed simple. We had this model you would build. You would say like add project, add database, add blah, and you would wire it together, and then you would hit go, and it would run. And then you would publish, and we translate that into a manifest. And that seemed simple. And then we started to get into like wait fors and dependencies. And one of the biggest things we realized, I think, like halfway through, was we need the model to be. We need this. We currently have this one shot. You can only build once. You can't add a resource after it started kind of behavior. We want to enable like hot reload. We want to enable where you can run the app host and never kill it, and it just always updates the dashboard in real time. And that requires a fundamental change in how we thought about the one pass build. Yeah. We need to be able to kind of add things on the fly, change the model, have it react to changes. So I think we initially thought a lot of the design we had in the beginning were like, there's an event that happens once that says all your endpoints are allocated for every single resource, and that turned out to be not true.
Yep.
What we're ending up with is, for those who know, like Kubernetes has a model called reconciliation loops. So we're kind of ending up with a super asynchronous model in what we built. And it's funny, a couple of devs on the team like said we would, and we were all like, nah, that's too complex. We won't have that. But I think that component of the end-to-end has been a really challenging, like, how do you evolve it in place given the things we did early on? There's a lot of things like that we built in the app host that are just tough to design.
Yeah.
I would say networking. We have these meetings called hard problems.
Every Wednesday.
Every Wednesday, and we
5 to
sit
8
for
Eastern.
4 hours, right? And we just like hash out something super difficult. Memorable ones that were actually difficult, and where we sat down, we couldn't like decide.
Copilot and the dashboard.
Yeah, the Copilot and the dashboard was an interesting one. The pipelines one. So okay, that one was fun because this release was 6 weeks, 6 weeks. I don't know how long it was. And in week 3, we sat, it was me, Safi, it's all of us in the room, and we designed the new pipeline feature on a Wednesday, and it was merged on Saturday.
Bananas.
And like
Bananas.
we literally replatted all the deployment, all of it, on top of this brand new feature that we designed. And I think we kind of knew something was going to happen. We just weren't sure if we could pull it off in a short time frame. So I think there's a lot of.
And this was the 4th iteration of deployment.
Yes.
So like we had been trying and experimenting, and people have been using it. Like we know a lot of you have been using it, and so we've been keeping it in preview this whole time because we kept saying this doesn't feel right yet, and we're going to keep doing this until it feels right.
Yeah.
But we're closer than ever.
Yeah.
So that's cool.
We're pretty close now.
Yeah. That actually, the resource model thing always reminds me of a question we get a lot, and I've seen a few times in the chat. Like, what do I do if I'm not in one repo? This like multi-repo thing. We haven't really published any official guidance on it. Our answers are always like, there's one GitHub discussion we always go back to, and it's
super
like,
long.
Yeah, there's like a lot of it depends. Do
Yeah.
submodules, do this, do that, do this, do that. Why don't we have an app host and an app host yet?
So that has come up so many times.
Yes.
Even internally. For multi-repo, for being able to isolate shared dependencies. I think that is inevitable now. I want to say our initial stance on like, why do you need the tool to kind of like clone the repo for you and set it up? But I do think it kind of gels with the whole like just do a Spire run and it just works. Our stance has changed a lot on a lot of things because of how we think about the tool.
Yeah.
So having like once we had the Aspire CLI and we had this kind of common entry point for launching the app and deploying it and doing those kinds of things, I think it helped us see Aspire more as a tool than like the app framework. Initially, it felt more like an app framework, and people would say things like, "Oh, I gotta change my app to make it work with Aspire." And we'd be like, "You drop an app post." Before it felt way more invasive because you had like service defaults.
Yeah, we talked about that as like the first thing to do.
The first thing you would see.
Which now it's more like the cherry on top.
Yeah, actually, Maddie had this like moment. I'll give you your flowers. A moment where she said she was trying to figure out what she wanted to say, and she said, "I think init is more important because you're gonna walk up to an existing app more
this is
often than
smart.
not. So we have Aspire new and new projects. That's fine if you're greenfield and you want to do a brand new app and you want to see Aspire and see how it works. But init is where you're going to spend most time, so we should optimize for init.
Yeah.
That's less new. And
Like
new
you're
is,
you're gonna make the JavaScript app first, and then you're
Yes.
gonna be like, oh, I want to add Aspire to this. You're not gonna start with the tool.
right. And what she said was, nobody wants to run Aspire and you to create a Vite app. You're going to use the Vite app creation tool.
God, I'm so smart.
And you're going to use .NET templates. And then you want to have Aspire come in on the outside and just say, like, that's my front end, that's my back end, and you can kind of wire it together after the fact. So I think that changed our model for thinking about Aspire is non-intrusive. And it is this one file that describes your entire app in a single place, and you can run it, and
Yeah.
it goes. Right? Yeah.
Yeah. Wow, that was one of my more insightful moments. Adam was the first person, Adam on our team, who built the VS Code extension, by the way, which is out. It's actually release. It's not just pre-release, although we're going to be updating the pre-release all the time. So ride that as long as you can. He was quick on the draw. Who wins most of our debates?
Me.
No. First of all, the correct answer is Damien,
Damien does win a lot.
mostly. But
it's never,
that's not fun.
But it's never at the same time.
No, he
maybe you'll
wins-
win it in the future.
You and me, though, I would say you win more debates in the moment. I am right more. So, but I'm right more.
No, definitely not.
So sometimes we fight just for fun.
Every now and then, I will admit that she had a good idea, like
Yeah.
a really good idea.
Yeah.
A killer.
The problem is you're so smart that like I have to disprove you like in my own time, and then I can come back and present the evidence. But it takes a lot of work.
It's good. We push each other.
We do.
Different directions.
And Damien's the adult.
Yes.
Make sure we don't break anything. Okay, a good question from Marco, who I actually got to meet when I was in Portugal, which was
cool.
awesome. Yeah.
Blue Marco?
Blue Marco,
blue, right?
Yeah, with the blue
I
house
know
with the
his
little
face,
book
but I
hat.
see him in
yeah,
Discord.
He was just a very nice, normal dude, and I was like, oh.
He
He
was
was like,
blue?
I'm Marco, and I was like, which is another good question that we get a lot. The dashboard, especially right after we launched, we had a lot of things that like Aspire's, I don't use Azure, I don't deploy, blah 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 blah, and we were like, no, dev only. Like we totally changed how we messaged it because
Yeah.
there was this like weird over thing.
Yeah.
So his question was, the dashboard was first advertised as development only, but now we also see it deployed to production. What are your plans to extend this even further? And I'll add to that, like, is it a production dashboard? What does that mean, deployed to production?
So when we were doing Aspire, like the first year, the dashboard would catch everyone's eye. And we showed it internally to a bunch of different people. And the thing that people that worked at other companies would always say was that when we deployed our sites at X, there was always this dashboard you would hit on the actual app in production. That wasn't the one that was our overarching system for telemetry, but it was the is it working dashboard. It was the real time, like I deployed and stuff isn't working, the container isn't running. I don't want to wait like 10 hours to see my telemetry because it's going to be ingested from the super big cluster. The dashboard plays this really weird and interesting niche where it is like the best thing for local, so you want to use it locally. But then when you deploy, it's not like your super mega storage cluster system that is like essentially doing telemetry at scale is you're gonna implement a database.
Yeah.
Essentially, you're doing querying, you're doing storage, you're doing all these cool things at scale. So you want to use systems designed for those. Like you want to use APM tools for like big logs and big clusters.
Yeah.
It plays this really weird niche where the Aspire dashboard is super useful for real-time telemetry.
Yes.
So if you want to go see why your app deploy failed, typically every single like environment will have console logs, right? And no one says, why are console logs like not my at-scale telemetry? Because there's different systems.
Yeah.
You're using the logs to see what just happened. I pushed my container image, I got an exception. I saw my container image didn't pull properly because I didn't have credentials. There's all this just-in-time debugging you do, and you want a quick way to see the logs and see information. And that is not my at-scale Custo or my at-scale APM system.
Yep.
So I think we're going to see it in this pretty weird spot where people want it to be Elasticsearch and they want it to be Honeycomb and they want it to be different APMs.
Yeah.
But I think it will live in this really strange niche where we'll say things like it's optimized for local and it will work for small deployments and it will work for real time, like small telemetry. But if you want like storage for your telemetry across like 50 apps, you're never going to use the dashboard. It's never going to be good for that. So
Yeah.
I think you'll see us tweak what we say, but it is definitely optimized for local.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just, like there are so many good production dashboarding tools. We're not going to try and build another one. That's a huge like onion peeling exercise. So a lot of mortified people in the chat about our hard problems meeting.
Nice.
How does Maddie cope with them?
So good.
I pace, or I have a. And for me, it's 5 p.m. usually.
You haven't seen Aspire Fridays? Maddie just like it's like this all the time.
I just.
This and like this. And she's like this.
I pace. I get a lot of snacks, and I will say like that is one of the highlights I think of the week. We actually don't do a lot of meetings because our team is super distributed. Like we have folks in Australia and Singapore. We have East Coast, West Coast. We have in Redmond, not in Redmond, and so. We do one like weekly kickoff meeting on Mondays where we get together and we're like, all right, this is what we got to do this week. We do a lot of one-off things.
Very in teams.
Yeah, we do a lot of like async communication, but this is our like, people bring difficult problems and we're all really excited about solving difficult things. So it's a very high energy meeting. There's always a lot of arguments and demos and like discussions, and so it's actually super interesting. And if I can't follow the meeting, like I'm a PM, I'm not gonna listen to you and other David talk about networking for 4 hours. So I'll just leave, or I'll leave it on in the background like a podcast. And then some of them, like the JavaScript one, I'm super involved in.
Yep.
And
one fun thing is our team is like very diverse in like opinions and how people think.
Backgrounds.
We drew on the board, like. The people who are like most practical and conservative, and the people who are most crazy, and kind of like they bring that energy to the meetings because like it's really fun to pair someone who's very pragmatic with someone who is like trying to like get us to do something insane.
Yeah, it's like we have a bunch of mini U's and Damiens, and we've just cloned people in each cluster of it. Although one person, Mitch, on our team, he's so crazy, he's actually a genius. He's the only person on the team who transcends the crazy.
He goes way past the super genius sometimes.
So, okay, we're running out of time. We're out of time. I'm gonna ask one last question, which Marco also asked, which made me laugh. Do you ever sleep?
So I have a 1-year-old. So before that, the answer was no, but definitely no.
Yeah.
Definitely not.
He doesn't sleep.
No.
He doesn't sleep.
I slept for 8 hours like twice this week. It was crazy.
It was the happiest
and
you've
I
ever
felt
been.
so happy. Did you feel
it was very notable.
Did it come out? Oh, okay, that's good.
So he's like a plant. He needs to be fed and watered, and just like
I need food actually.
So, anyways, hopefully this was valuable. I know this isn't the usual session format you expect from a .NET Conf. Definitely join the Discord, AKAMS Aspire. AKAMS/Aspire Discord /. Reach out on GitHub and all the things, and yeah, we'd love to hear from you. Hopefully you're enjoying the slightly rebranded Aspire this week, and yeah, that's it.
Awesome, guys. I think it's like not the usual, but I think it was still a great session.
Oh yeah.
Right. I love to hear about like how it came together because I didn't know about that part of history.
Yeah.
And you've seen it. I saw, Maddie, you were watching and responding to folks on the YouTube chat. There's so many questions. Folks really like talking about and getting into a little bit of where Aspire came from and where it's going. So
it's going places.
It's going places.
It's going
to
places.
the moon, baby. We got a lot of aspirations.
Are there any like things on the roadmap that you guys are excited about that you can talk publicly or?
All of them. No, I think.
So I think the one that will be one of the most impactful ones is when we get hot reload working for the app host.
Yeah.
And you basically never have to kill the app host. You just always just code implicit and it will update the dashboard.
And we had questions about that.
Yeah.
Huge one.
One of the ideas, actually, Crazy Genius Mitch had was the init experience is we give you a blank app host and we use the Aspire MCP, which is awesome, to basically wire things up and test it and hot reload your way to glory. So you build the bus while it's driving. And if that is a paradigm that works for like an init experience, Aspire this.
Aspire this.
That would be so cool. The other thing I'm super excited about is we're gonna take December and January to clean the house a little bit because we've been moving very, very fast.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of things on the roadmap that we are like 99% of the way there on. And it's gonna feel really good to take those boxes off. So for me, I'm a spring cleaning kind of person. So I think the next release at least, 13.1, you'll see a lot of tidy up.
Yeah.
Awesome.
And one more thing, deployment. Like we rewrote the whole thing.
Yeah.
The whole thing. We literally rewrote
13
the whole
is like
thing.
a different planet. Yep.
And I'm looking forward to being able to just like do some other stuff like Kubernetes, spend some time on like making it good again. We were doing breadth first. We had Kubernetes support and Compose and Azure, and it was really hard to make them all good. So we said, okay, we'll just pause those for now, do these two to the end, find the pattern, and then apply it everywhere else.
Yeah.
So I think we're there now with the point where we said, we understand how to do this now. We'll go to Amazon and DigitalOcean, and
Yeah.
we'll be like, we figured it out. This is the pattern for sure this time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now we can do more of this stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we're cutting into mass
We're
time.
done, we're done.
cutting into
We're
mass
done.
time.
We're done.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thanks so much. Yeah, so we're getting ready for another session with our friend Matt. Modernizing .NET applications for the cloud.
Yeah.
So big topic, and I think Matt's going to be ready for us in just a second here.
Yeah, maybe I can just give a shout out to David Pine. He was posting that the Aspire Dev website is now open source.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, so you can go and contribute and check it out. And
On GitHub. Cool.
awesome.
All right.
Is Matt ready for kicking off the talk?
There we go.
All right. Well, thank you and welcome everybody. We're going to be talking about modernizing .NET applications for the cloud. But we're not going to just go for the cloud. We're going to talk about upgrading .NET applications from like a .NET framework to modern .NET, like .NET 10, because that's a lot of things. I mean, you've been seeing all the great newness like Aspire, and obviously .NET 10 just came out. So, but you're sitting around with .NET framework, and let's face it, migrating up to from framework to newer .NETs could be, well, it could be tedious. And so let's talk about how a brand new tool can make that way easier. So my name is Matt Sokup. I work in cloud advocacy, .NET cloud advocacy to be specific, and let's jump right into it. So the thing I want to talk about today is called GitHub Copilot App Modernization. And so we can modernize with this. It obviously lives in GitHub Copilot. And you can kind of think of it as an agent that helps you modernize your applications from various stages in .NET, whether it's .NET Framework or whether it's earlier versions of .NET like Core, all the way up to like .NET 10 or .NET 8, .NET 9, .NET 10. And so it first gives you a code assessment. So it goes through and figures out, all right, I want to do A, B, and C, and maybe I have some security issues that we have to fix. Here's what you need to fix, and here's how you're going to do it. So it goes through and does all this hard, and like I said before, sometimes this work can be tedious, hard and tedious work for you, and then you can just set off Copilot and do it. Right, and so that's actually really cool. So that's the first portion. There's two parts in this, right? So there's the upgrading portion of .NET, and then once you've upgraded, you can now then modernize your application, and we're saying modernize or migrate to the cloud. So you upgrade to .NET, and then you migrate to the cloud. And it also does the same thing. We'll take a look at this in a demo. It does the same thing where you do a plan, and then you can look at the plan, you can approve the plan, you can make changes to it, and then you migrate to Azure. So let's talk about it then. When we talk about modernization in this context, what does that all mean? So first off, when you kick it off, you have the assessing the upgrade, or assessing the moving from an older version of .NET to a newer version. And so what that goes through, that makes a generalized plan of how it wants to do things, including any CVEs, which are security issues that you might want to fix, or that you really should fix if it's a CVE, because that's a very important thing to get fixed, and dependencies that you might need to update as well. Then you actually go through, and once you've made that plan and figured out whether it's good for you or not, you go through and you actually tell Copilot, go ahead and do this. Make this upgrade go. And so it goes ahead and updates the language, any language features that need to be updated. It goes ahead and does the frameworks, and then it evaluates for you. So it's going to be building the app and make sure it compiles and fixes any issues along the way. The next step is migrating, right? And so part of the modernization is we have the upgrading, and then next migrating to Azure. And you don't have to do the migration if you don't want to, right? So you could just do your upgrading, right? You could just go from .NET Framework to .NET 10, let's say, and be done with it. But if you wanted to keep on going for the Azure Migrate, which, you know, I'm a cloud advocate and I love my cloud, so I would recommend doing that. You can keep on thinking, same kind of thing. You go through planning, and all of a sudden with this plan, it'll say, all right, you know what, you have some database access here. Let's do this, go to Azure SQL. So it's going to make that recommendation for you. So it's going to make that plan, check all your dependencies, see what you need to do, and then you can actually do the migration at the end, where it's going to update the code, evaluate, and it has a nice seamless deployment to it as well. All right, so there are several different project types that are available to be upgraded, right? So, which is great, right? We can do ASP.NET applications, which is beautiful, class libraries, console apps, WinForms, right? Everything really that you might be dealing with, Blazor, Azure Functions, and so on. So that's really cool that all these applications are available for you to take from the older version to the newer versions of .NET. And so the upgrade path, as we talked about before, to latest .NET, you can add new features to them as you go along to it, and then migrating to Azure is the other upgrade path that you can take. So each of these three can live by themselves, so to speak. So you can just say, hey, you know what, I want to do .NET upgrades, or you know what, I just want to add some latest features to my application and go that way, or I could do a path, you know, just say migrate to Azure. So let's actually see part of this in action. I can talk all day about it, but it's going to make a lot more sense when you actually see part of it work. All right, so the first thing that we're going to have to do is that you are going to have to install it, right? And so when it's available for you in Visual Studio 2022, and I have a slide of the specific version that you'll need, and also Visual Studio 2026. And so when you're installing some workloads, you'll notice that there will be a GitHub Copilot and a GitHub Copilot app modernization checkboxes that you'll want to make sure that you have checked so this tooling is installed. So you want to make sure those two are unchecked, and then you get the tooling installed. Cool. I have it installed. I'm running VS 2026 here. I am also running the MVC Music Store application. This is a .NET Framework 4.8 application. Right, I talked to my good friend John Galloway. I said, John, do you have any old .NET Framework applications? And he instantly sent this back to me. And so let's try to run this, running on IIS Express. And cross our fingers, and it should come back and show us various, essentially, CDs. So right now it's hydrating the database for us, and so we can get back the information. And spin, 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 and there we go. So we can see we have 10,000 days. It's an artist from Tool, price $8.99. So this is a very old application because we can tell by our albums being so inexpensive. Cool, so this is the app, right? Even available on Coplex.com. So what we want to do is take this from framework to a modern .NET. And so to get started with that, all you have to do is you can, and one more thing before I start out, I want to point this out right here. This solution contains packages with vulnerabilities, right? So Visual Studio is saying, hey, you know what, you have issues. You might want to fix them. Well, let's see how we can fix them. Right-click on the project, and you'll see that there is a modernize option now. So what this modernize is going to do, it's going to invoke Copilot. And that Copilot essentially is going to say, all right, modernize with Copilot. We have, what you can think of now is like an agent so to speak, running within Copilot. So it actually is GitHub Copilot running with whatever model I choose it to, but it has special instructions on how to do the all the modernization. So what I'm going to go do is I'm going to pick a different model. Whatever models I want to run, they're all available to me, just like you would be doing in regular Copilot assisted programming. And it gives me some sample prompts that I could use as well. I could just go right ahead and upgrade to a newer version of .NET. I can migrate to Azure. Or right here, I'm just going to say, explore more modernization options. Hit that, and we'll go off and run. And so what it's going to go through is going to look at my application and tell me things that it can do for me. And so it's going to analyze it, discover the projects, and eventually it'll pop out and say, all right, you have a couple different scenarios that you could go with here. And first thing that comes up is fix your security issues. Cool. Then the next thing you could do is you can update your frameworks and also Azure migrate. So what I'm going to ask it, though, I'm going to kind of dig in. So tell me more. Tell me more about the security issues I'm facing. So I'm going to actually have it dig in a little bit so I learn more about what it might be doing. So again, it looks at the dependencies that MVC Music Store has, and then it tells me I got 7 of them. And it does the risk rating. So like JSON.NET or Newtonsoft JSON has like possibly denial of service attacks that could happen and so on. So high priority issues, and so it kind of ranks them of what I want to do. Very cool. So next up, what I'm just going to say to get this started is upgrade my .NET version to the latest. And I'm going to send that off. So now we're doing the next version of .NET, or telling it, continuing on with our upgrade process. So again, it's going through and it's going to analyze what we have for our solution. And then it's going to ask me what I want to do. So right now, it's going to say, right now I still have the preview version of .NET 10 installed. I didn't put .NET 10 release on there quite yet, but that's okay. So ask me, where do I want to do? .NET 8, 9, 10, which my source branch, and what do I want a new branch? Always good to create a new branch. And what I'm going to say is upgrade to .NET 10 and use a branch called .NET Conf-10. And sure, go ahead and commit any outstanding changes. Cool. So now it's going to go run off, and once it's done with this, it's going to actually create a plan for us, which I want to take a quick look at. So committing any current changes, checking if the branch exists, .NET Conf 10, creating it, and so it's asking me now, getting my permission to do things, and I'm always going to allow in this session. And eventually we will come through. Great. And now it's going ahead and starting to create the plan for us. And the plans are actually really, really neat because they take you step by step through what it's going to do, so you can both, check its work before it starts its work, which is actually something that you want to do, because one of the things that you'll notice when you start using Copilot more and more is that you are kind of giving up the reins, so to speak, of writing code, only to an extent, right? You still have to know your code base really inside and out, just to make sure that it's not making any mistakes to write. All right, so it's asking me, do we want to take care of the security vulnerabilities right away? Yes, please take care of all the security issues. And now I think we'll finally get our upgrade plan. And here we go. So now it's running this upgrade get plan. So this is actually a tool that is running to get to generate the plan for us, all baked in to the modernization, what I'll call the agent. Alrighty. So as it runs through, here we go. And I will make this a little bit larger so we all can see it. So over here, Copilot's just going through and it's telling me everything that it did. It actually went through and it saved it as well, so I can look at this plan later had I want to. But .NET 10 upgrade plan, it has execution steps. Now, remember these execution steps, or just remember that there's 3 of them. Really, that it's going to validate that we have a .NET 10 SDK installed, that we want to make sure it's version specified in global.json, and then we're going to upgrade the CS proj to .NET 10. And then it just kind of goes through, all right, here's the settings. We're going to update the NuGet packages. And this is actually important. It gives us a reason why we're going to update it, the description. So this is actually all going to be fed in to Copilot, right? And so I'm just going through and checking, all right, is this really what I want to do? All right, it's going to change the project file to be to SDK style, upgrade to Net 4.8 to Net 10. All my NuGet package changes and feature upgrades. Cool. I could change this if I wanted to. I could take things out. I could add things to it, right? So that's cool. So the next thing then, everything looks good here. I could actually then say, continue. Now I want to note one thing. Once I hit continue, it's going to take a while. This MVC app, which is a monolith, it's not trivial, but it's not the most complex app that you would be dealing with in the world. Took about an hour to upgrade, right? So that's not too bad, right? You just kind of let it sit off and cook and you do other things and you come back to it. I did create a video that we all can quickly check out while it was running. All right, so the video, as you can see, that we pretty much are at where we were at before. We have over on the left-hand side the plan, and I'm about to hit continue with the upgrade on the right. And so I edited this out, so we should be able to run it through with the remaining time that we have in the session here. So it goes through and it says, cool, all right, I'm going to continue with the upgrade, and away it goes. So it runs the upgrade finalize plan, and one thing I wanted to point out here is that it is using the plan, is feeding that plan in as context right here. Nice, so it's using that plan to figure things out for us. All right, so away it goes again. And this screen now pops up. Now, so what this screen is, it kind of is our home-based dashboard of how things are going. So we'll have Copilot telling us how things are going, but this also as well. And you see the progress. There are 3 steps here. Those steps correspond to the steps that we saw in the actual MD file that iterated our plan. Cool, and as it goes through, it's going to start checking off things. All right, I had a .NET 10 SDK in there, so now it's checking off my global JSON file, and then finally it's going to do the big upgrade itself. Cool, and so it goes along. You can check out the progress log as it goes, and this is the part that takes a long time. And you can jump over to the summary tab, and you can see the commits that it made. You can check out the project properties that it did, so it's kind of a little bit more of a higher level view of what's going on. All right. So as it goes, I want you to notice one thing. Look in the lower right-hand side when I on-pause the video. You'll notice that there is no longer the stop button for Copilot. It's waiting for me to do something. So this actually happens a couple times in that it sometimes stops, right? It runs out of context. So you have to tell it, all right, keep on going. So just, FYI that this stuff does happen, that you're going to have to say, you know what, continue your work, right? So you got to keep a little bit of an eye on it. So, all right, we continue our work, and it keeps on going. So sometimes you'll be sitting there wondering why isn't anything happening. Check to make sure, like right now, if you look in the lower right, you'll see that there's a little stop button on Copilot. Let it go. All right, so I jumped ahead a couple minutes and it happened again. Here's how you can start help fixing that. What I did is I opened up Options, Tools Options, and I'm going to search for Copilot. And then once Copilot opens up, I can scroll down underneath the Copilot chat. And if I scroll down to the bottom, it has maximum function call iterations. And right here is going to be, it's going to be down right over here, is by default. That was set to 40. I set it up to 100. So this way it just keeps on going with more time for it to roll. All right. So now we just keep on letting it cook. So continuing the work, and I just kind of threaten it a little bit. Don't stop till you're done. That doesn't help much, and on we go. So now we're getting into the portion where it's trying to build. It has all the code changes done. Now it's trying to build. It's finding build errors, and it's going ahead and fixing those build errors for you. Great. So it might go back and forth, and you do see that some of the build errors that it finds over in the what I'll call the upgrade dashboard, but it says manual changes. You can kind of like let it go, and it's going to fix a lot of those for you where you don't have to figure it out. So finally, when everything is done, it's going to create an upgrade report. So I'll let this spin through. There's one thing I do want you to know, and we'll come back to this real quick, but it's going to have the upgrade report. It's going to be another markdown file. It's going to be saved in the same spot that we saved the plan. And it tells us everything that it did. It upgraded all the NuGet packages. It went from .NET 4.8 to .NET 10. And right here, I'm going to zoom in on this. It has next steps. It's saying you should complete the remaining code updates. There are still some compilation errors. It's saying, you know what? I give up. You do it. You know what? Don't let it get lazy. You can still tell it, you know what, go ahead and fix this stuff for me. So read it, make sure you understand it, and then just say, you know what, please fix the remaining steps. So that's just part of what Copilot and AI dev related tooling does, is that you have to be this orchestrator now. You're now this supervisor to let things go. So we go through, does the remaining updates for us. Now it makes a new plan to do it, and we go. So again, happy, it did everything. And so now what we start getting into is the cycle of us testing it, finding some errors. These are going to be runtime exceptions, and then feeding those runtime exceptions back in to Copilot's modernization assistant and having it figure those out. So the idea here is, at least when I do it, the less hands-on coding I can do, the better. So what's happening here is we have you can't see it, the screen utility, screen recording utility I used didn't show the pop-up, but there is a runtime error. So you can just imagine something in Visual Studio saying, hey, you have an error. So what I'm doing here is telling Copilot, you know what, I have a runtime error. I paste the whole thing in, and then I just let it go off, and I have it fix it. So cool, we go on and on like that, back and forth. And eventually, we are running a little bit short of time, but eventually it even comes up and says, you know what, I had another error, and it's because I didn't even upgrade Entity Framework from Entity Framework 6 to Core. So again, you just have to tell it, you know what, do this. Upgrade Entity Framework 6 to Core, even though that was in its original plan. So my whole point here is you have to check its work several times. It's just the way it is. That's the way of AI-assisted dev tooling. All right, cool. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump over to upgrade to .NET 10. Oh, we got some uncommitted changes. What I'm going to do here is delete that, yes. And now I'm going to jump to upgrade to .NET 10. So this is my final, the one that we were actually working on in the video. And you can see that we are now running a .NET 10 application. And it actually should run for us nice and easy once we go. So about an hour's worth of work to get it from Framework over to .NET 10. But the amount of coding that I had to do was actually 0. All I really needed to do was really just kind of supervise things and kind of know what was going on when and where. All right, so right now I just have to move my database file around. That's what this one happens to be saying right here. So we are running quick at time, but what I would need to do is pop in a new database file so it can find it. So cool. So you can do the same thing over with if you wanted to do a migration. I could just say here, I'll open up a new modernize. And the next thing I could say is migrate to Azure. And what the migrate to Azure is going to do is going to run a whole new Azure migration assessment. Same thing as similar before, except I get a user interface to say you can do like add Entra ID. You can move over your data over to Azure SQL, things like that. So it's just a different user interface, and I can do step-by-step of things I wanted to do. So really two very, very related features, but a little bit separate. So the whole point is keep an eye on it, but it makes upgrading different frameworks much, much easier. And this did return pretty quickly, and you can see this is what the assessment report looks like. My authentication, let's upgrade the authentication. If I just run task, everything starts cooking just like before. Database migration, upgrade my credentials, start using blob storage, and so on. Just run task, and everything starts going. Cool. And that's pretty much it. These are all the things that Azure Migration could find. File storage, blob storage, Entra ID, the whole load. Azure Service Bus, if it finds something in your app that it thinks that it would be good for it, it's going to recommend it, and then you can pick and choose what you go for. So cool. In a nutshell, Copilot App Modernization saves you just a ton of time. So you can install it with Visual Studio 2026 or VS 2022, 17.14.16 or later, right? Go with Visual Studio 2026. And you can learn more at that aka.ms link, .NETConf/modernize. All right. Thank you very much.
All right, that was cool. That was great. Thank you, Matt. I am so excited about the framework to core stuff.
Yeah, we use that tool for the .NET website, so we did upgrade from .NET 9 to 10 for this release. But going from framework to .NET 10, it's amazing.
Pretty cool.
Awesome. Unfortunately, I don't think we have time for questions today, but we did have some awesome questions that I was even interested in knowing about.
Yeah.
But thank you, Matt.
Sweet.
All right.
All right.
We are going to have some of our friends back, or just one friend
Just
now.
one friend back. We're going back to Damien for file-based apps, but this is also our last hosting session.
Yeah.
So happy day 2, half 1. We will see you all online.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Yeah, keep
Have
the questions
fun.
coming. And yeah, have fun, Damien.
Thanks, Maddie. Hello, everyone. I'm Damien Edwards. I'm a program manager or product manager, product architect. Our titles have changed a little bit on the .NET team. And I'm going to talk to you in this session about file-based apps. So file-based apps is something that the .NET 10 team has been working on this year. You can think of it as kind of a feature of C# 14, but more realistically a feature of the .NET CLI itself. You saw us maybe talk about this briefly in the keynote yesterday, but today I'm going to try and cover as much as I possibly can about file-based apps. I've got a long list of things here that I want to try and touch on. I'm just going to work through it as best as I possibly can. But before we get into code, let's just first of all talk about like why file-based apps. Why have we done this? So running C# directly from a file isn't necessarily new in .NET 10. There have been numerous ways and efforts in the past, both from Microsoft and from the wider community, to enable running C# in contexts that are separate than a project. You may have heard of C# Interactive, which is used by platforms like Try.net and the support for C# notebooks, which uses a dialect of C# that isn't exactly the same as the C# inside your regular .NET projects. It might look syntactically the same, but it is semantically different. And so there's also, as I mentioned, kind of community efforts like CS Script and .NET Scripting, and that give you this ability to run C# as a scripting language with just having a C# file. But again, most of those, if not all of them, are built on top of this dialect of C# called C# Interactive. The particular thing we were trying to solve this year was around how can we make .NET simpler for people who are just getting started. And we've been on this journey for a few years now about removing boilerplate from the language where it isn't needed, removing boilerplate from project files when we had project files, obviously, and just trying to make it easier to onboard onto C# and .NET. And this is the next natural step. So our primary kind of person in mind when we build this feature is very much those new users or people who know C# but are doing very simple things. They don't need the complexities that necessarily come with a project. The second type of person that we have in mind is very much sort of scripters and util builders and people building local tools. And so you may have scripts today in your repo, maybe they're PowerShell scripts, they're shell scripts like bash scripts, and you may use those as ancillary utilities to your actual applications to perform various operations on your source code or as part of the developer experience locally. We wanted to target those people and make it possible for those people to write those types of things in C# directly. Just have a C# file and run them using the .NET CLI. And so we have both of those types of person in mind, or both of those scenarios in mind. Sometimes those scenarios do conflict and we have to make design decisions or trade-offs that favor one versus the other. But so far, we're pretty happy with where it's landed, and this isn't the end. This is the beginning. .NET 10 is the first version of file-based apps, and we are planning on improving it continually as we move forward. So with that, let's go and write our first file-based app. So I have got here, I'm just in a terminal. I've got a folder with a global JSON, and my global JSON is just saying, hey, I'm using .NET 10. So we're just making sure that that's the case. I'm going to open a new instance of Visual Studio Code. And the first thing I want to make sure that you understand is that to get the IntelliSense experience and the sort of editor experience for this, you're going to want at least the C# extension installed for Visual Studio Code, but also C# Dev Kit, which gives you that next layer of the C# experience. And then on top of that, you want to go into your preferences and into settings. And if you just search for file-based, you'll see that there is a section here under .NET Projects that says Enable File-Based Programs, which is still in preview, and you need to tick that. So that comes unticked by default in the stable channels. If you're using the pre-release channel of the C# extension, or you're using VS Code Insiders and using the C# extension in pre-release, then this should be enabled by default. And we're currently working really hard just to resolve the last couple of issues to get this enabled by default in the stable channel. But once you've turned this on in stable, then you'll be able to go ahead and start using it. So I'm going to create my first file-based app here. It is simply hello.cs. All I need to do is create a C# file. It really is as simple as that. We'll do the classic kind of my first application thing. So I'll do console.writeline hello world, and Copilot autocomplete is doing a great job of helping me along there. And now I have a file-based app, but it's not really a file-based app until you execute it. What ultimately defines a file-based app is the way that you execute the application. So I'm going to go back to my console now, and now I can just say .NET run hello.cs. And after a brief pause, because my machine's cold, because I've been sitting in this room waiting for my talk to start, now you can see that it's actually executed my app and it says hello world here. If I immediately execute that again, you'll see it's much faster. So I've got a little timer enabled on my prompt here, which I hope you can see. And that first time it ran, it took about 3.3 seconds. And that's because the C# compiler was cold, the C# compiler server wasn't already running. And so it had to start those things up. And there's a cost with that. But they are now running in the background. So then when I run this application again, it's much quicker to run. Now I can continue to make code changes here. So I can go and say .NET Conf over here, come back and run that again. And we'll see that it still only takes hundreds of milliseconds to run. It's not the typical sort of project run time that you might be experiencing with .NET Run if you're using a traditional C# project, where the fastest you can ever kind of get that down to is about a second. With here, we're actually doing some tricky things behind the scenes, which we might talk a little bit about later, to kind of speed up this inner loop experience here. So that's my first application. But of course, I can do other things in here. It's not just a single line. I can use the implicit args environment, the args variable that comes from the C# top level statements feature, which we introduced a few versions back. And I'll say, hey, my message is going to be equal to args.first or default. And if it's not there, I'll just call it hello world, and then I will go ahead and print that instead. So now if I run .NET hello, we should see the exact same thing. But if I say .NET run hello and I pass it an argument, and I say, hey, I want to say hello, and we'll pass it quoted because we're passing it through as a single argument, .NET Conf. Now we're going to see it's doing hello.NET Conf. So it's the same C# that you should be used to. It's just that now we're in this kind of new app modality, or this new execution modality. Okay, so what if I've grown beyond the APIs that are available to me in .NET, right? Obviously, I'm running on top of .NET 10, so I have access to everything available to me in the .NET 10 shared framework inside here. But sometimes you need to use things that aren't in .NET 10 by itself. Well, I can bring in packages directly in this file. I don't need to create another file to reference a package. I can do it directly at the top of this file right here. In fact, if I go over to NuGet.org, you'll see that I've got the page for Humanizer up here, which is a fairly popular NuGet package for creating sort of human-friendly strings from otherwise potentially unfriendly pieces of data. And you'll see here that there's actually, I can install this using .NET add package and pass a bunch of variables at the command line. But there's also a file-based apps tab here now, and it tells me that, oh, I can actually go ahead and get this referenced in my file-based app by just copying this line over here. We'll minimize that. And then we'll come over, minimize that, and then bring it straight back. That was clever. And then I can put that up over here. So then if I hit save in here, what we'll see now is the tooling will go out and restore that package for me. And now I should have available to me in the editor, which I do indeed, the Humanizer namespace. And then I could go ahead and start using the Humanizer features here. And Copilot is, again, helping me very much. What if I was just to start doing something like, let's just change this to a new or time span. We'll do timespan.from days, and we'll do 2, and then we say humanize. What is that going to do? We'll come over here. We won't pass that anymore because we're not using it. And now you'll see that you saw the word csproj come up there when I ran that. And that's because I've added a package from the last time that I executed this application. The .NET CLI detected that. It actually is keeping a behind-the-scenes cache. And then it realized it had to do a full MS build. And then it was able to go ahead and complete the compilation, execute the application. So it took a little bit longer that time. But once again, if I just go ahead and execute that again, we're back to doing this in like a couple 100 milliseconds. And again, I can start making changes. So if I make this 10 days instead of 2, and then I execute that again, it didn't do the full MS build again. It simply just re-invoked the C# compilation because the only thing that changed was C#. And I'm able to get this much nicer, tighter inner loop if I'm working with the command line and a code editor, which is kind of the target primary scenario that we're focusing on for this type of application, which is file-based apps. Okay. So what else can we do? This is obviously, you may have seen this before, this is kind of most of what we've been able to show so far with file-based apps this year, but we've got a little bit more time today, so I can hopefully show a few more things. Now my list is quite long, so I'm just going to go down through this list and start showing things and hopefully sort of fill up your knowledge about what's going on here. First thing I want to call out is I've been typing .NET Run, But you don't actually have to say .NET Run. You can actually just do .NET hello.cs. Okay, so that's the exact same thing as running .NET Run. Practically, there's a few little caveats. But that is handy for the next thing I'm going to show you, which is the ability to do Unix shell script invocation. So I've got an Ubuntu instance running over here. And inside of here, I've cloned a repo that I'll point you to it a little bit later, which is kind of my playground for file-based apps. And we've got lots of different things in here. But I have a hello.cs file in here. And if I just print that out, you'll see that it looks very similar to what I just wrote before. But it's got this weird line at the front. Now, we call this either a shebang or a hashbang. And that's that hash symbol followed by the exclamation mark. And then it's got a path to some executable. And then typically a single argument that you can pass to that. Now, some shells do support passing multiple arguments, but for safety's sake and for sort of universal compatibility, the recommendation is usually to only pass a single argument to whatever executable you're pointing at here. So what does that enable me to do? Well, on Unix and Mac OS, I can now directly execute this file as long as it's been marked executable. And so if I do an ls-l on my hello.cs, I've actually put the L in there, that would help. You'll see that there's an X at the end of the bits here, the flags, to say that this has been marked executable. And if I wanted to do that again, I could run chmod with the +X on there on hello.cs, and that's what marks this file as directly executable. So now I can literally just run hello.cs, and it runs. There it is, hello.world. And the way that's working is the shell environment here, which is bash, is reading the first 2 bytes of the file. It's seeing that it is hash and then an exclamation point, and then it is saying, it's marked as executable. It has a hashbang at the beginning of it. I can use that to figure out how to execute this file in this case. And so by supporting this at the top of the file now, we can have these scripts effectively that are directly executable. There are scenarios where you may not even want the extension, and this was all based on feedback that we got from Linux users as we were building this feature. So if I copy my hello.cs to just a plain hello file, and then I look at this now, you can see I've got a hello.cs and I've got a hello file. Now the green highlighting here indicates that they have been marked as executable, so you can see for each green file here, they have that X bit set. I can actually now directly just run hello, like it were any other executable file, and it runs. So we did the work in the .NET CLI to even support running .NET some file name where it isn't .cs. And as long as the first line of that file is a hashbang or a shebang, then we will pass it along to .NET Run app.cs experience and treat it like a C# file. This is useful because some people like to set up their shell environment so that they have a bunch of utilities that they've written that they keep the .cs on, and then they create semantic links to those files in a folder that is perhaps on their path, say like a bin tools folder or something like that. And so they can just drop a CS file in their source code directory, they can edit it with their editor of choice, and because it's .cs, they get all the syntax highlighting and all the rest of it. But they can also then symlink that or semantically link it to a folder that's on their path, remove the .cs from the end of that file in the symlink, and then that means anywhere on their system inside the shell, they can just run the name of that file directly by typing that file name out, which is pretty cool. So we have full support for that as well. Okay. I showed you bringing in packages. Now, debugging with VS Code. This is something that didn't work for a while during the previews, but I'm happy to say that debugging works now. So if I'm inside VS Code, I can very simply put a breakpoint like I could anywhere, and then I can use one of the 17 different ways to start debugging in Visual Studio Code to get that to go. So I'm just going to hit F5, and it says, yes, do you want to do C#? I'm going to do that. And then we'll let it do its thing. It says, debug active file-based app. So it has detected that there are no projects active in the workspace. And so I've only got one C# debugging option, which is please debug this file-based app that's currently active. If I did have C# projects as well as file-based apps in this workspace, then I would get the option, obviously, to either choose one of the projects to launch or to choose one of the files. And as you can see here now, I've got the full VS Code debugging experience working directly in this workspace that just has this single hello.cs file, which I think is pretty cool. So that is there, that is supported as long, again, as you have turned on support for file-based apps in the C# extension using that setting that I showed you a little bit earlier. Okay. So other things that you can do inside here, we've seen bringing in packages using these # directives. Now the official name for these is actually called an ignored directive. So the only C# language or C# language specification change that we made to enable this experience was allowing C# to recognize that if there is a line that starts with a hash and a colon, it should ignore everything after that line. So that's technically called an ignored directive. And the purpose of that is so that higher level experiences that ultimately use the C# compiler, like .NET Run, can interpret or pre-process this file in order to create semantic meaning from these # directives. And so we have a bunch of these built into the box. So you've seen # package. You can also do # property. Now what # property will do is allow you to set build properties. So these are things that you would traditionally set in your CSproj file, or maybe through some imported file, like a props file, but you can also do that directly in here. So if I wanted to, for some reason, target .NET 7 or .NET 8 in here, I could set the target framework property. If I wanted to change the lang version, maybe I want to use some new feature that's only in preview, I could set lang version equal to preview here. Any MS build property that you can set traditionally in a project file, you can set using this syntax directly here, which is kind of nice as well. What other things do we have in here? So let's have a little look at what's going on behind the scenes. I'm just going to get rid of what I typed here. Now we can see that there are no assets. Like typically when you run or build a .NET project in the past, you would see an obj folder get created here, and you would see a bin folder get created here, which would have the build output. Now that is still happening somewhere. And this speaks back to what I said before about file-based apps using the same semantic C#. We're still calling the same C# compiler. This is still being built, and it is creating output, which we are then running, rather than this being interpreted. And that's a very key difference, because interpretation changes the semantics of the C#. It actually executes differently. What we wanted this C# to be the exact same C# that you would get if you were in a traditional C# project. So what is going on? So let's kind of like start peeking into what's going on behind the scenes here. If I wanted to find this out without reading some docs, I might start doing some things like this. I would print out, for example, the location of various things that are happening that you might know about as a .NET developer. So I would say like current directory is equal to, and yep, I'll do that, current directory, thanks very much, Copart. And then I might put another line in here for something like, we'll do app context. We'll just call it base directory, actually. We'll do base directory, which is a .NET thing. So yep, app context.base directory. So let's like see where these things are taking place. If I go back and I run this again, so we'll do .NET hello.cs. So what do we get? So it's telling me my current directory is where I am, so that makes sense. But my base directory is this long path that's like outside of where I am. C users, my username, app data, local temp, .NET, run file, hello, some huge long hash looking thing, and then bin debug. So if I grab that and I go into Explorer and I have a look inside here, sure enough, we can see the output of this being built. And if I go back up a few folders, here's my bin folder. Here's my, okay, so there's my object folder that I may have been used to seeing if I was using a project. And then we've got this hello folder that it's inside of. And its hello is, you may have guessed the name of my application, hello.cs. And then we've got this long hash that's after that. Now that is derived from the file path. So you basically get a location inside this special temp folder inside of your user profile that we use to store assets and cache information to try and build up and make this experience as quick as we possibly can for the dev in a loop. So yes, it's hidden by default, but it is all just in another location. Okay, this is normal C#. It's just that the project file doesn't exist. In fact, there's no project file here. You may have been expecting that we were generating a project file and putting it in here. Well, we do in fact generate a project file behind the scenes, but it is a virtual project file. It stays in memory. And we actually invoke MSBuild and say, hey, please build this project file, but we just give it basically a project object rather than an actual file on disk. Well, what about if I wanted to get the location of the file? So it's typical in a script. You might execute the script and then you want to do things relative to where the script is located. How would I get that information? So you can do that in here by, you can use something called the app context. So I'm going to put another line in here, which is like file path. And for this one, we're going to do app context dot get data, and then we're going to pass entry point file path, which is basically get data. It allows you to get arbitrary data from a bag, like a dictionary of information, and this usually contains various bits of information that the .NET runtime uses and is set by like the build system and the launching system and things like that. So if I go over and run this again, we'll see that indeed I now have the path to my actual file, my hello.cs file. So now that I've got the file that is currently executing, because there's no assembly, if I got the path of the assembly that was executing here, you might think, oh, I could do assembly.get entry point assembly or something like that. That's going to put me somewhere inside this bin debug folder, not the source file that I may want to do stuff relative to. So that's just a little trick on how you can get access to where that path is. Okay, you can also use call a file path to do that, which is a new thing in C#, and a somewhat new thing, but we've made these entry point file path data available to you off the app context get data method as well. All right, so you can also reference projects. I'm going to flip over to a slightly more complicated set of examples now. So I have a repo, which has a whole bunch of stuff in it. And it's up on my GitHub account at damienedwards/run file, and I'll share the path. I'll share the URL to that in just a moment. And if I go into this folder called flat, this folder called flat contains a whole bunch of different applications. So you may have realized by now that so far all of these have been single CS files, and that is a current limitation with the current incantation of file-based apps. In this first version, your file-based app is always, by default, one CS file. There's no mechanism for referencing other CS files directly from that one file. It is just a single file. But you can bring in packages like we saw before, and you can reference projects. So over here, I've got a folder called ClassLib project, okay? And so this might represent a repo that you have. Maybe you own a NuGet package and it's called ClassLib and you publish that. And so this would be your project file here. And then in here, my class library has a greeter class with a single greet method. But wouldn't it be nice if from file-based apps in the same repo, I could reference this project so I could have like separate samples and they would be directly invocable. I don't have to have a project file for each of these very simple samples. I just have one CS file and they could live next to each other. So I can do that. Here's my hello.cs file. You can see at the top here that it is referencing the project just through a relative path, //classlib/classlib.csproj. And now you can see that that ClassLib class with its greeter method is available to me because we will traverse that project graph. You don't even have to put the CS proj in. You can actually just go directly to the directory, and then we will be smart enough to figure out that that directory contains a CS proj, and we will assume that you wanted us to reference that CS proj. So that's kind of nice as well. So yes, you can reference projects from file-based apps, and the scenario for doing that we got feedback about was typically this one here, where I've got a project already and I want to have lots of different file-based apps that reference it in order to showcase different usage scenarios. All right, in the last few minutes here, what are the real things I want to show you? Ooh, yes, so we also made some changes. What if I want to do things that aren't just like console apps? So here's an example of a web API that has been written using file-based apps. And we've made a few changes, tweaks around the place to make this kind of more ergonomic. So you might see that over in my File Explorer, I have a web API.cs, that's my app. And then underneath that, because I've got file nesting enabled in the Explorer in VS Code, I have a web API.run.json and a web API.settings.json. Now in projects today, you might be used to seeing a properties folder that has a launch settings.json file in it, which contains your launch profiles. Well, we now also support this alternate file name, which is your application name, web API, .run to map to the .NET run command, .json. So this is your launch profiles file, web API.run.json. It can live right next to your file-based application. And then similarly, you might be used to app settings.json, which is used to hold configuration settings that you read at runtime from your application. Well, we have a new naming format for that as well. You can do application name, web API in this case, .settings.json, and this is equivalent to app settings.json in the project world. If you want an environment-specific settings file, you can do that as well, web API.settings.environment name, so .development or .production.json, and that will get read by default by the default host as well. So here is my simple web API. I can run this as well. So if I go back to my terminal, and I go into this folder here. This is the folder that I was just showing you. Here are my three files. So I can do .NET web API.cs as I lose my voice. And then now my web API is running. You can see it's picked up the port from my launch profile that's in my run.json file. And if I click that, we can see that my application is running. Okay, so I can do more than just really basic console applications or scripts here. You can start building up other applications by using some of these features. And then lastly, in order to do that, the other thing that I didn't talk about was this #SDK property up here. So you can use SDKs other than the default Microsoft Net Core app or Net default SDK. So here I'm bringing in the Microsoft Net SDK.web SDK, which enables all the ASP.NET Core web isms inside the application, and then I'm going ahead and writing my top-level statements, minimal API, minimal hosting ASP.NET Core application, kind of as usual, and that works directly there. So lastly, a couple of other things to quickly let you know. You can run .NET Build Web API directly if you just want to build it and check that it builds without actually running it. You can do that. You can do .NET Restore Web API.cs just like you would a .NET Restore in a project directory, and that works as well. And you can do things like .NET Clean Web API.cs, which, as you can imagine, also cleans that. So there's lots more I could show you, but I'm now out of time. I can't wait to record more content about this, but thanks for watching, and I'd love to hear your questions.
Damien, if we got some questions for you, there are some folks eager to talk more about this. They really like this feature.
Lovely.
We've got a handful of questions. Let me make sure I go to, where to go? I just had it up here. There we go. A comment from one of our friends, Fuel Snable on Twitch says, I will deploy all of my minimal APIs now as scripts. Let's bring back CGI.
What?
Yes.
It should be faster than CGI, though. We don't want to go back to the speed of CGI.
Totally.
We want to keep the speed of .NET. That's.
So I
important thing to
know
do.
that's a joke comment. I know that's a joke comment, but some things that do come to mind. One thing I didn't get to mention is file-based apps are actually configured to publish as native AOT by default. So when you're running them like this, they're running directly. Okay, they just build and run locally. But you can run .NET publish app.cs, and it will natively AOT compile your application and give you a native executable. And so you could, in theory, I could take my web API here, .NET publish it, and I would get a small executable out the other side that I could then deploy if I wanted to.
Okay. There were a number of folks asking about support in Visual Studio 2026.
Yeah, so at the moment, our focus very much, as I mentioned, those two kind of scenarios that we're primarily focused on are learners, people who are new to C#, and we want to remove as much ceremony, remove as much distraction as possible. Visual Studio isn't really the best environment for that. It's kind of more like being in the cockpit of a jumbo jet. And then secondly, that kind of tools and utilities and scripting kind of scenario. Again, file-based applications where you just have a source file and you edit it and run it, that is VS Code's wheelhouse. That is like what VS Code was built to do. Visual Studio, not so much, right? So Visual Studio is very much you have a solution and then you have projects that are in that solution. There's a lot more ceremony around it. A lot of power comes with that and flexibility. But as I said, we're focused on the VS Code side because of what kind of file-based apps lends itself to naturally. And we don't really have any plans for support in Visual Studio yet, but we're open to feedback. So keep sending that feedback and that'll help us shape the future.
Yeah, in particular, since the flow, if you're in VS Code, you can just bring up the terminal and in there. So like you could be editing, do everything in real. I mean, you're getting that instant feedback. So it feels, even though it's not in the command line per se for just like executing as a straight command, you're getting more of that REPL effect, right? Because you're simply able to see it back and forth, back and forth.
And typically when I'm doing it myself, that's what I do. But when we're presenting, we have a smaller screen. It's typically easy just to flip to another console window. But yeah.
We have another comment from Jamie on YouTube suggesting playwright scripts would be very cool to do with this.
Absolutely, yeah. So some other things I didn't get to show were we already have repos under .NET that are starting to replace things like PowerShell scripts with CS files. So the Roslyn repo started dogfooding this a couple of months ago, and they replaced a large PowerShell file with just a CS file. And so now they can go, and they've got the hashbang colon on it, so that if you're on Mac or Linux, you can just literally go and just run that directly without having to think about even how to invoke it. So that's kind of cool.
Very cool. We've got time for one or two more questions. I want to go to this question from John on YouTube.
Oh, yes, that's a good one.
Is it possible to redirect the build artifacts so they aren't in the user's Hive? They're maybe in a different project drive somewhere.
Absolutely. So all the standard, because behind the scenes there is a virtual project being created and the regular project kind of build stuff is happening,
you can set the normal build properties that control those things. So you can set base intermediate output path and publish directory and output directory. You can set those things either as environment variables or as hash colon properties in your file, or another thing I didn't get to show, in an implicit build file. So you may have heard of directory build.props and directory build.targets, these implicit MS build files. We support that. So if you have a directory build.props next to your CS file or in a directory above it or a directory above that, it will get picked up and it will get input into the virtual project as part of the build.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome because I mean at that point I'm just thinking at it from a sharing across teams.
Yeah.
Right? So that way, in case I'm learning something and I want to give it to you because both you and I are learning or working on something like that, it's easy to set up that environment and go from there.
Wow, so the last thing, on that note, before we finish, you can run from standard input. So if you do .NET run hyphen, you can take a string or a cat file and then pipe it to .NET run hyphen, and we will treat it as C# and run it.
Wow, that's nuts.
You're giving me a crazy hybrid idea here of run Copilot CLI and pipe it into .NET.
My job is done.
Oh!
Well, the thing about it, it opens so many different things for containers. Instead of actually building the application and compiling it, you can just deploy the script files and essentially say, when the container spins up, do X.
You could. I mean, there are always trade-offs, obviously, associated with doing those things.
Yes,
but yeah, it opens up a lot of things.
Sweet.
Very cool. Thanks so much, Damien. This is great stuff. We can't wait to see more about it.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it.
All right. Man, it's our turn. It's the afternoon at .NET Conf Day 2.
That's right.
So much going on. Of course, right? .NET 10 launch, Visual Studio 2026 launch, cool new features like file-based apps. You love to see all of this.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because, like, you know, last night we were talking about day 2 and all the stuff we have. And day 3 with community, we got a lot of stuff coming up, and we're only halfway through. Fritz,
and we are only halfway
which is
through.
The crazy part.
But I think we got to bring in our good friend Bruno, right? He's going to be talking to us about AI Foundry for .NET developers. Bruno, are you out there? The stage is yours.
Hey, hello everyone. Perfect, thank you very much. So, hey, hello everyone. Bruno here, streaming for home. I'm supposed to be there, have some issues, I'm here. So thanks all to the amazing team that really helped me to set up this remotely. And we are going to talk about AI Foundry, or Foundry. I like to say it Foundry, but it's AI Foundry for .NET Devs. And we have here, let me introduce myself a little more. Name is Bruno Capuano. I'm the principal cloud advocate in the .NET team, do a lot of stuff with AI and .NET. And if you know me, you probably know that I don't do a lot of, I like the slides, but I like to show the demo. But hey, if you are new to Foundry, think about that AI Foundry is basically the place that we have in Azure to do anything AI related. And when we talk about AI, it's basically create AI services, create model, publish our custom model services and more. And we also have tools there. It's not just about models. This is a quote from one of the Scots that we have, one of the Scott bosses that we have here, where we talk about everything that you need to do AI, it's in AI Foundry. And this is amazing and it's great. But at the same time, when we start to talk about what we have in AI Foundry, we found that we have, as I said, models, which is popular. You have GPT models, you have meta models, models from Mistral and more, but you also have now support for agents. We have an agent service, of course. We are going to talk about agents. And we also have tools, and this is the important part. If you are deploying a model, in example, you probably want to have some tools to evaluate your model. If you are deploying a solution that involves some AI feature here and there, you want to evaluate. And you also want to have tools for security. You want to validate that your solution is not going to have some jailbreaks attacks or more. So we have a lot of tools to do evaluation, security, and more as part of Foundry. So when I was building this, and this is the V2 because I rebuilt this, for me, I was thinking, okay, what can I do? How we can show Foundry for the people so the people know what to do? And I say, let's create a chat application. So I created a chat application because, yes, we talk about AI and more, but this is not the standard chat application that you have there. I'm sorry, I'm taking a look here, which is my monitor right now. What we have here is a chat that is literally pulling 3 or 5 models all together from AI Foundry, and we put it all together, orchestrated and more. And this is what we have. Nobody asked for a new Bruno there, but this is a Bruno where it's there. And I can start to talk with Bruno right now. So let me start my microphone. There it is. Hey, hello, Bruno. How are you?
Hey, I'm good. Thanks. Glad you found the mic. How are you?
Hey, I'm fine. What can you tell me about the .NET Conf 2025?
I don't know the specifics for .NET CONF 2025 yet, but here's what you can usually expect and where to check for official info. Big announcements and a keynote from the...
Okay, I'm not going to leave the fake Bruno to do everything, but this is literally a couple of services working all together. And yes, it has some delays, so it goes more expectation. You know that this is live when you have this, but let's take a look at what we have here. Of course, we have everything orchestrated by Aspire. It's amazing. I love it, Aspire. I love how with Maddie and Damian and Fowler and everyone else, they are talking about this. This is amazing. Everything that I do right now is do with Aspire. So I have basically here Aspire helping me to set up connections for OpenAI, because we're doing chat. Also connection for speech, not supported, but I'm going to show you how we have. And the front end, which is a Blazor application. Yes, not React, not whatever. This is Blazor, and you can do amazing things in Blazor. This is one example of this. What we have here in the back, if I go here, this is the app host. And I'm not going to explain this is a lot, but we have a lot of basically a front end running, and then the magics happen on Blazor. And this is the moment I'm going to stop a little and switch to AI Foundry. Right now, and I am going to make a blog post explaining this a lot for next week. Right now, what we have here is a front end, which is the browser, as you mentioned, is host. It also has a UI in Blazor, which also uses WebRTC to show the video, the avatar video, and it's using SignalR, WebRTC, and all of the super cool technologies to connect with a couple of services in AI Foundry. We have a couple of chat completion services. We have agents also there, going to get there later. We have the speech service. We have configuration service to basically manage all of these secrets. And then in the back, of course, AI Foundry hosting all of this. But when you are a .NET developer and you start to build these solutions, you find that sometimes the path is not as easy as expected. And we are talking about Foundry. And when we talk about AI Foundry, we talk about, hey, this is enterprise-ready solution. So everything that I'm showing you today, it's ready with everything that we love about Azure. Traceability, scalability, observability, security, and more is part of Foundry resources. However, if I go to start to take a look in example of my models, I'm going here to Foundry. Let's go and take a look at the models. We've been doing models for a long time. And if I pick up one of the popular models, like in example, is GPT-4 Mini, I can go and play with this model around in the playground. And this is great. And this is amazing. And I have here a view code option. And the view code option is basically showing, hey, I am a C# dev here. I want to use the Azure OpenAI SDK. And I have here the 20, 30, 50 lines of code that I can run and use to do these models, which is great, which is amazing. I mean, if I want to use this model, GPT-4 Mini, I have here the code to do this. I just literally copy and paste here in Visual Studio Code. I'm using the file-based app here, so you can take a look at the packages on the tops and everything here. And if I .NET, we don't need to do .NET Run anymore. I like that we can do .NET 01 and then run this. After a couple of seconds, I am going to be able to basically use this and run it. And it's great, it's amazing. Most of the stuff that we have in AI Foundry, and I will say probably 99% of the stuff, they always have the view code option. So if you want to use services, AI services for speech, for video, images, chat, and more, you will have some sample codes plus the MS Learn documentation and more to do this. But I am a code person, so I like to see the code first. And you can see here the crappy solution, the crappy response. How can I assist you today? Because I didn't add anything here. By the way, I like also that they give you here the option to do this using Enter ID or key authentication. If you want to do stuff with key, don't do that. Try with this, but if you go to production, always use Enter ID. However, when we move to new stuff, in example, if we go to see other models, we can start to take a look at image generation models like Flux 1.1. I love this model. This model is amazing. This model is great. It's not the standard GPT image one that we have here, but if you take a look here, we have kind of a playground, and we have here the view code, and we still have the code sample here, and we still have the C# sample here, which is great. However, if we switch to Sora, video generation models, that's a completely different scenario. We can go to Sora, we can go to the playground, and where is my code? We don't have the code here. We don't have anything. So we need to start to play around. Oh, sorry, let me go back to the models. We need to start to see here an example in Sora to how we can use this. And this is the moment where we only have, and by the way, it's not only, all of the services in Azure AI Foundry have an HTTP endpoint. So if we know how to do an HTTP call, we can use those models. This is the sample scenario. This is a sample code that we have for this. If we want to generate a video, we need to call this URL, we need to define the content type, we need to pass the API key, and then we have right now only 4 parameters here to pass, which is the model to be used, Sora 2, and then the size, the prompt, and the seconds of the video. But we have amazing tools right now, like GitHub Copilot, so we can literally pick up this from the 2 to the bottom and say, hey, Copilot, generate me a console application that do this. And after a couple of seconds, and I'm not going to do it because I iterate this a couple of times. And after we do this, we will get really cool stuff like this one. This is generated with Copilot tools to do this. And it basically is going to read a couple of user secrets, endpoint and API key. In this particular scenario, I'm using API keys. Remember, testing, then we move to production, we go for Entra. And then I'm going to basically create the Sora HTTP request, and I ask Copilot to add a lot of login and more to have a better traceability of what we have here, which is cool, which is amazing, because right now, if we only have the HTTP request and the SDK is not there yet, usually came there, but takes a day, 2 days, a week or more, we can start to test these things literally with this. And one key thing, if I have to give an advice of this, when we were talking with the team about how we are going to do this, if I want to give an advice, I will say that, hey, it's super important that besides Copilot, you also have the Azure MCP server. This is the 3 that I always have, and Context 7 is not here, but I also use Context 7. But we have I usually have a couple of MCP tools that really help me to have kind of a very good quality of the writing and generated code, and I iterate several times to get here. But the Azure MCP server is the one that's going to help me to make this Azure enabled. So I can literally deploy this to Azure and also learn what is available in Azure to do this. Learn, documentation, we need to use it, is there. This is what I use to do stuff. And also NuGet. NuGet is great because we have a mess sometimes I open some projects, sometimes we have a mess of dependencies and upgrade everything to the latest version, and everything needs to be coordinated with the latest whatever. The new MCP server for NuGet, it's crazy good. But with this one, I am happy, I am good enough to go there, and I am not going to do Azure development right now, so I didn't select that one to do this. But with this, I create this application. And we have Sora 1 and Sora 2 right now. And Sora 1 and Sora 2 are 2 different models. You can deploy the models in Azure. They work really great, but they're different. The way that you invoke and use those models are very different. But at the end, I am going to go back here. The only difference that we have is we need to change the way that we do an HTTP request. And there are third-party people who are creating sample wrappers to do this, to make the life easier. Otherwise, in one moment, we are going to have the Microsoft Extension AI video, whatever. I don't know. I need to speak to the .NET team to see what we are going to create to support this. But hey, we can create videos right now. So let's create one using Sora 1, an example. And my video is 2 puppies playing soccer in the moon using a cartoon style. It's going to take a couple of seconds because the way that these video generations models works is different. So the way that you do is when you generate, it's not chat completion, it's not image generation. You basically ask the model to do something. This triggers a job, and then you have a job ID, and then you need to queue the job ID status. So we are going to have pre-processing running. The Sora 1 takes for a 4-second videos, 5-second videos take 10 seconds, 15 seconds, depending on the day. I hope that my team is not doing anything crazy here, but I have my video here already deployed and generated and downloaded. And if I have and I want to run the Sora 2 video, this is going to take a little longer, take a couple of seconds, probably 20 or more. And while it's generating, I want to share with you the important part here. We are going to have libraries to work with a couple of things. Like an example, chat completion. We have Microsoft Extension for AI, which is amazing. We are going to have libraries to work with agents. Crazy good and amazing. Speech, we are almost there, 50-50. We can do speech, but we can't do speech with Aspire right now, but we can connect the dots. Aspire is fully extensible. David and Damien show how you can extend Aspire to fit where your needs. I extend here to have the speech services available to be orchestrated with Aspire here. If we don't have this, if we get to the point that we have a model or something in AI Foundry that is not available yet, we always will have an HTTP endpoint so we can write the code to do that. So while I am waiting for the video generated, let me show you the Sora 1 generated video. So let me go back here to open my VLC. So this is the Sora 1 generated video. Cute, 2 puppies playing and more. And let's take a look at the Sora 2 generated video. Four-second video, sorry, 2 puppies playing soccer in the moon, and yes, soccer. I'm from Argentina, world champions. I have soccer all around in my veins. Love it. Sora 2 has audio. You can write huge prompts that I can also add audio and more there. But in this scenario, I want to show you how, even if we don't have an SDK to work with this, we can still call the HTTP endpoint and generate our video. But we get to a point, because everybody's talking about this, we get to a point that, hey, you know what? How about if I want to do, yes, agent? How about if I want to do agent framework? So as I said, we have the Azure AI Foundry agent service. So agent framework is super amazing, super extensible, and it supports extensibility with agents. So I can pick up my crappy avatar demo and more and make it work with agents. So what I am going to show you, and I recorded this 3-minute video, and then we are going to see the code, is how we can do that, because the agent framework allows you to create agents. When you create an agent, you can create an agent using an LLM. That's perfect. But you can also create an agent that will be hosted and run in Azure AI Foundry. Or if you already have an agent created there, you can ask agent framework, hey, give me an agent based on that agent that is running on the cloud. And because the agent is running in AI Foundry, you will have access to all of the features that are available in AI Foundry when you have agents there. Connection to MCP tools, connection to other agents. Remember, this is an Azure service, so it's going to be scalable. You have a lot of cool things to do there. And what I like about this is that when we are here, the agent framework is part of the whole AI Foundry ecosystem, and we can start to connect the framework with literally everything. So I use Copilot, and I say Copilot something like, it wasn't one of these. When I publish the repo, you're going to see the history in one of the repos, the prompt is there. I say, hey, implement another version of my crappy avatar custom demo that also use agent framework with agents running on AI Foundry, because this is the place where we are going to host our agents. We're going to start and testing locally and then move to AI Foundry where we are going to production. So with this, I'm going to play a video with the full demo running on the cloud. This is the Azure AI Avatar demo, and here we are using different Azure AI Foundry services. The whole idea is that we are going to have an agent. This agent can be a direct LLM-based agent. We can use an agent with agent framework with OpenAI or OpenAI services in the cloud, or in this scenario, we are also going to have the chance to use an existing agent. I already have an agent here in Foundry. The name of the agent is .NET Conf 2025. So let's copy here the agent ID. And then I think I also need the Foundry project, the endpoint project. And important about this agent is using the GPT-4.1 mini model and a very simple set of instructions. You are an agent responding to user language, short sentences, and more. So let's go back here, copy the project and Foundry project, and save the configuration. Once we have this, I already have created the custom avatar here. And this avatar is basically me. And I can ask questions here. My agent, by the way, It doesn't do anything fancy. It's just an agent with a model and instructions, but doesn't have any tool, knowledge, and more. So what we can do right now here, if we go back here, we can ask a question, like an example, what can you tell me about .NET Conference 2025?
.NET CONF 2025 is an upcoming virtual event by Microsoft focused on .NET technologies. It usually features keynotes, technical sessions, and demos about the latest in
kind of working and give me some information. There it is. But we see here that it doesn't have the latest great information. This is because the agent is not connecting to any data source. But this is super simple to do because we are using .NET, we are using agent framework, we are using a lot of things here, and I can go here to my agent, connect the agent, an example, to Bing search, grounding capability. Let's use Conf configuration. There it is connected. Once we have this one here and we ask the same question, we should get a different answer. And while this is working and the first time is already get the agent, I can go back here to my traces in Aspire, and I can start to see an example here how we are seeing.
.NET CONF 2025 is a free virtual 3-day event happening from November 11th to 13th, focusing on the launch of .NET 10.
Okay, we have more information here. This is kind of nice, and I need to improve my subtitles. But anyway, me speaking with myself is kind of a weird one, but this is nice in the sense that we have everything here. It really using the agent. If we go to the threads here in AI Foundry, what we can see is that deleted threads. Let's go to the playground. We can see here the full response, and we see here also that, hey, it's using the tools, it's using the grounding with Bing search. We also see how it took kind of almost 20 seconds, it has, I don't know, 5,000 tokens or more. And we can even go here to the thread logs where we are going to see how the conversation started. We have the tool calls, we have the Bing grounding and more. And we didn't ask for the reference here, but we can even ask for the reference to the direct link of the Bing search to get .NET Conf. And this is an agent working here. And once again, it's working with me here and it's answering the questions in the language that we expect. It's kind of nice. So let's go deep and see what is happening in the back. So we just see the agent and hey, I did the recording because the connection to the agent and more takes some time. And as I said, we have everything here in Foundry. Let me go back here to Avatar. We have here the agents and more. We have everything here in Foundry to work in example with agents. And again, we have the agent framework that allows us to connect super easily to AI Foundry agents and work with these agents. Out of the box, these agents have literally support for threads, connection with tools, orchestration, and more. Even so, I will, and this is personal preference, I will probably manage the orchestration by myself using the amazing agent framework stuff. I know that Maria and Jeremy, they talk a lot about agent framework, so we have a lot of things that we can do there. But hey, if you want to see how easy is to run this and to create an agent framework, an agent using agent framework from the AI Foundry ones. So what we have here, it's literally the 10 lines of code that you need in agent framework to connect to an endpoint, get your LLM, and then create a chat client. And with your chat client, you can create your agent. And this agent is kind of a new in-memory agent. But if you already have an agent in AI Foundry, it's literally the same. The main difference is that we are going to use persisting agents framework here framework here that is going to give us access to the project. And when we are in the project, we can create an agent like here, where you have an agent, create a new one, you put a name, instructions, tools, MCP tools, and more. Or if you have the ID, you can get an agent. And once you have the agent and you get the agent, is going to basically allows you to talk with your agent, and that's it. It's as simple as that. And as I mentioned before, if we run this one, and I think I have my credentials here, this has also a loop in the bottom where we can start to chat with the agent. We are going to see that by default, there it is, my console. Oh, I need to put my secrets here. So this is not the right one to test right now. I'm not going to start to put my secrets here. This is what's happening with live demos. But what is important here is right now, This agent does not persist any kind of, the threads are all isolated. But I can get here, if I want to persist all my conversation, I can do something like thread, AI agent, get new thread, that's it. And then when I am doing my conversation here, I'm going to have my thread here, and that's basically it. Now, everything that I talk with the agent is going to have in one thread. And because we can persist the threads, and we can add this thread, and we can basically put a stop today, get back tomorrow, and see how it's working, we have so many things that we can do. And finally, if we go back to Foundry, let me go Foundry to my real-time demos. And I go to my agents. There it is, these are my agents. And I go to my thread. I am going to start to see here, probably this one. Let's take a look at this one. I am going to go to the playground. And in this one, I am going to see that, hey, this is the .NET Conf, the one that we see. And if I ask the question again, who is speaking in the day 2 of the .NET Conf 2025? We are going to see in the agent in real time, and let me zoom out a little. We are going to see the Bing search that we have here, and we are going to see the log, the threads log with all of the questions. This is all part of the same conversation, so we have full traceability and more here. Getting close to the end, what else you can do with AI Foundry? As I mentioned, we only see chat, but we also see a custom avatar, which is kind of a fun, but super popular. It's becoming more popular. But we also have here, if we want to see in the playgrounds, we can do stuff with chat. In example, yes, videos, agents, image, and more. We have tools, in example, to do fine-tuning. Fine-tuning, this is where I fine-tune an agent to use my image. Again, nobody creates, nobody asked for that, but it was a fun experience. We have the content understanding. There are a couple of preview services that you can use there, but you can, this region doesn't support content understanding. Oh my God, I need to fix this one. We have tracing. This is amazing. We can connect everything that we've seen and we like. In example, in the dashboard of Aspire, we also have it here because we are using APP Insights. Remember, AI Foundry is enterprise ready. So at this moment, if I open one of these posts, we are going to see the thread where we are going to see how we are calling here one of our Microsoft AI telemetry. Somewhere here, we have an LLM that is creating a thread where we have full traceability of everything that's happening in your application here. And again, this is APP Insights, full support for everything here. So I hope you can try AI Foundry, give it a try, really. If you are going to do something that requires AI, you need to go and use AI Foundry. I'm happy to chat, happy to help, and not the video, the last one. Happy to answer some questions, and I hope you like it. And once again, thanks to organizers that helped me to be here virtually, because hey, I really, really want to talk about this.
Very cool stuff. Yeah, I love seeing all the stuff about agents. Thank you so much, Bruno. We do have a couple questions for you that came through. Gosh.
We can go with Brad here, Brad Russell.
Yes.
Yeah, does the agent framework integrate with MS Teams like the chatbot I built with Microsoft M365 Agents Toolkit?
I think yes. I mean, I need to talk with the Teams people, but I think I see a couple of demos where they are putting all together. I don't know. There are a lot of moving parts with that scenario.
Sure.
But at the end, they have something all working together. And if not today, probably going to be tomorrow, because Agent Framework is going to be the entry place to do agent.
Absolutely,
so
yeah.
Maybe not today, but it's going to be tomorrow.
Correct. Yep.
I'm going to go to this comment from BurzaTube on YouTube.
Oh, yeah.
It's football. You're not Argentinian if you call it soccer. Yeah. Okay, that's Americans here.
Football.
Yeah, that's right.
Football, yes, it's football. It's football. I try to be sensitive. I'm adopted Canadian, so we are polite. So they call it soccer here. So I say soccer in North America, but yes, it's football. So, I'm very bad. Football with the U, football.
Herodra on Twitch has a good question. When you're adding knowledge, what does that actually do? Are you providing a tool which the agent may call? What's actually happening under the covers there?
So when you add knowledge in AI Foundry, there are a couple of data sources, different type of data sources. You can add knowledge from files. They will automatically going to vectorize, and then you can ask, doing kind of RAG with the files. You can also connect with Fabric. You can also connect with Bing and more. So the whole idea is you are going to provide more context and information to your agent. And that means that when the agent have specific questions about the topic and they have a tool or, a knowledge that is related to the topic, is going to first search, and it's not search, but I'm quoting search there, and if you find something, give your agent the responses. And then the agent is going to do the LLM part, the conversational part. But that's a super important topic, and it's super hard to explain this in 30 seconds, sorry.
Sure. For your demo, are you going to have, we're going to add that also as part of the repo, right? So, or is it something that you already have in GitHub right now, Bruno?
I am finishing a blog post to be done in the .NET blog probably next week.
Oh, perfect.
That explain everything. There are a lot of moving parts here, so I want to explain everything. But yes, it's going to be public in today or next week for sure.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Very cool.
I know I'm very interested in it. That's why I was selflessly asking about it because I want to see it.
Yeah. Well,
Don't
I think
use
that's
my
all
face.
the time.
I can use other avatar, not mine. My wife said, "Why are you doing that? Nobody wants to see you more." Yes, I know.
Well, thank you so much, Bruno. It was great having you as part of .NET Conf, and we'll see you next time.
Perfect. Goodbye, everyone.
See you, Bruno. Bye.
Take care. So, man, more great stuff. I love the insight we get into the cool new tools out there running with Foundry. Yep. And we're gonna take a step into I believe the security side next, right?
No, we actually are talking
I'm
about.
jumping ahead.
You jump to the following one, but we're talking about Azure App Services for .NET developers.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Which is near and dear to us because the entire website and a lot of stuff we do for .NET Conference and Azure App Service.
So let's hand that over.
Byron, take it away.
Hey guys, thank you so much for having me. My name is Byron Tardif. I'm a Principal Program Manager with the App Service team, and I'm here to talk to you about what's new in Azure for .NET developers. So I have three things. I don't have a lot of slides. I usually like to dive right straight into the demos. So I know that this was a question that was coming up is when is .NET 10 going to be available for App Service? The answer to that is we're rolling it right now. So if you're using an App Service Linux instance, that is globally available. So pretty much if you already have a .NET 10 app, all you might need to do is restart it to make sure that you're getting the latest, greatest bits with that. On App Service Windows, we're on the second stage out of 5. So we expect that to be fully rolled out by the end of the week, but I'm going to go show that a little bit more in a demo coming up. The next stuff is, everybody's talking about Aspire. So I'm going to show you end-to-end grabbing a template and getting it ready and deployed into App Service. So that's going to be the most part of the demo. And then at the end, we're going to look at a couple other features that are available for you, whether you're using .NET, Aspire, or any of the other languages that we support. Think of this as platform features, the things that App Service gives you so that you're more efficient and have time to focus more on your code rather than managing your application. Okay, with that, let's roll right in. So the first thing, this is when you will know that we've actually completed the rollout. This is the web app create, but you will also have similar experience when you already have an app and you want to check the runtime of your app. So right now it says preview because we're still in the phase of rollout. But once we're done, this thing right here will basically go away. So expect to see it by Friday. That preview tag will go away, and if you're impatient, you can just try and restart your application, and sometimes that will trigger your app to pull down the latest, greatest bits. If you're, for whatever reason right now, you're still seeing RC bits, that's something you can try, and you will be getting .NET 10 GA bits as soon as they're available. Just to reiterate, right now for App Service Linux, fully deployed worldwide. App Service Windows, we're still in stage 2 out of 5, and we expect that to complete by the end of the week. Okay, so you don't have to take my word for it. Let's actually look at an app. So this is just a web app. It's my .NET Conf app. We'll come back to it later in the demo, but I just want to call it out. And what I've done is, this is just, I think this is the MVC .NET New MVC web app, and all I've added is the output here to show you what version I'm running. So this is from the perspective of the code. I'm running on .NET 10 GA bits. And then one more way to demonstrate it is this is SSH into the instance. You can see right here. that I have the .NET 10 runtime. And another thing I want to call out, because this is new for .NET 10, is our images are now based on Ubuntu. We used to be based on Debian, but starting with .NET 10, that's a change that you will see. We're making this change just because we like the servicing aspect of Ubuntu. Is a little bit more robust than what we were getting with Debian, and it's also aligned with what the .NET team is doing as far as the images that they're putting out. They're only putting out Ubuntu images, so this makes it very easy for us to service and do all of the monthly updates and refreshes of the app to make sure that the OS and the environment in which your app is running is always safe, secure, and up to date. Okay, so that wraps it up for the .NET 10 part of the demo. So now let's switch over into what we're going to do with Aspire. And I'm literally starting with an empty project, right? Like all you can see is I have my little instructions cheat sheet and a git ignore, and I've git init this repository, but that's about it. So we're going to walk step by step here, generating an Aspire template, and then deploying it to app service and showing you everything that you have to do different, if you will, to target app service as your compute layer or provider. So there's a couple of prerequisites that I'm going to have to fulfill. So I've already gone and installed everything, but I just want to make sure that I show you that I have it. So first, let's see what SDKs I have installed. I have .NET 10. I'm obviously already in VS Code, so that's already done. You could also use Visual Studio. I'm just using VS Code for the sake of this demo. Then I need to make sure that I have the Azure Developer CLI, which is ACD. I think this is the right command. Well, it's installed, and I'm a version behind, but that's fine. It should just work for what I'm doing right now. And then I also have the Aspire CLI installed. And you can see that I'm targeting version 13, which is the latest, greatest Aspire version. If you don't have any of these requirements, this is the WinGet instructions on how to install them. And don't worry, we have a blog coming out pretty soon that will have all of this spelled out with a little bit more advanced scenarios as well. Okay, so I have my prereqs. So what's the next thing I need to do? Well, I need to have a directory where I'm going to put this project, and I'll already have this Aspire one, so let's just jump right in. And this is going to use the Aspire CLI to give me that first initial scaffolding. And I use Git so that I can show you exactly what are the changes that I'm doing. So let's name this project, so bk.net conf demo. I want to, yep, that's fine. I'm going to target 13. And I don't want to build a test project for now. I'm just going with the simplest thing that I can right now. And the scaffolding, what it's doing is you're looking at it, it's creating this folder, and there's a bunch of little projects in there. I'm not going to go into detail as to what each one of these folders does. I think either Demian or the Aspire folks do a better job of explaining that. But all you have to think about it is there's a web application, which is the front end. There's an API service, which is the back end. And there's the app host where I'm defining my environment. So there's a bunch of stuff here. I'm just going to go yes, add all of that to my commit. And this is the template. OK. So right now, at this point, I've done nothing except just generate the Aspire starter template. So now the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to add the package reference to the Aspire provider. So the way this works is we the app service team, work with the Aspire team to make sure that we have a provider that is able to target app service as the host for your application. And the output is that NuGet package. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into my project, and I'm going to go into the app host, because that's basically the only part of this project that needs to know about app service. And I'm going to add the package reference. So actually, before I do that, let's take a look at what the CS Proj looks like. Right, so it has a reference to the web and the API service, and there's a bunch of other stuff here that is very like standard .NET stuff. So let's go ahead and add the package reference. And I'm going to leverage my handy dandy git diff to look at the difference here. So literally all this is doing is adding the Aspire package reference, right? That's all this is doing. Okay. So now I have the Aspire package reference. Let me snapshot this. Adding app service target. And now the next step that we need to do is we need to make a couple of changes to our app host to actually target app service, right? So with the NuGet package, it knows how to. With this references, it's now actually going to go and do that target. So I'm going to go open my apphost.cs, and I'm going to drop these two things in here. So the first one is you're basically going to target app service. And this is just, I'm reminded to remind you that this is the app service environment concept in Aspire. We're not targeting an app service environment resource in Azure. Right now, I'm just targeting a default app service plan with whatever is our predetermined standard SKU. There's ways to modify that. I'm not going to do it for this demo, just making clear because that name can be a little bit confusing. So now it knows that it's going to go target app service environment, and I have one more change that I need to do here, which is I want to do external endpoints. Okay. So this is my second change. So in the first change, all we did was add the NuGet package reference so that I can then go and use it and say, yeah, I want to target app service. And keep in mind, right now what I'm doing is the most basic minimum thing. There's a lot of other config that you can add to, for example, enable application insights, change the SKU that you want to target, etc. But right now, this is minimum, getting you up there as soon as and as fast as possible. Okay, so I'm going to leverage the auto-generated PR comments there. Okay, let's go back to our handy-dandy instructions. And the next step is getting it up to the cloud. I'm not going to do the auth login because I already did it, just to save time and not have to flash my password in the middle of this. But we're going to do ACD init. So ACD init, what it's going to do now, I'm actually in the wrong directory. Let's try that again. So ACD init, what it's going to do is it's going to look at my solution and is going to try to determine what it is that I'm trying to deploy or run. And it's going to take a second while it scans, but it should find that we're running an Aspire project and that we're going to be targeting app service as our compute target. Let's just give it a second. There we go. So it found that it's Aspire project, and I want to continue initializing my app, and let's give it a unique name, .NET Conf 2025. Okay, so now at this point, you can see in the diff that we got a bunch of other stuff. So if I look at the files, it created this Azure .Azure folder where there's like a bunch of information about what I'm going to be doing. But the key things is you don't want to include that folder in your commits if you're checking this into your code. That's why there's that git ignore. Then there's this YAML file which defines the project, etc. This is all just metadata to help us target the right deployment. And if you don't have me telling you what to do, it also generates this nextsteps.md file. You can look at it. It has a lot of information as to, okay, once you've initialized, what is the next thing that you want to do with ACD, depending on if you're setting this up on a CI/CD pipeline or if you're just doing a deployment directly from your client. For my purposes, I don't need this because I know what I'm doing. So I'm just going to exclude it from my commit, and we're just going to do another one. So ACD init. Okay, so now at this point, I'm ready to do ACD up. And ACD up, what it's going to do is it's going to look at that configuration that got created as part of the ACD init process, and it's going to decide what are the resources that it's going to have to create on Azure to host your application. So it's going to ask me a couple of questions just to make sure that we're getting it in the right subscription. I have like 247 subscriptions, but let's use this one. And then we're going to target East US. Sure, I'm close to East US. And now this is going to take about 5 minutes. It's going to go and provision all of the resources, but we're going to pretend that we're in a cooking show. And I'm going to fast forward to something that I already have deployed, and then we can come back and check and make sure that this actually worked. But just to summarize, I started with an empty directory that just had git ignore and some instructions. I ran the template that gave me about 77 files. I added the reference to the app service NuGet package, and then I told my app host that I wanted to target app service. And then I did the ACD init to get all of the metadata and information necessary so that I could do the deployment, and then ACD up to actually go and push my application up into the portal. So let's take a look at what that looks like. Okay, so this is, like I said, pretend that we're in a cooking show. This is something that I deployed earlier. But you're going to see that what I'm going to get is a bunch of different resources, right? So I have both the API and the web front end that are web apps that represent those two projects that we talked about earlier, as well as the app service plan that represents the compute, if you will, where those resources are running. Right now, if you notice, both of my apps are going to be running on the same app service plan. A next feature that we want to do is we want to be able to let you configure and say this app and that app can be in independent app service plans so they can scale independently. The other really cool thing that we did is now we have built-in support for the Azure, for the Aspire dashboard that is just deployed there, and this is a platform feature. So, once it's deployed, you don't have to worry about it, right? We'll update it and keep it evergreen for you. There's the Azure Azure Container Registry, where we're pushing the container images that represent both the web and API images for the app, as well as the managed identities that are used to make sure that all of this stuff is talking to each other securely without you having to use passwords, etc. Okay, so let's look at the app up and running. So here we go. So if you've seen an Aspire demo, you've seen them all, but it's the template app. There's nothing special to it beyond I just added this to make sure that I can show that it's running on .NET 10 on app service. I have the counter that I can click a bunch of times. And if I go to the dashboard, I'm able to see that, hey, look at this. So you should be able to see that it's the dashboard and it's running on app service. Now, a really nice trick that we did here is the dashboard is sharing the same RBAC, so role-based access control, that you would have to your application. So only the people that are able to go and actually modify the application are going to have access to the dashboard, right? So it's not something that is publicly exposed. Only if you have the right set of permissions. So if you cannot go and deploy to the app, you won't be able to go and look at the dashboard. And if you want to give somebody access, all you need to do is give them access to the application, and they automatically gain access to the dashboard. Okay, yeah, and right now, this is again, this is the first cut. You can think of it as the first cut. We get the Aspire dashboard resource, and you click on it, and it takes you to Aspire dashboard resource. And what's happening behind the scenes is that single sign-on to make sure that only the people that have access to the app will have access to the dashboard. As far as the dashboard goes, is the dashboard that you already know and love, so there's nothing else to show you here except that it's up and running and working on app service. Okay, so let's go back and make sure that that actually deployed. Looks like we're almost done. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to show you some of the new features that are available on apps. Oh, actually, it looks like it just completed. So let's take a look at that again, just to double check that everything is working. So let's hit the front end. Yes, I want to open. Drum roll. Give it a second to start. And there we go. Okay, so you can see that this is different because I don't have the other stuff that I added to the one that I deployed earlier where we have the .NET version, etc. Okay, so that was end-to-end. We started with nothing, and we ended with an application with an Aspire app running on app service, having a web front end, an API, as well as the Aspire dashboard. Okay, so now I'm going to jump into some of the new features that we have for app service. And this is, this applies to you if you're a .NET developer, but we love all developers the same. So if you're deploying code or containers to your app, if you're deploying .NET, Java, whatever, all of these are platform features that are going to help you do and be more effective with your job. So the first thing is, so this is my .NET app, the one that I showed you earlier, just to demonstrate that it's running .NET 10. I have a home and I have an error page. The only reason the error page is here is so that I can generate an error log. So the first feature that I want to show you is the new log streaming. So you'll find it in the TOC, so right here, log streaming. And there's a couple of new things here. So the first thing is we let you select what level of error warning verbose you want to see, right? Sometimes when you're looking at an app, there's a lot of traffic coming in. You don't necessarily care about everything. So you can focus on specifically, for example, the errors. And there you go, nicely color-coded errors. I can also switch between runtime and platform logs. So you can think as runtime are the logs that you're going to be emitting from inside your code. And platform is the stuff that's going on behind the scenes, like before your application even starts. What is the platform doing to make sure that your app is up and running? So you can switch those two views. The other thing is this app scaled out. So it's scaled out to 3 instances. And sometimes what happens is not all instances are behaving correctly. So you might have one instance that is misbehaving. So this lets you target the specific instance that you want to focus and look at to make sure that you're only getting the traffic that is happening for that specific instance. And then finally, we have a look back period, right? So you're not always sitting there in the portal waiting for the next log event to come in. Sometimes you might want to look back at, this is file-based, so it's on a revolving log. So, you can go back up to 90 minutes if there's enough logs there that you can actually see, as well as stream the new logs as they are coming in. Again, this is specifically for inner loop. So when you're doing the action of writing a little bit of code, deploying to your app, testing it with a little bit of load, seeing what's happening, this is what you want to be using. For production scenarios where you're not necessarily sitting there monitoring the app, make sure that you're setting up log analytics, etc., so that you can get alerts, right? That's the powerful part there. The next feature that I want to talk about is async scaling. So this is something that you can configure for your apps. This is a feature that is rolling out. You might not see in the portal just yet, but it will start flighting pretty soon. And what this does is especially useful for manual or rules-based autoscale. So we usually run the platform with enough buffers that we can accept people going from 3 instances to 30 instances. But every now and then there's weekends, like I think Black Friday is coming up. Singles Day was a couple days ago when a bunch of apps decide that they want to host the world's traffic with 0 notice. And before, the platform would basically reject your scale operation if you were going beyond what was available from the platform's perspective. So if you ask for 30 instances, but we could only give you 5 or 10, you would get rejected, and then you would have to try again and say, okay, 5, and then you would get 5, and then you would have to try again to get 10, etc. So this basically takes care of that, right? You can set this to 30, and if we don't have 30 to give you, we'll give you what we have. And as we have the process behind the scenes that goes and add scale to the units of scale that we have where your apps are hosted, we will add more instances to your app as they become available. But you don't have to be there monitoring and retrying. And finally, the last thing that I want to show you is this new Instances tab. So this new Instances tab lets you see, like I said before, when you have more than one instance, when you're scaled out, you can see that the status there could be different. The other really cool thing that you can do is you can actually see, what physical zone you're deployed on. So when you have enabled availability zones for your application, that means that different instances of your app are deployed to different physical divisions within the data center. So this gives you insight into that. If you've had errors, you can see some of those platform errors, and there's some repair operations that are shown here as well. But those are like 3 really cool, exciting new features that we have for the platform. We hope that you can start using them, as soon as they become available for you. They're rolling out starting this week. We expect to see a lot of you already having access to them by the end of the week. And yeah, that wraps it up for me.
Oh, great stuff.
Great stuff.
Yeah. We're using App Service right now to host this website that folks are watching on.
And the APIs and everything else behind the scenes. And when you see the tags app that said that's running an app service. So, and it's great because like we have you available, Byron. I've asked you several times like, hey, how do we do X, Y, and Z? And funny enough, you're mentioning about .NET being the RC version. The full candidate, final candidate being out there. I went to our GitHub repo, made the changes. It recompiled under .NET 10 and flawlessly within 25 seconds with a build and deployment, it was already there. So it's magical.
We're also working with the Aspire team. So the Aspire page is actually hosted with Aspire on App Service. So that's another way that we kind of eat our own dog food and make sure that we're building stuff that actually works for production scenarios.
Absolutely, absolutely.
That leads to a good question.
Yes.
I have here on my machine from this person. I need a dip. Says, can I set the runtime stack to .NET 10 on the staging deployment and then swap it over so I can do a little bit of phased deployment, it sounds like they're trying to do here.
Right. I imagine this is the scenario where you potentially have a .NET 8 or .NET 9 app.
Right.
And you want to test your bits with .NET 10. Yes, you can absolutely set the staging slot to be a different runtime from your app. And one of the things that you can do if you already have the staging slot is you can actually set a small amount of traffic to reach that staging slot. So you can have that blended traffic, validate with actual production traffic, and then do the swap. And friends don't let friends deploy directly to production. We ask you to use deployment slots. And that is the one other feature that we're working on to add to Aspire so that we can call that GA. So coming soon.
One final question I'm going to go to from Twitch. We have this question: how can I write these logs to a file or something like that in Azure File Storage?
Right. So that's where the integration with Azure Monitor comes in.
Got it.
You're going to, right now, all of those logs that I showed are sitting on disk on App Service. When you enable Azure Monitor, what you're going to do is you're basically telling us that this is the target where you want us to export those logs. And those logs flow to the Azure Monitor service where you have them and you can do things like set up a custo query that has an alert that sends you an email. Right? So that's for the outer loop when you're not necessarily sitting there looking at the logs, like reading the matrix, but you actually want somebody to send you an email when there's a specific condition that you want to look at.
Okay. All right. Well, I think that's all the questions we have for now. Thank you so much, Byron. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me, guys. See you next time.
See ya.
Have
Thank
a
you, Byron.
great rest of your .NET Conf. Man, lots still going on.
Yes.
Don't forget the sponsors have a couple of things out there for you, including the swag bag that you can sign up for. There's the Secret Decoder Challenge.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a lot for you to do, a lot for you to win. And
There we go.
will, thank you so much. And well, one of the things we'll do is that at the end, like tomorrow, when the conference ends, as part of our closing, we'll be announcing those winners.
Yes, the winners of those drawings. We've got some free wallpapers available for you that are all .NET 10 themed that you can get from the .NET Conf website as well. So check that out. Scroll down just a little bit. There's a big purple box.
That's right.
With stuff that you can choose and participate in, download, and have a good time.
Coming up next.
I was going to say, before we go to that, can we show the map real quick?
Yeah, actually, the map is pretty cool.
So,
it's funny because you worked on it this morning. You know, like he was co-piloting it, hacking on it, adding this extra feature on it.
We ran into just a few issues. Everybody that's been mentioning and saying, hey, good morning, good afternoon, I'm watching from, we've plotted your locations on our map. Thank you so much.
Yep.
To all the folks out there that are represented on the map that are participating in .NET Conf.
Yep, it's a great way to find out where we're being watched. And then we have some people in India, some people in Southeast Asia, some people down in, it looks like Brazil, right? So it's awesome to see everybody there. You know, Australia is missing a couple dots in there, but
It's
you know.
a difficult time of day right now for
Exactly,
them.
you know what I mean? But you know, but that's the fun part about it, because like, oh, why don't you see X? Oh, it's because it's this current time right now in the other place. So it's a wonderful thing of having a global conference.
Absolutely. But we do have another talk coming up.
Yes, we are going to be learning about .NET Test with the Microsoft Test Platform and MS Test from our friend Jacob.
All right, Jacob, take it away.
Hello, welcome to my talk, Best New Features in .NET Test, Microsoft Testing Platform, and MS Test. I'm Jakob, and I'm here on behalf of the .NET Testing team, and I'm super happy to be able to show you the latest, newest features that we're shipping in .NET 10. So let's get into it. First, .NET Test and Microsoft Testing Platform. In .NET 10, we shipped a completely new view that enables you to see results of your test in more interactive, more nice way that is more colorful and more usable than before. This is a demo-driven presentation, so I will be switching directly into my VS Code. And in here, I'm having a solution that has 3 different projects, MS Test, NUnit, and XUnit, because Testing Platform supports all major testing frameworks, also Expecto and TUnit. First thing that I want you to see is that we have global JSON, and in global JSON we have this new configuration. Under the section Test, we have the runner option, which is set to Microsoft Testing Platform. This is needed to enable the new .NET Test mode inside of .NET 10. Don't worry, there is IntelliSense provided, so you don't have to remember this. You will get suggestions if you try to create this file. I will switch to my run PS1. It will clean my screen, and then it will run a simple command, .NET Test. So let me run that right now. My solution builds, and we can see that we have some progress bars that are showing the progress of the test running, and this is directly inside of .NET Test. Some assemblies now finished, and now the whole run is completed. So let's scroll up and let's see what happened. First, we have an overview of all the DLLs that were executed in this run. In this case, we have 3 different DLLs, all targeting .NET 10 and x64 architecture. But if we had multiple architectures or multiple target frameworks, or even more DLLs, we would see all of them listed here. Then the first run finished the first DLL, XUnit test project finished, and then we had the single method, the single failing method that we have in this run, which is test method 100 coming from our MS Test project. We have a preview of the failure, and we also have the information from which exact DLL, which exact TFM, and which exact architecture the failure came. In case you have code that's specific to a TFM, this is very useful. Then we have the full call stack of what happened, and then we have our standard output. In this case, the failing test is outputting our little .NET bot into standard output saying I love .NET 10. Then we had no additional error output, and then the NUnit DLL finished, and then we have also the summary of the MS Test DLL, which failed with one error. All the other DLLs passed because we didn't add any failing tests into them. And we also collect and write the standard output of the MS test executable, which says exit code was 2, this is the standard output, and everything that you can see about the run. Now, those test results and those DLLs can finish in different order, in different place, so the output can be quite long. So underneath that, we also want to give you a quick summary of the whole run. In this case, we can see that the run failed, and then we have a summary of each DLL listed as they go, together with how many errors they encountered or if they passed. After that, we have the summary of the whole run. So in total, we ran 30,000 tests. One of them failed, and none of them were skipped, and this took 9 seconds. After that, the result of the overall run is printed. In this case, we exited with exit code 2, which means at least one test failed. Now, the new UI in .NET Test is not just about the new colors, the new things that you see on the screen. It also makes Microsoft Testing Platform more native to .NET Test. To see that, we can switch to my second demo, and in here, I will run .NET Test Help. I have a project that installs a new extension, and extensions in Testing Platform are installed as NuGet packages. So here I have my retry NuGet package with the retry extension, and this extension adds the ability to retry failed tests. But how do I learn about what the retry can do? I can run .NET Test Help, and it will list all the options that are available. In this case, those are the options for the retry plugin. So retry failed tests, retry failed tests with max percentage, and so on. And this goes beyond this. If we would have multiple projects and they would have incompatible extensions, then the .NET Help would print a warning that would say this is available in one project and this is not available in a second project, giving you opportunity to solve problems before runtime. So let's run this test. In this case, I want to call this code, so run with retry failed test and output detailed. What this will do is it will retry my failing tests at maximum 2 times, and then the detail output will also show me passing tests to make it a bit easier to understand the behavior. So in here I have a test that never passes, and it indeed fails. Then I have a test that passes on a second try, but not on the first one. And you should notice that we have native support for this kind of retry plugin where we tell you on which try the test passed or failed. And then we are trying the second try, so the first retry. The test passes, and so we will no longer bother rerunning it. But the other test that always fails is still here, and we continue and we retry it one more time, so that's the second retry. And the test again fails, and the whole run concludes and fails. We also get the summary where it tells us what exactly happened, where, and how many tests passed or failed. And in the final summary, we can see that total test 2, so that's 2 tests in each run. And then we had 3 additional retries tests. Why this doesn't say total 5 is because we want you to see in the last result a comparable amount of tests if you tried 1 time, 3 times, 10 times, because usually in production, the tries are not very deterministic. Your network doesn't always fail the same way, and so on. Now, one situation that can happen is that you make some mistake, some systemic error that will fail all your tests. And what you don't want to see is that you retry 100% of your tests for 4 times. So we have this option that's called retry failed test max percentage. I will comment this out or uncomment this, run it one more time. And if more than 20% of my tests will fail, I will no longer continue retrying. So in this case, my first test and my second test fails. So that's 100% of my tests failing, as documented here in this line. And so there is no point in me trying further to retry my tests because this is too much failure for me to even ever be successful. So that's our plugin, but we have more plugins and we have more features that make testing, running your tests in CI more approachable. So what I want to show you now is that I will switch to another repo. And here in README, I will switch to my GitHub actions of this repo. And I want to show you that we now output colors inside of the Azure DevOps and GitHub actions output. So in this case, you get the progress, which is nicely colored. You get the error, which is nicely colored. Much easier to see where the test failed now. This also applies to Azure DevOps. So let's open Azure DevOps, and in there, we again see a failure. We see all the colors. We see all the progress bars. And it also now focused this line, but this line is not enabled by default. This is another plugin that we've installed into this project. So I will navigate there. Here we have this Azure DevOps report. And what this extension does is if you build on Azure DevOps, but you actually store and develop your code on GitHub, it allows you to see errors directly in your pull request. So I installed this extension. I also added this parameter, report as though, into my Azure pipelines. And then if I navigate into my pull requests on GitHub, where I've added a test that fails on purpose, I can see that it automatically reports it directly underneath the line of where it's failing. Unfortunately, the formatting here is not working so great, but if you switch to checks, you will see all the errors as they were reported from the run, and this will save you a trip to Azure pipelines, finding where the error is and so on. So I find this super useful. Now this is all that I am able to show you about .NET Test and MTP, but if you would like to learn more, because there is more, then please go to this link that is on DevBlogs describing all the new things that are in .NET Test. If you would like to learn more about our extensions, please use the second link to learn more about our extensions. Now let's move on to MS Test. In MS Test, we've been quite busy in the past year. We were able to release 5 minor versions, and I'm happy to announce that we also released one major version, MS Test version 4, which is now available on NuGet.org. If you would like to know everything about the new features, how to migrate to it, go to mstest/migration v4. And now let's look at the newest things that we've added in analyzers, assertions, and attributes. So I will switch to my demos because I have quite a few of them. So first let's look at analyzers. Analyzers will analyze your code as you type it, and they will point out any potential mistakes that you've made in your setup to make sure that your tests will be able to run when you actually run them. But first, I want to point out this meta package. If you install MS Test, if you use MS Test, definitely use this MS Test meta package, which is bringing all the dependencies, everything that you need together. Previously, you might have installed MS Test Test Framework, MS Test Test Adapter, Microsoft NetTest SDK. All of this is included with the appropriate versions. Just install the latest version of the MS Test meta package. This MS Test meta package also brings the analyzers that we've been talking about, and one new analyzer is looking at the data rows, and it points out any duplicate data row that you have. We've seen with multiple teams after implementing this analyzer that they found tests that were incorrectly duplicating the tests. And this typically happens when you copy paste from one line to the other and forget to change the item, in this case the last item in the list. I forgot to change it from admin to user. So now I'm not testing what I was expecting to be testing. The analyzer points it out for me, and it shows me a warning during build or as I type the code, and I can see that there's something wrong and I should go and fix it. But unfortunately, not all analyzers that we add can be warnings for historical reasons, for compatibility reasons, and so that's why we added analysis mode. In analysis mode, you are able to opt into a more stricter analysis mode where we apply all the rules as we think they should be. So you can enable it once, fix all the errors once, and then continue improving your code with this more strict approach. So in this case, I'm using MSTest 3.11, which is now quite outdated, and I have two test classes which are incorrect. One of them is a test class, which has the attribute on the class, but it doesn't have it on the method, and I get no warning, but those tests wouldn't run, even though I probably wanted them to run. And secondly, I have a test class, which doesn't have the test class attribute, but it contains a test method. This is potentially a base class, but in that case, if it's a base class, it should be abstract, but this is not a pattern that we commonly see used. We commonly see a class that just misses the attribute, and we don't think that's the correct approach. So what I can do now is that I go into my project and I set the analysis mode to recommend it. And when I save and build, I will see the warnings kicking in, and I will see the warning for the test method. Do I? Here I go. So here I see the warning for the test method that it should have for the test class to have the test method marked with the test method, and then I see the warning for the test class to tell me that it contains a test method, but it should be marked with test class. So this prevents me from losing my tests, and again, we saw those patterns being improved in multiple repos after applying this analyzer. Now, one more way to look at analysis mode and at analyzers is that it pushes me towards better practice, and then I have easier time upgrading to newest and newest versions of MSTest. So for example, if we look at my second class, we have this expected exception attribute. And in this case, I'm using MSTest version 3.8.0, which is quite old. And it still has this attribute. We removed this attribute in version 4. So if I would upgrade directly from this version to version 4, I would get a compile time error that would prevent me from building. But what I can do is that I enable my analysis mode proactively. And then if I go into my code, it will tell me there is something wrong with this. Please prefer using throws exactly over the expected exception. And I can also Control-click this, and I will get a quick fix that I can apply to my document, to the whole project, or even the whole solution that will fix this problem for me. And what will happen is that it will remove the expected exception, as we see in the preview. And so then when I update to MSTest version 4, I will no longer have a problem. So my path to upgrade to MSTest version 4 is much smoother, and I have less problems as I go. In this case, I also get a second warning which says, don't use throws exception. Instead of that, use assert throws exactly or assert throws. We replaced assert throws exception with assert throws exactly in version 4, and we've deprecated it. And so that's why we don't want you to use it anymore. And the analyzer again points this out. So you have a smoother path. And if we eventually decide to remove this pattern in version 5, probably, you will not hit a compile time error if you follow the recommended analysis mode. Now let's move to assertions. So in assertions, we did quite a lot of changes. We improved some assertions, we've added some assertions, and one of the things that I really like is that we've added this nice little arrow that points out directly where the difference is in assert are equal. I've run my tests and I'm comparing hello net10 to hello net09, and now the arrow points for me exactly where that difference is, so I have easier time seeing where the difference actually happened inside of the strings. This is a small quality of life upgrade, but I really like it. Then we've added is greater than, so you can use that to compare numbers, but you can also use it to compare any different comparables, like strings in this case. We are expecting A to be greater than B, but it's not, because A is smaller than B, and then I get an error that describes exactly that. We also have is in range. You provide a range of number or a range of comparables, and then you can compare it to an actual number. So we expect 11 to be between 0 and 10, and it's not there. That's why we get an error that tells us this doesn't fall into this range. And then lastly, a whole new category of assertions. We have assert that, which allows you to provide a callback as an expression, and then it will analyze the expression, find the identifiers inside of that expression, find what the value of them was, and print that to the screen. So let's see that run. Here in the failure, we can see that this expression was evaluated, so expected name equals the username, and it failed. And then we get the values that were actually under those identifiers. So the expected name was Bob, and the username was Alice. And this way, we can provide more complicated, more complex assertions to the test framework, and we would get back the values that were evaluated, and we also don't lose the context of what's actually being said in the assertion. So we can immediately see that we had an expected name and we compared it to the other name. So we find this quite useful, and we hope that you will find it useful as well. Now the last thing that I want to show you is conditional attributes on tests. In this case, we have this OS condition, which says this test should run on Windows, and this test should run on Linux, something that we quite use in our own CI to be able to conditionally run tests on different OSs. And then we have another condition which says exclude Windows, so run on everything that is not Windows. In this case, I am on Windows, so if I run my tests, I should see only the first test running, because that one is selected for Windows. And that's exactly what happened. So test method number 1 was running. Test method number 2 is only supported on Linux. Test method number 3 is not supported on Windows. So those tests were skipped, and this one ran. But this is not limited only to OSs, because the OS condition is implemented on a base attribute that you can extend. And that's exactly what I'm doing in my second test. I created this emoji condition attribute and implemented it as follows. I derive from condition-based attribute. I provide the emoji and save it. And then I don't support the exclude mode just to make it easier to see the code, but it would be quite easy to implement that. Then I give a group name, which is required. And in this case, it's emoji condition, so I can then see it in the output. And then I have finally the condition under which the test will run. So in this case, if the emoji equals to thumbs up, we will run, and if it's anything else, then we will not run. Now we can try to run my tests, which are decorated with thumbs up, so this one will run, and with thumbs down, this one will not run. And that's exactly what we see happen. Test method number 1 is running, and the second test method is not running because it has thumbs down. So we think you can customize this, and you can use this to all kinds of different things, checking if you should be running in this environment, if you should be running on this architecture of processor, and so on. That's why we made it extendable, so you can come up with your own cases. But if you find something that you think that it should be really built into the test framework, let us know. And that's everything that I had to show you through MS Test. So we have analyzers, we have migration. Please navigate to those different links if you want to learn more about everything that's available and how to migrate to version 4. And the last thing that I want to talk about is performance. In MS Test, we did quite awesome performance improvements between version 3.10.3 and 3.11. What we can see in this chart is an execution of a test suite that has 200,000 tests. Quite a large test suite, and it really depends on how the tests are laid out in classes. In the slowest case, that took almost 60 seconds to execute, we have 100 classes with 2,000 tests each. In the middle, we can see 1,000 classes with 200 tests each, probably the most realistic example that we have here. And then in the fastest case, where it took almost 9 seconds or 8.1 seconds, we have 20 classes with 10,000 tests each. But in 3.11, after the optimizations, all of those cases merge together and they execute in 5.5 seconds. And this optimization, of course, carries over to version 4, where it takes almost the same time. This doesn't translate just into time savings, it also translates into saving memory traffic for allocations, which makes your garbage collector less busy, and so your code executes faster. And that's all I have for you. So in summary, we really look forward to you trying our latest features, latest versions of our products. We really want you to update to the latest because we want you to have the greatest and the fastest version of our products. We're looking forward to your feedback, to the problems that you encounter, and to the ideas that you want to share with us. And we are listening to them on github.com/Microsoft/testfx. So install .NET 10 today, enjoy the new .NET Test view, and let us know what you think. Thank you for listening.
All right.
I know, pretty awesome stuff, huh?
I've got to do more with testing, and I loved seeing that we can do more with testing now, thanks to Copilot.
Right, and see, and that's a nice part about all the sessions that we've had is that you can connect the sessions that we talked about yesterday, like using Copilot to generate whatever kind of code, the test, and get the right coverage, whether it be performance testing or actually just feature testing, right? And then run them as part of your CI approach, right?
Absolutely.
So there's a lot of benefit to just go straight to the CLI and say .NET Test, here's the assembly, go run this and generate reports so I can get code coverage, I can get whatever the branches I'm doing, and it's great because you can publish it and your team can learn from there and do something more with it. So it's pretty awesome.
Absolutely. Testing's such an important part of our process. My gosh. So we should touch on some more of the things that are happening this week because it's .NET Conf. .NET 10 is released. Make sure you go download it. Look at that. The link is just below.
That's right.
Look at that. There's the announcement. Make sure you check that out. Visual Studio 2026.
Right.
Now available. Make sure you get your copy. It's out there, downloadable bits just like Mom used to make.
That's right. We also have the MCP SDK.
Yes.
And the Microsoft Agent framework.
Absolutely.
Lot of great stuff for you guys to go check out as you get involved and start going with your AI journey or just toying around with it because there's a lot of things you can do with it.
Absolutely. Make sure you stick around tomorrow. We've got lots more content for you on Community Day.
Right.
We've got MVPs and influencers and folks from all over the world, 12 hours, starting at 5 a.m. Pacific time, going to 5 p.m. Pacific time.
Yep.
Talking about all kinds of great stuff you can do with .NET.
Yep. That's more focused on more of what you can do, I would say, applicable to business applications, right? Than it is all product-based.
That it's gosh, I don't know if I'd even go to and say business applications because we've got some other really cool stuff in there, like working with the Commodore 64. I keep coming back to that one.
Hey, that is business. That's hardcore business.
Business. And I think there was even a session in there about making beer with .NET. If .NET brewed beer, yes, we're going to see and learn more about that.
That's right.
All kinds of great stuff.
Also, important thing to note, on Friday, we will have the student zone,
Yes.
which is material specifically for students or people who are new to .NET, right?
Yeah, early in career.
Early in the career, or switching careers or anything like that.
That's a great point. We've heard from a number of folks this week in chat and online that are career switch.
Right.
Folks coming from electrical engineering. We've got a friend that changed into .NET development from being a truck driver.
Right.
So really cool stuff.
Absolutely. So yeah, all that content will be available on the 14th.
I understand from our team over in the studio here that day one videos are now available online. You can head over to YouTube and you can start checking out the individual videos for each session are available out there. So if you want to go back and review something, we've already got them cut up and available, and I know they're already working a little bit on today's content.
Right. So the nice thing about those is that it's all a playlist. So if you want to see it in chronological order, you just literally select the playlist and just sit back and enjoy the show.
Or tell your phone, download all so you can watch them while you're on the plane.
That's right. Exactly. Exactly.
We've got another session coming up.
We do, and I've been actually looking forward to this one because this is, I view it as more of like, here's where the rubber meets the road.
With the story of .NET security in 2024 into 2025, with our good friend Mr. Warmth himself, Barry Dorans. Barry, are you out there?
Yes, and I'm extremely warm and cuddly. Thank you, Jeff. I will come and beat you with the rolled up newspaper later for that. So, hi, good afternoon. I'm here to talk about the year in .NET security, all the things that have made my hair get more gray and stop me giving up smoking. My name is Barry Dorans. I am the security PM for .NET, ASP.NET Core, Aspire, basically everything that falls underneath the .NET umbrella, plus little bits of NuGet, because NuGet is very important in our supply chain security story, and various other random things that I have picked up along the way and I can't pass off to anyone else. So I'm the person that gets calls at 1 a.m. in the morning. I'm going to talk through all the CVEs that happened over the last 12 months in .NET and ASP.NET Core. But before I get into that, I want to ensure that we have a good idea of what the vocabulary is. For people that are dealing in security every day, you're going to know all of this, but most people aren't. Lucky you, you sleep better than I do. So let's go through the terms that I'm going to use as we go on. First off, we have a CVE. CVE stands for Common Vulnerabilities and Exposures. It's the standard for how vulnerabilities get reported to you, the end user. And it's the standard way for identifying them. They all have the same sort of format of ID that you can search on the CVE site. Everything looks the same, so it's all nice and standard, and you can compare and contrast if you feel the need to. Next up, we have how things are scored, which is CVSS, the Common Vulnerability Scoring System. Now, if you read the documentation for CVSS, it calls out that it's not a measure of risk. Just because something has a high score doesn't mean that you're at risk or that you need to immediately run around and patch. I know that feels counterintuitive because a high score where everything is red usually means that you need to panic, but it's not necessarily the case. The scores are calculated from exploitability and impact metrics. So exploitability metrics are the vector, whether it comes over in a network, an adjacent network, whether it's local or whether you actually have to have physical access to a machine, the complexity of an attack, low, medium, and high, privileges, none, low, high, where you're running as root, user interaction, none are required, scope, which is changed or unchanged. A changed scope means that it's hopping off the machine that has the vulnerability and touching other machines, for example, a server-side request forgery attack. Confidentiality starts touching into the impact matrices. It's the CIA triangle of confidentiality, integrity, and availability. And the important thing to note is most of these things are aimed at applications. CVSS is a good way to measure the risk of an application. Trying to apply it to a framework becomes a little bit more difficult. Because we don't know how your application is written, we don't know whether your application is going to be vulnerable to an individual CVE or not. So what we do is we score based on the worst possible case scenario, which is why we had a 9.9 for ASP.NET this year. Sometimes we will look at the way code's written in Azure, and we'll take that as a decent baseline. But we are basically trying to think of the worst possible thing that can go wrong if an attacker exploited this vulnerability in one of your applications. And then we have CWD, the common weakness enumeration. This is a list of reasons why the vulnerability was there. It's a list of common software and hardware weaknesses that a developer introduces when they're writing code. So you may have a buffer overrun. You may have lack of validation on input, that sort of thing. And we try to squeeze our vulnerabilities into that list as much as we can. Sometimes they don't fit because, again, we're a framework rather than a piece of an application code. And so sometimes it just gets incredibly odd. So this is a list this is a screenshot from the CVE website. You can see the CVE number. You can see the score, which is in red, even though it's not a risk rating, and I will underscore that again. You have the vectors, which is how the score is calculated, and then at the bottom you have a list of the affected software configurations. All very exciting, and you can go away and look up each of .NET CVEs and see what the scores are, see what was affected, and this is basically how you try and assess what you're going to do about a vulnerability. So now we've got that out of the way, let's go through the last 12 months in our own vulnerabilities. In the last 12 months, we had 84 reports to the MSRC, which is the Microsoft Security Response Center. They're the people that it used to be email, now you have to fill in a form online. They're the people that you tell that you have what may be a potential vulnerability. Out of that, we had 12 CVEs, and the fun part of my job, I paid out a total of 93,000 American dollars, which was nice. I like doing that. The highest bounty payout that we made this year was for 65,000, and the lowest was for 3,000, which was an issue in our docs. Our bug bounty program covers our documentation. If you see something in our documentation that has a vulnerability, is not demonstrating security best practice in the code, tell us. I might be able to write you a check. So that may sound low to you. The thing is, we have a reasonable number of MSRC reports, but a lower number of CVEs. Not all the things that get reported to MSRC get CVEs. Some of them just are invalid. It's not an actual security vulnerability. Some of them are just plain old bugs. Some of them we can't reproduce, or the code that the person has written is in itself vulnerable and it's not a property of our framework. We issue CVEs for medium CVSS scores and above. And we issue CVEs for when you, the developer, have to take action. For example, we had a report of a vulnerable GitHub action in one of our repos. You don't have to do anything about that. We changed it, we updated it, we secured it, so it doesn't get a CVE. It did get a bounty payment in this case, so the two things aren't necessarily linked. And of course, there are more security fixes that are made behind the scenes where we find our things internally. Some things get rated low, which then become fixed in next version bugs. And that will happen, when you pick up .NET 10, you're going to get a whole bunch of security updates that were marked as fixed in next version. So here is page 1 of 2 of the .NET CVEs. I am not going to go through all this. It's all incredibly boring. There's the first 6. And then there's another 3, so there are a total of 9. Hurrah! And for ASP.NET, we had 3 this year. Vulnerabilities by type. We had 4 remote code executions, which are the ones that keep me awake. We have 2 denial of service, 1 spoofing, 3 elevation of privilege, 1 security feature bypass, which is that high-scoring ASP.NET one, and 1 information disclosure. In terms of score, we had 1 medium, we had 9 high, and we had 2 critical this year. So now I'm going to go through the .NET CVEs. I want to make an important note here because I will link to the changes in code on GitHub. The person that wrote the fix may not have written the vulnerable code. There's no way to link the two together. I don't look for who wrote the vulnerable code. That's just not necessary. The important thing is getting the fix out. So if you see a fix that's been checked in by someone on GitHub, you cannot tease them for having written the vulnerable code in the first place. So we're going to go through all our 9 .NET vulnerabilities. The first one was an information disclosure, which is CVE 2025-55248. This was in the SMTP client built into .NET that we have said is deprecated. Please use something else. Please use something else. What happened was, even if you had told the SMTP client to use SSL, in some circumstances, if a server didn't support SSL, it'd go ahead and send things to that server, which is an obvious bug. That means if an attacker was sitting between your application and the SMTP server, they could see the contents of the email flowing, and that's good old information disclosure. The fix here was to add the check for use SSL, so if a mail server said, I don't support SSL, it just exits out and doesn't go any further. Next one is a denial of service attack. This was in MS Build, which falls under .NET for the terms of CVSS and reporting. This is due to us not thinking like Linux developers sometimes. So MS Build uses a whole bunch of temporary directories. It uses a fixed directory name and a predictable path. So what an attacker could do is write to the temp directory using that predictable name on Linux, because on Linux, the temp directory is rewritable by everyone, unlike on Windows, where you get a user-specific temp directory. So if you did that, and the attacker had written the directory and locked it down so only they could access it and your user couldn't access it, MS Build would try and then fail, which is a denial of service for your builds. So the fix, and this is one of the things that you can do at home. There is a new API that's been in since .NET 7, I believe, which is directory create temp subdirectory. What that does is will create a subdirectory in the temp directory and lock it down to your process user. File.getTempPath and then creating a directory within that does not do that. So if you are looking through your code, have a look for file.getTempPath and see if directory.createTemp subdirectory works better for you. You will avoid all sorts of fun and games on Linux. 30399 is a remote code execution attack. The attacker could exploit the vulnerability by placing files in particular locations, leading to unintended code execution. Now, this one was interesting. It's a very rare case where a .NET application hosts, or sorry, a non-.NET application hosts .NET within itself to enable scripting, and they instantiate it via COM or C++ CLI or some sort of common hosting core CLR within themselves. Core CLR in that circumstance didn't look in the right places to load all the .NET assemblies that it needed. It just looked in the current working directory. So you could drop something that matched the assembly name and API, exposed API points of a .NET assembly, and it would get loaded in this circumstance. So that's fine, that's code execution, but where does remote come into it? Well, you can run applications off another machine, you can run them off a network share, so that's where remote comes into this. So the fix for this was we removed a fallback path inside all sorts of weird internals in comhost.cs, where if you didn't have a deps.json, it caused .NET to fall back to the current working directory, and that no longer happens, so it's fixed. We have a spoofing vulnerability up next, 26646. The download task in MS Build allows you to specify the file name of the file that you want written to disk. Unfortunately, the content disposition header was also used as a way to generate a file name from the web server you're trying to download stuff from. And of course, content disposition, if you are connecting to an attacker's web server, can be set to whatever you want, including things like not just file names, but directories as well. So this is lack of input validation and also just not doing the right thing here. If you specify a file name in the build script, use the file name. So allowing the server to specify the file name gets categorized as spoofing. And the way that you fix this is don't ever use the context disposition header to allow generation of file names on your local file system. This is down to treat responses from any HTTP request as untrusted. And if you do have to use the file name from content disposition, make sure it's just the file name. There are APIs in .NET that will take a path and just extract the file name. Remember that content disposition, even though the standard, the RFC for HTTP says, no, it shouldn't do this, you can put directories in there. It's an invalid response, but no one filters on those because you have to be forgiving in what you accept. So if you need to do that sort of thing, make sure you're only picking the file name up. We have another elevation of privilege here. Again, .NET on Linux. This time it's NuGet. The restore operations, we're using temporary directories to store a generated deps.json file. And as I've said previously, the temp folder on Linux is world readable and writable. So an attacker could sit there, watch for this deps.json file being created, and then if they can exploit it fast enough, they can write their own bits into deps.json and cause their own code to be loaded. So the fix, like before, directory.create temp subdirectory. Please go check all your code. Next up, 21172 is a vulnerability in another component that we take from another team, which is the Microsoft Debug Interface Access SDK, MSDIA. It had a remote code execution. Dump files are weird things to parse. We use MSDIA to enhance our dumps before sending them off to Windows error reporting or off to Azure. You can get nice stack traces out of it. The fix for us was we just took the next version of MSDIA that had all the fixes. This sort of is analogous to supply chain security, except we know who we're getting the supply from. And it basically boils down to make sure that all your dependencies are up to date. However, a lot of attacks these days seem to be getting common dependencies, uploading something that has malware or some sort of undesirable effect in the dependency and hoping. If you are automatically pulling in your dependencies on day one, you may be at risk to that. So you have a choice here. You either go and validate that the incoming dependency is what you think it's going to be, that it's been properly released, you check the signatures and all the rest of it, or you give it a couple of days to bubble under to make sure that it's not an attacker that has released this update, because it'll be hopefully pulled within a couple of days. If you're using Dependabot, you can tell Dependabot to wait for a couple of days before telling you that there is an update. Next, another remote code execution, 21171. This was glorious. We use a lot of unsafe code in .NET, much to my annoyance. There are some places where it's unavoidable. There are some places it's there for speed and scalability. I am, of course, of the opinion that security trumps speed and scalability. However, that's not a realistic viewpoint for the rest of the team and probably for yourself. There was unsafe code in convert.toHexString that calculated a buffer length incorrectly, leading to a buffer overflow. So buffer overflows allow an attacker to write memory write to memory they should not have access to. And in the worst possible case scenario, they could write to an executable bit of memory, which something else then calls into, and that means remote code execution. The fix was changing a greater than to a less than. Yeah, so that was great. That was a community contribution. It was a community report. Unfortunately, it was in a GitHub issue and not through MSRC, so I couldn't pay out for that one. So check your maths, fuzz your APIs, and stop using unsafe code. Another remote code execution, we removed binary formatter. That is my ongoing largest success that I will continue to be happy about long into when I retire. It was replaced with NBRF, which I used to think stood for not binary really formatter, but it stands for .NET Remoting Binary Format. And we had a reader for that, and there was remote code execution due to a bad assumption around types. And so we have an access violation, which again, like a buffer overflow, means you can touch memory that you're not supposed to touch. And then we have remote code execution. So it was down to how IEnumerable was used. You can see the description there. And basically, it boils down to when you're expecting a type, don't assume it's going to be the type. Actually validate that it is the type you're expecting. And finally, we also had a classic denial of service in NRBF. NRBF documents can contain jagged arrays. You could send a tiny jagged array of about a couple of K, and it would allocate gigabytes if we were being really silly. We had a 90-byte payload that would allocate 50 gigabytes on a server. This is obviously a denial of service attack, and the fix for this was completely rewriting the jagged array handling, which was a great piece of effort by the developer involved. Then we have 3 ASP.NET Core CVEs. Excuse me. The first one is an elevation of privilege, where we have email confirmation links treated the user ID in the confirmation link as trusted and automatically signed the user in without asking for the user's password. A little bit weird. But you know, this meant that if an attacker had gotten hold of a confirmation link that was unused from a user's email, they could click it and immediately log in as that user, just from confirming the email address. So now we ask you for your password again, and we don't let you go through the confirmation process until you've entered your password. Then we have a denial of service in HTTP 3. It had an unbounded memory growth bug, which is also reminiscent of a slow Loris attack. So you could say, I'm going to send 100 megabytes, start sending stuff, and stop at 99 megabytes. The timeouts that we have for that sort of thing in place didn't work in this scenario. So you would have 100 megabytes allocated, and it would be sitting there waiting as long as the connection was open for that last byte. So we made changes to how HTTP frames are parsed, making it clearer that it's parsed on remaining length, and adding support for partial frames, which is one of those things in the spec that no one really wants to ever use, but it helped in this scenario. And then the last one, the biggie, the 9.9 that everyone got excited about. I was excited that we had a 9.9. Everybody was like, well, hold on, how do I know whether it applies to me? And I'll come to that in a little bit. This was an HTTP smuggling request. This is a classic type of attack. We were incorrectly accepting new line characters in chunk extensions, the HTTP extensions that no one ever wanted. We changed the parser to reject these requests. Now, the reason it's a 9.9 is because of this whole worst case scenario scoring system. We don't know how you're using our stuff. If I had gone through scenarios and said, well, this one is a 9.9, this one would be a 7, this sort of circumstance would be a 5. If I didn't list your scenarios, you might make the assumption that you're safe when I don't know whether you are or not. It's because I don't know your scenarios. That's why we go with a 9.9. this all boils down to, if you're adhering to an RFC, you should be watching for must and should clauses. Should is an indication that the logic there could be undefined. May is even worse. That's definitely undefined. It might work, it might not. Whilst we could make Kestrel strictly adhere to the HTTP specs, most browsers or agents or IoT devices don't adhere to the specs. So we would start rejecting requests that you are expecting to be valid. We've seen this internally. We give Bing a very strict adherence version of Kestrel, and an awful lot of their traffic dropped because it's not adherent. So, going to round up. This is our bug bounty program. I will pay you. Well, Microsoft will pay you, but I get to say pay this much, which is lovely. I will pay you if you report a vulnerability to us, and we agree that it is a security vulnerability. Please do not do this in GitHub issues. If you do it via GitHub issue, I cannot pay you. Legal will not let me. You need to report your vulnerabilities and security bugs to MSRC. The link is there. It's a lovely form. And if you do, like I said, I may have to write you a check. And yes, that is spelt correctly, Americans. The link here is for the core bounty program. You get to see how much we will pay out, minimums and maximums. Just make me happy. Let me write you a check. Let me spend Microsoft's money. Thank you very much. And don't forget, now that .NET 10 is out, you have a year left of support for .NET 8 and .NET 9. After that, no more security patches. Start upgrading your stuff, please.
Thank you, Barry. Let me tell you, a number of our viewers, commenters here, are really enjoying this session.
Yeah.
There's some great comments here. Here, let me go to, oops, I don't have it plugged in.
Well, and the cool thing to say, Barry, is like you covered not only just like here's .NET Core, here's also stuff in .NET Framework. You're talking about CLR hosting and everything else, right? So this covers the entire spectrum.
Yeah. So we have a comment here. What a great session. So interesting how all those innocent oversights become a major risk.
Yes, that's why I don't sleep well.
There's a question here from Simon I want to make sure we highlight that I know you have some insight on. So Microsoft projects, they use community-generated NuGet packages. How do we ensure there's no malicious code in those packages?
We have internal systems that do a lot of validation on our external dependencies. For most of our external dependencies, we also have a good relationship with the dependency owners. And when we take a dependency update, the developers that are in charge of taking the dependency update are told to go away and validate the code that has changed to make sure that there is nothing lurking in there that we do not want.
Terrific.
So at that point, it's safe to say that if you're using that same package, it's good to look at what .NET or that dependency is from the team perspective, so I could use it in my own code because it's validated as well.
I don't know if I would ever describe it as validated because that would put some liability on us.
Got it. Yep. Nope, I completely understand.
Desperately step back from having to talk to lawyers, lovely as they are. I'm not sure I would ever want that sort of legal responsibility.
Yep, that's good to know.
I want to go.
Or implementation tips out there. As a result, if you are looking to leverage the APIs in the latest version of a package, models may disappoint you by giving an outdated implementation. And this is where the MCP server provides Copilot grounding in the latest README. So that makes it easy for Copilot to fulfill your prompt, build your code on the cutting edge API the package has to offer. And that's what our second demo is all about. Let's jump into it and see the MCP server in action again. All right, let's spin up a Sports Assistant app that pulls the latest headlines. This OpenAI NuGet package looks perfect. And up here, you can see it was updated just a few days ago. I want to use the new web search capabilities, the ones in the README under How to Use Web Search with the Responses API. Let's jump into Visual Studio and ask Copilot to write the code. First, I'll run the prompt without MCP, then with MCP, and we'll compare the two versions. Same prompt, same model, apples to apples. Let's do pass one, no MCP. Here, I've got a simple console app called Sports Assistant, no MCP. The NuGet MCP server is off. Prompt goes in, Copilot starts cooking. Let's approve adding the OpenAI package to the project. Now we will let Copilot work through a build failure and resolve it. Okay, first implementation is done. Let's keep this aside and we'll compare it later. Let's do pass two with MCP. New Visual Studio instance, identical console app project. Let's turn on the NuGet MCP server for this run. Same prompt, let's run it. Copilot is asking to run the get latest package NuGet MCP command. Let's allow it. This is the big one. Let's allow the readme command so Copilot can read the package guidance. Copilot's now using the MCP server fully. Next it runs update package to version, following what it just learned from the readme. Code generation is finished. Let's compare. I'll open both implementation files side by side in the same Visual Studio instance just to make it easy to compare. Now I'll ask Copilot to compare the two and give me a summary of differences. Notice how the OpenAI API is used. Only when the NuGet MCP server was turned on, the latest approach, the create web search tool pattern from the README sample, was adopted instead of the older or guessed patterns. So the takeaway is simple. Same prompt, same model, but with NuGet MCP server, Copilot reads the docs, picks the right package version, and emits code that matches the current recommended API. That's how you generate code that is both modern and requires less agentic iterations. All right, your code stays up to date with the latest package versions. With confidence, you can let Copilot do the work. We're adding more capabilities to the MCP server. Secure my repo prompt, for example, will analyze a repository and recommend NuGet features like package source mapping, signature verification, and trusted publisher to keep the repos safe. We're also working on an action that will allow package authors to provide context directly to LLMs about things like breaking changes and how to adopt new APIs. So, if you're asking, how do I get this MCP server? Good news. Visual Studio 2026 out of the box includes NuGet MCP server. So just go ahead and get VS 2026 and you're all set. We're looking into shipping NuGet MCP also with C# dev kit. Stay tuned for that. Many of us are already building or going to build after this conference AI applications in .NET. Let's talk about how NuGet.org is empowering us in that effort. If you've ever tried to share an MCP server before, you know the drill. It was doable, but not exactly a well-paved path. Well, .NET 10 and NuGet.org have changed the game. Let me roll the tape on the next demo so we can check out how easy it is to publish your own .NET MCP server to NuGet.org. For .NET developers, NuGet.org is now even better for publishing MCP servers. To that extent, there are two delightful experiences I would love to highlight today. First, when you publish MCP servers to NuGet.org, they are now discoverable as a distinct package type or category right on the website. That means developers can find your work faster and your MCP server gets the visibility it deserves. Right now, there are already about 100 MCPs in this category, and the list is growing every day. So if you're curious, go ahead and browse NuGet.org and see some of these cool MCP servers. Secondly, creating and publishing your own MCP is super easy, thanks to the MCP project template in .NET 10. This is where things get exciting because tooling does most of the heavy lifting for you. Let me show you how quickly you can scaffold an MCP server in Visual Studio and push it to the registry. First, let's make sure the AI templates that include the MCP project template are installed. In Visual Studio, start by creating a new project. Search for MCP and you'll see the local MCP server console app template pop right up. Once the project is created, the auto-generated README is super helpful. It reminds us to customize the package ID and other essential settings before publishing. So here's what I've done. I've updated those settings in the project file and also in the server.json file. These small tweaks make sure your MCP server is uniquely identified and ready for publishing. Now let's build the project. And just to keep things simple for this demo, we will upload the package manually to NuGet.org. Later on, we will explore how to securely push the package from a CI/CD pipeline using the new trusted publishing feature, which is perfect for automated workflows. And just like that, we've gone from zero to publishing an MCP server on NuGet.org in a matter of minutes. As you just saw, we've made it super easy to get started. So go ahead, try it out, and we can't wait to see your MCP servers out on the NuGet.org soon. Okay, from AI, let's switch gears and talk about something that's just as important, security. Last year alone, GitHub detected over 39 million leaked secrets, API keys, credentials, the kind of stuff attackers can exploit in seconds to hijack CI/CD pipelines and poison supply chains. And here's the scary part. 35% of exposed API keys stay active, leaving an open door for privilege escalation and data breaches. But don't worry, we've got you covered. NuGet.org now supports trusted publishing from GitHub Actions. That means no more juggling API keys in your pipeline. Let's check out the demo and see how simple this is to get set up. There are basically two steps to setting up trusted publishing. First, we will set up a GitHub Actions workflow that uses the new trusted publishing pattern to authenticate with NuGet.org. The second part is creating a policy in NuGet.org to allow the GitHub workflow to push packages. Let's do a quick walkthrough. For starters, I've added the MCP server project that we previously created to this GitHub repo. I assigned the GitHub Copilot coding agent a task to go create the GitHub Actions workflow. Not only the coding agent created the workflow, it was smart enough to give me the correct next steps to finish the job, which is setting up policy on NuGet.org. Before we go do those steps, let's take a closer look at the workflow with the legacy and the trusted publishing methods side by side. The legacy auth pattern uses a long-lived API key that is stored as a secret and retrieved at publishing. Notice that the steps in trusted publishing do not store a token. Let's set up a trusted publishing policy on NuGet.org. Once you're signed in, right on the main menu, you'll notice there is a new trusted publishing option available. Let's create a new policy. Supply it with the names of the repo and the workflow that will push packages under this account. Let's run the workflow, check the details. The authentication step shows the correct OIDC token exchange approach was used to retrieve a key, and the package push is successful. Quick, clean, and secure. Okay, next up, I would like to invite my friend Nicole Che to tell us about what's happening in the NuGet audit space. Take it away.
Thanks, Sean. So today I want to talk to you about the latest improvements in NuGet Audit. Let's start with a bit of history. In .NET 8, we introduced vulnerability auditing at restore time, which would raise warnings for vulnerabilities in direct packages in all package reference projects. Since then, we've been hard at work making additional improvements, like we've shared features such as audit sources, vulnerability suppressions, and .NET UI. In .NET 10, we're taking it a step further. For projects targeting .NET 10, vulnerability auditing will now be raising vulnerabilities for transitive packages as well. It will effectively be defaulting projects that target .NET 10 to NuGet audit mode all. This is very important because projects usually have way more transitive packages than they do direct ones. And keeping addressing the vulnerabilities in those packages is critical for keeping your application secure. Okay, so now let's talk about fixing vulnerabilities in audit. Transition, please. When you encounter a vulnerability in the direct package, the solution is straightforward. You just go and you update that package. When you encounter a vulnerability in transitive package, however, we recommend that you update the direct package that is bringing in those transitive dependencies. If it is not available, then you should be favoring updating the closest package to your direct package. Now you might be wondering, okay, how do I figure out which package that is? Well, thankfully, we have lots of ways to do that. Let's go through a few. First up, let's look at the next slide, please. Let's look at spotting vulnerabilities using this project. So this project is targeting .NET 10, has a couple of package references, and it has a vulnerability in use of JSON. To figure out which direct package brought in use of JSON, we can use, for example, Solution Explorer. Next slide, please. The Solution Explorer has warning icons. So if you just go to the Solution Explorer and you click expand, eventually you will get to use of JSON, and you'll now know which direct package brought that in. If you prefer using the Package Manager UI, which is going to be right on the next slide, you can just open the Package Manager UI, and then you would hover over use of JSON with vulnerability, and that little hover is gonna give you the ID of the package that is bringing in those transitive dependencies. Finally, if you're a CLI person, you can use .NET UI. You would just pass the project path and the ID, and it'll just draw you a nice graph. Now that we've kind of discovered what direct package has brought in the transitive dependencies, let's talk about fixing these dependencies. I'm not going to go over what Sean already showed. Like, we can already use the MCP server. That's one really cool way that we added in VS 2026 to fix vulnerabilities. A thing I want to show you is the .NET package update command. If you take that command and you run it on a project and you pass a -- vulnerable option, it will update the package that is vulnerable. In this case, it will add it as a direct dependency. Finally, I want to talk to you about reducing false positives in NuGet Audit. The feature that does that is called package pruning. As .NET has evolved, the platform now includes a comprehensive set of APIs by default. Like, for example, system text JSON is available as both a package and part of the platform. It is not uncommon that you end up with a project that ends up with a package reference like in system text JSON. The build has known for a long time to pick the latest one. We have taken those smarts from the build and put them into Restore. What Restore will do now is it will take it will see that the project is targeting .NET 10 and a version 804 system text JSON. It will just take that away. By reducing the number of downloaded packages, Restore will improve the performance. If we refer to the project the previous project that we ran the demo on the left side, we can see what happens when you have the project in question with pruning enabled. We have one vulnerability, which is use of JSON, and we have maybe like 6 or 7 transitive packages. On the right side, if I disable pruning, you'll see that I have 3 vulnerabilities and a countless number of transitive dependencies, which are too many to name. In summary, package pruning will help keep your project dependencies clean and reduce noise from unnecessary vulnerability warnings. That's all I have. Now I'll hand it back to Sean to discuss sponsorships on NuGet.org.
Thank you, Nicole. available under here. I can add direct links to my sponsor page on one or more of these 6 sponsoring platforms. That's it. Remember, these links are not version specific. They are global to the package and are stored on NuGet.org. So your sponsor links remain up to date even if a user is looking at an older version of the package. As a consumer, when I visit the details page of one of my favorite packages, I see a sponsor button on the right rail in the About section. It appears only if the maintainer has set up at least one sponsorship link. Selecting the sponsor link shows me all the sponsorship platforms where the maintainer is accepting support. Click on one of them and boom, you are taken straight to the maintainer's funding page. No hunting around, no guessing, very easy to show support. You're safe because NuGet.org only allows a select list of well-established funding platforms. All right, on a side note, we've gotten great feedback to enable sponsorship at org or user level. We are going to explore that in the next quarter. We all know great software doesn't just happen. It's built and maintained by real people. So whenever you save time by grabbing a package, you can also give back to the folks who make it possible. So that's the tour. From getting the best out of coding agents for NuGet packages, to easily building and sharing MCPs, to safer publishing, to making it easy to catch CVEs, and even supporting the folks who make your favorite packages. NuGet is leveling up big time through AI and security. Go try these features today, and let's keep building amazing stuff on .NET together. I hope you enjoyed the session. On behalf of me and Nicole Shea and the NuGet team, thanks for joining. Have a great rest of the conference. Let's go back to the hosts.
Oh man, love seeing the growth of NuGet, all the cool stuff that we're getting to do with the NuGet MCP. I love seeing the transitive dependencies, being able to actually see and visualize that instead of depending on just Visual Studio and having to look at the graph in there.
Yep.
That's some really great stuff that's going to make it easier for so many of our developers to work with their package dependencies. Easy for me to say.
Well, in particular now, since it is part of the CLI, you can run that as part of a pre-step and in your CI/CD pipeline, right? So that we can actually say, hey, I want to get this as a report, publish it out there so someone that can actually look at it. Because let's be honest, Fred, sometimes we run a build and we restore packages and we don't look at the output because we're busy doing other stuff.
No.
But having something that have that information available and we can parse it later, that's awesome.
Absolutely. So let me ask you about sponsorships. So that's currently something folks can do at a package level. Is that something difficult to sign up for? Do we have to go through a lot of a review process to ensure that we're eligible for that?
Great question, Jeff. It is absolutely easy. If I'm a maintainer, all I have to do is I can just go to my package on NuGet.org and set it up. The only thing we only allow, I think, 6 well-established, safe funding platforms. So as long as I go, let's say on either GitHub or Patreon, if I have my presence, I can just link to that. The process of setting it up on NuGet.org is super easy.
That's great. Okay. I love hearing how easy it is to do. We have some folks commenting about using NuGet MCP server plus Visual Studio 2026 with the agent tools makes it so easy to work with their code. Love seeing that. That's great stuff. So folks are really happy to hear about sponsorship. I don't see any deep questions here from the audience. So thank you so much. We'll let you go. Have a great rest of your day.
Yeah. Thanks everybody, and thank you so much for having us.
Thank you for being here. I appreciate it.
Take care. So, love seeing updates to the package manager for our .NET developers, and it just shows there's more growth, not just in those frontline frameworks that we expect, like Aspire and Blazor and ASP.NET, WinForms we saw yesterday, but now we're getting down into some of the dependencies, some of the cool stuff under the covers.
Well, that's your stand on the shoulder of giants, right?
Yeah.
That's essentially what it comes down to. NuGet is that core, is that protocol, that foundation that everybody uses. So it's great to see that there are a lot of features going on there. I know I'm going to leverage them going forward with some of my teams that I work with. And it's great that, not even that the sponsorship component now, there's a way to support, because most of that stuff is open source, right? So it's something to say, hey, here you go, thank you. More like the tagline says, more than a cup of coffee.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah. And being able to ask Copilot, hey, go look and see if there's updates for my NuGet packages, and go do those updates. That's good stuff.
Yep.
So we're going to get down into a little bit lower layer stuff here, as we're going to be talking about containers in just a little bit.
I know, it's pretty cool.
But first, of course, all kinds of announcements and releases. Head over to .NETconf.net. Make sure you follow up and check out how to get your copy of .NET 10. Learn more about Agent Framework, how you can do stuff with that. And of course, get your hands on some of the great wallpapers that we have for you. Learn about local events. There's going to be an event near you. And we picked out some of the great swag that you may get if you go to one of those events. You're going to be impressed with some of the things that we have sending out there.
Yep. Also, the .NET channel on YouTube
has
all of day one. So all the sessions that we had yesterday, the amazing production team has already done all the hard work, individually spliced. You can literally just hit play on the playlist and sit back and enjoy everything that was announced yesterday.
Fantastic. All right. Next up, we've got two of our friends, Rich Lander and Chet Husk, are going to be joining us to talk about container improvements in .NET 10. I love, and I've been doing more with containers now that I do more with Aspire.
Yep.
So I'm really eager to hear from Richard and Chet. Fellas, if you're over there,
take it away.
The stage is yours. Yeah.
Okay, so today we're going to be talking about improvements in Linux and containers for .NET 10. I think this is like the third time we've done this talk. I'm Rich Lander, product manager on the .NET team.
And I'm Chet Husk. I'm also a product manager on the .NET team.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, and this is one of the main things that you and I work on together. So if you go back 10 years, there was no .NET Core on Linux. We spent basically a decade trying to build really great experiences, build a great product that works amazing on Linux. And we've got to the point where basically .NET is at home on your distro. It's available in tons of package managers. And I almost couldn't believe that we've landed at this spot. Like for the last few years, we've actually had a bunch of demos that are on GitHub. You can scan this QR code. It's the same one as before. And you can then follow along at home. I wanted to zoom out for a little bit and talk about how we think about this whole area. So, we watch industry trends, and we want to make sure that you can do the same thing everyone else can, but with C#. And so examples of that is, we worked with Canonical, and we built chiseled images. Heterogeneous chips are now super popular. It's quite possible to have ARM64, x64 laptops, same in the cloud, and it's important that our container tooling works well with that. And then as we notice that certain workflows become popular, then we simplify them, polish them, so that you can run them a million times in CI and it's super efficient. And last is we can't do all of this alone. We've been super lucky to build a bunch of partner relationships, and so we work with partners to ensure that .NET works great on Linux, and also to learn from those partners where they know more than we do. This is kind of our agenda for what we're going to talk about. These are all new features in .NET 10 or new initiatives, and we will talk about those shortly. Kind of last of the intro type slides. This is kind of how we think about what engagement in the Linux ecosystem looks like. This is a bit of an eye chart. And I'll just cover a few of these. One is we have a bunch of partners, like I mentioned. And a lot of these companies, obviously you probably recognize them.
They work directly on our repos and do amazing work, either with enablement or performance or something like that. We ship packages and container images for a number of distros. We have a .NET security group. It's important to us that when there are vulnerabilities that we can get fixes out to pretty much everyone super quickly so that everyone is safe. We run our repositories with an upstream culture. What that means to us is that it's way cheaper for everyone. If, say, I'll give an example. So Samsung is currently working on a RISC-V port for their own product and their own needs, and so we take those changes upstream, and that means more than just Samsung can work on them, and so that's great. Okay, so in terms of packages, it's kind of amazing at this point. .NET is available in a bunch of different distros. Microsoft makes a set of packages available at packages.microsoft.com. Our enterprise Linux partners make Linux available in their feeds for their distros. And then there's a number of community distros that where the community makes .NET available in their package feeds. These packages are either available today or will be available in the next week or so. So, if you're on Arch Linux or Fedora or wherever, keep on checking to see if .NET 10 is there. I noticed that RC2 is there in a lot of places, but maybe not GA yet. So keep on checking. Okay, so now we're going to get into the main topic of this talk, containers. That's what we've talked about in the past. So this time we made a major change that I wanted to address. Up until now, we have used Debian for our base images for Linux. So if you pull, say, runtime 8.0 or ASP.NET 8.0 or SDK 8.0, you will get a Debian image. And Debian has been a great workhorse for us. It's a very strong distro. The problem with it is that it has a 3-year support lifecycle for mainline support, and so does .NET LTS. It ships a few months before we do, which means that there's -3 months of mainline support at the end of .NET LTS. So that doesn't really make much sense. So we have switched to Ubuntu. We have about +5 months of buffer at the end of .NET LTS, so that puts us in a much better place. Ubuntu and Debian are very similar. In fact, Ubuntu is a Debian derivative. It's in the Debian family. And so we've decided that we're going to only publish Ubuntu going forward and not Debian. But again, I think Debian's an amazing distro, and we've been very happy with it. Another big change is that we are now shipping native AOT SDK images as supported. We previously had them as a kind of non-official thing. The main thing that's there is a native toolset, Clang and LLVM, so that the native dependencies of the native AOT toolchain are there. These images get large, so that's why they're not the default. But because they're there, we deliver kind of a turnkey solution. So it works super well with multi-stage build and also works well with .NET Publish. Last, before we get to demos, just want to recap. If you haven't necessarily followed everything we've been doing the last couple of years, in the .NET 8 and 9 period, we delivered non-root images. And so those are very important for least privileged security type of scenarios. It's very easy to enable. Our chiseled images enable that by default. We also delivered these -extra images. Those include all the globalization and time zone type information. So for example, the chiseled images don't have that, so you have to run in invariant mode. If you have, if you're processing text or, printing currency symbols, that kind of thing, then all you have to do is change the tag to -extra. You get it, and then you're off to the races. This was actually a highly requested feature in after we shipped .NET 8. If you're using .NET Publish, all of these choices pretty much happen for you under the hood, and you don't even really have to think about it. And actually, that's a good segue to doing some demos with .NET Publish. So we'll switch over to Chet, and let's see what let's see some awesome demos.
Let's take this for a spin. So if we can focus on my console over here, we're going to trust but verify. I trust Rich. I work with him a lot, but I want to see the proof in the pudding of some of the things.
Doesn't usually lie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I'm not sure we've actually switched.
We have not, but we have to do a little bit of publishing crunching. So I'll start the command. So the way we want to demonstrate these things is we want to show you the real results. So while we're waiting for the screen to switch, I'm doing a publish of an app we call .NET App, which is a small application that just gives you some information about the host execution. So I just quickly published that using the .NET SDK, and I'm going to run it now to see if Rich was telling the truth. So if we do a Docker run of .NET App, then we do in fact see that we are on Ubuntu 24.04.03 LTS in .NET 10. So good to go there.
And just so people get this at home, you didn't use Docker to build the image, you used Docker to run it.
I used Docker to run it, yeah. So the split that you'll see through the remainder of these demos is using the .NET SDK as much as possible to make creating containers easy, and then executing those containers on whatever execution engine you need. In this case, I have Docker installed on my Mac, so that's the pairing that you'll see. The image that we just used was for ARM64 because I'm on an ARM64 Mac. But the images that we put out are actually available for multiple platforms, and we can see an example of that here. If we check out the AMD 64 Linux variation of this same application, we can see that we are on x64 now. So one thing checks out. Let's check out the extra images as well. To sort of show off the use case for those, we're going to go over to Global App, which is an app that works with we call ICU and TZ data. These are libraries that provide internationalization, globalization, and time zone data. So I've built a bunch of different variants of the global app already because it can be a little slow to build out, what is it, like 40 different container variants. So we're just going to skip right towards running some of the variations of global app that we've got. So the one we're going to look at here is Noble Chiseled Variant.
This is where we bake the pie before the baking show.
Yeah, and I'm going to actually, not have the right name correct. Yeah, here we go. So this was the chiseled application on a variant, meaning not invariant, base image. And so this used the extra base image to include the ICU data necessary to render different currencies, different time formats, and to even interact with the TZ data database.
Yeah, and TZ just stands for time zone.
Exactly right. So the last thing we want to look at is the new AOT SDK base image. And the first question you might have is, why would you produce a Docker container of the SDK with AOT prerequisites installed? And the reason is people like me, people that are on a Mac or people that are on a Windows device that want to make Linux native AOT applications. So we're going to use that base image now to AOT compile the global app binary. And to do that, we're just going to run our application, or we're going to run the .NET SDK AOT image, and we're going to ask it to .NET publish our app in invariant, well, I'll turn off invariant mode, but in AOT mode. And because the container we're running is an ARM64 Linux container, we will end up with an ARM64 Linux AOT binary. And we'll be able to prove that at the end because of this volume mount. So you can see it's building Linux ARM64 inside that container. And now it's done. And if we take a look, if I put that icon back, and I take a look at the outputs of our project here in the Linux, ARM64 subdirectory here. We should have a publish subdirectory, and we should have global app in here. And if we look at this, we can see this is in fact an ARM64 Linux executable native binary that we just built. that's a big enabler for me. That's using the primitives that the platform provides to unlock new capabilities that we didn't have before. So that's exciting stuff.
Right. So if you were on Linux, this would still be a nice to have because you might want to use the Docker image instead of installing Clang on your local machine. In this case, it just wouldn't work otherwise. So this is the only way that you can do it. If you're in, and this would also work in WSL.
It absolutely would. And it also works like if you want to target Alpine Linux, but you're on a glibc based Linux distribution. So it's a real enabler for all those sorts of corner cases.
Yeah.
So to make all these images, we use the .NET SDK, and I think that's a great opportunity to take a look at what is new and exciting at the SDK layer. If we can switch back to Rich's screen for a bit.
Although Chet's still gonna talk. Okay, here
so
we go.
I am a big believer in the .NET SDK's containerization tech for performance, correctness, and integration reasons. We're going to see examples a little bit later of how leveraging MS Build's knowledge of your projects can make your entire build pipeline faster. But it's not just about speed. It's about creating containers that are perfectly suited to your applications. And we'll see some examples of the SDK helping with that as well. And then finally, no one makes an application as a one and done kind of thing. There's always some sort of longer life cycle or longer maintenance term that you have to deal with. Everyone using .NET 10 today is encouraged to upgrade to the .NET 10 runtime, for example. Well, the SDK containerization integration makes it so that as you do those upgrades, your containers natively upgrade with you. So that's why I'm a huge believer in it. There is a bunch of fun stuff that is new in .NET 10 in the containerization tech as well. The highlight for me is multi-architecture publishing. You may have seen some examples in those commands we just ran, but it's now possible to build images for different architectures and combine them into one logical image, so that no matter which architecture your host is on, you use the image that is best suited for that platform. We'll see an example of that in detail a bit later. We also unlock the ability to push to insecure container registries, and this is a use case that folks running private registries inside of a company VPN might have, for example. And we'll show an example of what that looks like later as well. All of this is built on top of standard, community agreed on OCI container image formats. So the images that we create are transmissible everywhere. I want to take a minute to sort of dig into that performance impact point that I made earlier. The Microsoft Defender team reached out to Rich and I earlier this year, and we did an engagement with them where we helped them migrate onto using the SDK to make their images. They wanted to do this because they wanted to target ARM64 Cobalt hardware and get the performance and efficiency benefits that come with that hardware. But they did not want to impact their local dev loop. So we worked with them to onboard their pipelines, and not only did they get that developer and production time benefit, they saw massive speed ups in their pipelines overall. Their initial pipelines were almost twice as fast, and by the time we migrated their entire multiple hundreds of microservices, they were seeing 260 plus compute days saved per 24-hour period. That is real impact and real benefit. So I encourage you all to give it a try if the tech is a good fit for you and your org. We're going to see some examples of some of those features now, pretty much in the order that's listed there. So if we can pull back over to my computer, we will have a good time. So we're back in Global App, and we're going to take a minute to sort of zero in on some of the multi-arch publishing and some of the sort of knobs that the SDK goes with. So when we did the publish of Global App earlier, you may have seen that it published the AOT application for a single architecture. We're going to do a similar publish now for multiple architectures. And the reason this is going to be different is because the application has runtime identifiers in its project file. We will be able to tell that multiple architectures are getting built because the .NET SDK has a tiny new feature that is geared towards highlighting the architectures you're building. So we're choosing a few different knobs this time to highlight the flexibility of the .NET SDK. We are trimming the app. We're opting into that chiseled experience, and we are explicitly deciding to, well, I messed that one up. I was going to show the invariant one, but now we have this trimmed, chiseled version of global app that we can take a look at. We can run it like we have done before. We can run it for other platforms like we have done before. And we can even take a look at, its size and its content. So if we go inspect one of these guys, we can see some of the things that the .NET SDK has added for us in terms of, tracking metadata and, flags that make security scanners happy and that sort of thing. But one thing we can also kind of highlight here is if we look at the history of this application, this is how you can see sort of the size. So if I zoom out a bit and do this again, maybe we can get some better. Yeah, there we go. We can see that for this chiseled, trimmed variant image, we're sitting at about 80 megabytes of space. So if I go build one more time, and this time correctly say the invariant version, we should see a pretty significant difference there. And this is the difference between the extra images Rich mentioned and the non-extra images. So we can see in the logs here.
We should have called the default ones bare bones.
Yeah. We can see here that because we're trimmed, we only need the runtime depths, and because we are invariant, we don't need the extra. So if we go take a look at the invariant form of this image, we can see that it is much smaller. The overall image size is roughly half the size of the ICU and TZ data enabled image. So if your applications don't need localization or globalization, this is a real way to save significant amounts of space.
Definitely.
Not to mention, reduce your overall dependency graph and sort of limit your security surface area. So that's multi-arch publishing. If you have runtime identifiers in your project, it just works. I love it. It feels magical. I want to take a minute now to show you how you can take that AOT app we built earlier and containerize it too. This is going to be a little bit more interesting though, because we need to get the container image that we are going to make into our host somehow so we can actually run it. There are a few ways we could do this. We could mount the Docker socket into the container if the container had the Docker binary. I don't want to make a whole new builder container just for that, so we're not going to do that. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to spawn an insecure local registry, and we are going to have the AOT compilation container we used earlier communicate with that insecure registry.
Right, and now's a good time to say what the word insecure means in this particular case. It means no HTTPS, no TLS. That's the entirety of what insecure means.
It's still very possible to have like HTTP basic auth or things like that configured on this instance, but you'll note a little bit earlier that there is no TLS.
Yeah, one thing I did read when I've known about the registry project for a long time, but apparently they do support Let's Encrypt. Mm-hmm. Like I think it has an Acme client if you do want to host it on, registry.foo.com. Mm-hmm. So
it's a real fully functional registry. We use it when we are testing the SDK container tooling. We stand up registries, we pull images down from MCR, and we interact with this, right? So, and when we do that, we do it in both the insecure modes and setting up basic auth and a little bit of that cert-based auth. So yeah. It's very flexible. Okay, so I've started the registry, and we have a command now that looks very similar to the one we ran earlier to make an AOT application. We're using the same AOT base image. We are just exposing my Mac's network to the container, and we are telling the SDK to publish to that registry we just made. So we'll run this one more time. And again, we see building for the architecture of the container that we are running inside. And the compilation happens and the linking, and now we see that we are publishing a single container. And we have a bunch of logs from that, and we can see that we published the Noble AOT invariant version of our app to our registry.
Right, and Noble just means Ubuntu 24.04.
Okay, so now because we can access that registry, we can execute that, that container. So it looks like this, and that should be correct. Yep, so my local Docker couldn't find that, so we went and grabbed it. This is exactly what you'd hope to see for the AOT application that is invariant. The application works up until the point that we use the ICU or time zone data, and then it fails as soon as we try. So this is a successful failure, I think you'd classify that as. So we've seen a bunch of different ways that the .NET SDK kind of grows with the changes of your app. If you are doing trimmed, or if you're doing self-contained, or whatever your variations are. I just wanted to highlight a little bit of some of the pre-work I did, sort of pivoting through all the different variations that you can see. And this isn't even all of them. I've got 21 different variations here, and they range in size from 25 megs all the way up to like 631, depending on what you include in them. So this is a tech that scales with you. And thanks to the base images that the platform provides, there's a right-sized container configured to fit your app at every step along the way.
Should we show the resources slide?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's leave them with something to go follow up on.
Yeah. So we've just listed some resources that you can look at. If you've been a past listener of this show, thanks for watching again. Chet and I are really passionate about Linux and containers, so hope you enjoy these new features.
Yeah, we can't wait to hear what questions you have lined up for us.
In 1 minute.
We got questions for you. So a great question that we have here from CodeFried Dev is asking about, since we now use Aspire a bit to help generate and package our applications in containers, the question that they're specifically asking, and I'm going to tweak this a little bit, is do I still need to learn Docker? But I think as a bigger question, do the Aspire build features take advantage of some of the... Oh, I even see Chet going right to it. Yeah, take advantage of that.
This is one of my favorite topics. Aspire was one of the first large-scale integrations with this tech. So we are proud to support the Aspire team, even though they have now grown beyond merely us into their broader aspirations. For .NET projects, this tech is the primary way Aspire will build them, but there are a few scenarios where this tech isn't a good fit. If you have custom native dependencies that you need, or if your org mandates that you use certain base images for any number of reasons, those are examples of where our tech doesn't currently interact with that. And so Aspire enables you to bring those Docker files to the party as well. So it's peanut butter and chocolate.
Pretty much, yeah, sounds like it.
Just one more thought on that is it's really this layering thing. So when Chet's work came along, it's like, oh, well, now I don't need to know about Docker files. And then the Aspire work thing came along, and it's like, well, now I don't even need to know about Chet's work. but it's being used, right?
Yeah.
It's just under the covers.
Yep. It's about enablement, right?
Yeah.
And making those magical experiences. Because most devs don't need to care about the nitty-gritty. They just want to have an excellent end result. And we're here to make that happen.
Yeah, Chet, I think we're going to get you the shirt that says, "Friends don't let friends write YAML." So, so that you feel a little more at home with that. So
awesome.
I want to touch on two questions real quick here. One question on Twitch from Sakwar asking, do we support Raspberry Pi OS?
Yeah, so that's probably more of a me thing.
Go for it.
Definitely. So we have supported ARM32 and ARM64 for a very long time. The only thing I'll say there is if you're running ARM64 Raspberry Pi OS, that'll just work super, super well.
Okay.
With no caveats. If you're using ARM32, then there was this time T breaking change in Linux land, and it goes through different distros at different times, so I don't exactly know if and when it hit
the Pi.
It'll be the one, the time T issue hit Debian in Debian 13. So whatever the Raspberry Pi OS is that's based on, I guess it'll be the Trixie-based Raspberry Pi OS. With that one, you won't be able to use .NET 8 on that one anymore. You'll be able to use .NET 9 Plus on that. So there's a breaking change in Linux that we had to respond to, and so there's a line where .NET versions are either before the break or after the break.
Okay.
If you're on .NET 10, then it means you can use Trixie, but like you can't use the bookworm-based Raspberry Pi OS. So, but that's only for ARM32. I highly encourage people to use Raspberry Pi OS ARM64, and then 0 of these problems apply.
Very nice.
I actually just went to test on the SDK stuff. I added the Linux ARM RID, which is ARM32.
Yeah.
Published a container. I was able to build a container for Linux ARM32 on .NET 10 with no changes.
Look at that. Live coding, live demo for our viewers. We have one final question I want to make sure we touch on, and it's from Thindall on Twitch asking, does this mean that builds of Docker images on Azure DevOps will be faster?
It certainly can be. It is hard to write efficient Docker files. It's hard to get all the layering correct and your caches correct. Using the Bear SDK helps a lot with that. So I can definitely suggest you try it and see. If we had such improvements on our teams, I have to believe that there are similar or at least reasonable improvements that many other teams can make.
Very cool. Well, thank you so much, fellas. It was great having you. Always like learning more about the containers in our Linux story with .NET. All right. We are coming up to our to our last session of the day.
That's right. Day 2 has gone fast, Fritz. Very fast.
And I am trying to bring up my schedule here.
Yep. We have actually McKenna.
Yeah.
Talking about AI powered testing in Visual Studio.
Okay. And testing is something that I always lag behind, in getting the AI to help me with that is going to be huge.
It just helps fill in the gaps.
Yeah. So, hey, let's go to McKenna and let's learn about AI testing.
Hi, everyone. For this session today, we're going to be talking about AI-powered testing in Visual Studio. First, a little bit about myself. My name is McKenna Barlow, and I'm a PM on the .NET Tools team here at Microsoft. My team focuses on testing, so basically everything from the Test Explorer to some of our new AI-powered tooling that helps you write and run and just understand your tests faster. Over the last year or so, we've been really hard at work reimagining what testing looks like in sort of an AI-assisted world. And at the core of this, we're thinking about how to go beyond what your IDE can do, just running your tests. So imagining if your IDE could help you write your tests, help you understand what might be missing, and even evaluate the quality of your AI systems. So in this session, we're going to explore how AI is changing the way that we test in Visual Studio step by step. And we're going to get a really good look at what's in Visual Studio 2026 in terms of testing. And some of these will be brand new features for VS 2026. And some of these will be things that were available in previous versions of Visual Studio that we've just made a lot better. So I'll start with a look at code coverage and how it helps you understand your test quality at a glance. And then we're going to go through some of those modern testing tools like Test Explorer, live unit testing, Code Blends, and hopefully fix some bugs using Copilot from there too. After that, I'm going to demo our newest capability, GitHub Copilot testing for .NET, which can automatically generate high-quality unit tests for your whole solution at once. Then we're going to take a look at MEAI evals, or the Microsoft.extension.ai evaluation libraries, and how they can help you test your AI-generated output. So whether you're maintaining some legacy code or you want to improve your test suite, or really you're just curious about where AI fits into the modern developer workflow, this session is for you. So let's go ahead and dive in. Before we jump into AI, I wanted to start with something that every developer and tester knows, code coverage. So we're going to start with the basics here so that we can kind of build off of it later on. Now, code coverage tells us which lines of code are executed by our tests, and then by extension, which parts of our code base are uncovered or untested. And it's available to everybody in Visual Studio 2026. And when combined with AI, can be really powerful because coverage doesn't just measure how much you've tested, but it can also sort of guide where Copilot might be able to help you or generate tests in places where you do have that lower coverage. Now, this matters because uncovered code is really risky, right? Bugs can pop up unexpectedly, and things that you didn't really intend to happen as you were writing your code can happen. And so we want to use code coverage in Visual Studio to give you a good sense of where you might want to add tests, where you might be overconfident, and like what's safe to refactor and what might not also not be safe to refactor. But before we jump into Visual Studio, the last thing I do want to mention is code coverage reporting in your CI/CD pipelines. In terms of code coverage reporting, we do have some new improvements in the reporting experience that I'll show you here today. but you really want to get to a level of like 70, 80% code coverage as the industry standard. And if you're going to measure your code coverage in things like your build pipeline,